Chapter 1021. Old Ancestor. Many of the higher-ups of Narang Palace roared. Thousands of people of Narang Palace knelt on the ground. It was a heart-wrenching pain that ordinary people couldn't understand and describe. Second Ancestor and Third Ancestor looked at the place where First Ancestor disappeared. Their faces were filled with helplessness. They understood what First Ancestor did. It was a deep feeling of helplessness. Only by staying alive would there be hope. These were the last words of First Ancestor that would forever be engraved in the hearts of all the people of Narang Palace. These words sounded helpless but realistic. Between exterminating the whole family and lingering at death's door, First Ancestor had chosen the latter. If he was alone, he would have chosen to die without hesitation. In fact, he had made the same choice, but before that, he had to fight for the survival of the whole family. A person and a family were two completely different things. The former was himself and the latter was his responsibility. First Ancestor didn't want to decide the life and death of others. Today was destined to be the biggest humiliation in the history of Narang Palace. This humiliation would be engraved in everyone's heart and would never be forgotten. As long as the bloodline of Narang Palace was not broken, there would still be hope. Even if they were slaves, there would still be a chance for them to make a comeback. Old Man Narang was also a man of temperament. Even if he is dead, he is still worthy of respect. A half-step human immortal elder of Desolate Palace couldn't help but sigh. Although First Ancestor was dead, he was still a respectable person. As people of the same generation, he and Third Ancestor of Narang Palace had a lot of dealings. They were the geniuses of the younger generation and had roamed the world together. They had experienced many battles and were hostile to each other, but they also respected each other. First Ancestor Narang is truly admirable, but I won't mistreat all of you if you follow Desolate Palace. Now, all the experts of 8th grade Great Saint and above of Narang Palace, listen up. Follow us to the Stone Palace. Desolate Emperor immediately issued an order to Narang Palace. The death of First Ancestor wouldn't affect the plan of Desolate Palace in the slightest. Plus, Narang Palace had already been subdued by Desolate Emperor, which meant that they had to serve Desolate Palace. Now that they were going to attack the Stone Palace, the experts of Narang Palace naturally had to follow them. Yes. Second and Third Ancestor nodded. All the experts above the 8th grade Great Saint of Narang Palace stood up. They had signed the contract of submission. They had to obey the orders of Desolate Palace unconditionally. This was something that couldn't be changed in a short period of time. After subduing Narang Palace, Desolate Palace's foundation had grown stronger. Now that they were heading towards Stone Palace with lightning speed, it was imaginable what would happen to Stone Palace. Moreover, it had only been a dozen minutes since Desolate Palace launched their attack on Narang Palace. Sure, Palace probably hadn't made sufficient preparations yet. As a matter of fact, it was useless even if Sure Palace had made sufficient preparations. In front of a super powerful force, all preparations were futile. Desolate Palace's strength was already earth-shattering. Now, with the addition of Narang Palace's experts, Sure Palace only had two fates. One was to be exterminated, and the other was to sign a slave contract like Narang Palace. Outside Sure Palace, the defensive grand formation had been activated. The half-step human immortal Old Ancestor and the Palace Master of Sure Palace were all on standby. Obviously, they had already known about the situation of Narang Palace. Saint Origin Palace wasn't that big, so it was hard for them not to know about such a major incident. At such a critical moment, the only thing that the remaining 6 palaces had to do was to unite. Perhaps, they would have a chance of survival, but unfortunately, time was too tight. Plus, the relationship between the palaces wasn't good. It was impossible for them to unite in such a short period of time, especially Sure Palace. They didn't have the slightest chance to unite with the other palaces because Desolate Palace moved too fast. The atmosphere in the Stone Palace was unusually tense, as though they were waiting for the arrival of Doomsday. The 3 old ancestors came out and stood together with the Palace Master of the Stone Palace with a solemn face. They were even ready to die. Even if they had to die, they would fight Desolate Palace to the end. However, when the experts of Desolate Palace arrived, Sure Palace's determination collapsed completely. They found that they didn't even have the qualification to fight. In front of such a huge lineup, all they could do was to sit helplessly and wait for death. There was no way they could resist. In the end, the stone temple couldn't escape the shackles. The ancestor with the highest cultivation of the stone temple personally signed the contract of submission. The situation was already very clear. There was no point in resisting. The ancestor couldn't just watch as his clan was exterminated. Millions of his descendants would die tragically. That was too miserable a scene. Just like first ancestor Nalan had said, only by being alive would there be hope. Desolate Palace didn't need to use a single blade or spear to destroy the will of Xueqi Palace, completely subduing Xueqi Palace. They had already subdued 2 out of the 7 palaces, but this was just the beginning. All experts above 8th grade Great Saint of Xueqi Palace join the camp immediately and head to Xueqi Palace. Desolate Emperor was resolute and decisive. He had decided to subdue all the major powers in one day, complete the unification of Desolate Palace, and create a supreme legend. He wanted to leave his mark in the history of Saint Origin world and become a great man. Bin Palace. The 3 old ancestors walked out. All the higher-ups of Bin Palace gathered together. Everyone's face was incomparably solemn. At this time, it was impossible for them not to feel the crisis. This was the biggest crisis in the history of Bin Palace. It was related to the annihilation of their entire family. Old ancestor, what should we do now? Narang Palace and Xueqi Palace have been completely subdued by Desolate Palace. I heard that they have signed a slave contract. Now that the experts of the 3 major palaces have merged together, it will be even more irresistible. That's right. The iron hooves of Desolate Palace have already reached Xueqi Palace. Once Xueqi Palace falls, Dan Palace will be next. Dan Palace has always been weak. They won't be able to put up any resistance. After Dan Palace, it will be our turn. The palace master and the higher-ups of Bin Palace were unprecedentedly nervous. It was too fast and too sudden. No one had thought that Desolate Palace would act so quickly. The strength of Desolate Palace had reached such an unbelievable level. It seems like we only have 2 choices. The palace master of Bin Palace, Bin Chongshao, said in a solemn tone. Chongshao, what's your idea? Asked the old ancestor of Bin Palace. The current situation is very obvious. As long as Xueqi Palace and Dan Palace fall, we will be next. Given our cultivation, we will surrender immediately without any resistance. But Bin Palace has a long history. We are not willing to perish just like that. The only thing we can do now is to unite with the other major palaces to fight against Desolate Palace. Although the chances are slim, it's better than sitting and waiting for death. Bin Chongshao said with a smile. Palace Master is right. Joining forces may not be able to change the outcome, but it's better than fighting alone. Someone nodded. Then let's go and unite with the other 4 major palaces. I believe they are aware of the current crisis. Only by joining forces will we have a chance of survival. The old ancestor of Bin Palace nodded. At this point, there was really no other way to deal with the situation. It's too late to unite with Xueqi Palace and Dan Palace. Old ancestor, let's go to Gu Palace immediately. I believe that Gu Palace and Demon Palace have already joined forces. Once the 2 major palaces have reached an agreement, we will immediately open up the passage between Gu Palace and Bin Palace. Bin Chongshao said with a smile. But Palace Master, because of that Jiang Chen, our relationship with Gu Palace isn't good. An elder said worriedly. At this point, the grudge between us and Jiang Chen can be ignored. As long as we can protect the inheritance of Bin Palace, it's not a big deal to bury the hatchet with Jiang Chen. Old ancestor, let's go now. It'll be too late if we delay any longer. Bin Chongshao said. One had to admit that Bin Chongshao was a man who knew what the general trend was at this critical moment. The rise of Desolate Palace was bound to destroy the other 7 major palaces and rule the entire Saint Origin Palace. At this point, the grudge between him and Jiang Chen was no longer a big deal. If Jiang Chen stood out to save Bin Palace, not to mention burying the hatchet, he wouldn't hesitate to kneel down and kowtow to Jiang Chen. All right. The 3 old ancestors of Bin Palace nodded. Without any delay, they left with Bin Chongshao towards the direction of Gu Palace. They had to take advantage of the time when Desolate Palace was attacking Hua and Dan Palace to form an alliance with Gu Palace and Demon Palace. As for Hua and Dan Palace, their fate had basically been decided. Gu Palace. The atmosphere here was the same as in Bin Palace, full of tension and solemnity. Just as Bin Chongshao had said, at this moment, Gu Palace and Demon Palace had completely joined hands. All the clansmen of Demon Palace had entered Gu Palace. Both sides had joined hands to set up a defensive formation. However, even though they had merged, it still did not give the people of the two palaces any sense of security. In the conference hall of Gu Palace, the experts of Gu Palace and Demon Palace were gathered together, discussing countermeasures. At this time, Bin Chongxiao and the other three walked in. Brother Gu, the current situation is very obvious. Bin Palace is now seeking an alliance. Bin Chongxiao went straight to the point. At this time was pressing and there was no time to talk nonsense. All right, we naturally welcome Bin Palace to form an alliance with us. However, can you let go of the grudge between Bin Palace and Jiang Chen? Gu Firmament said. He didn't feel suspicious about the arrival of Bin Palace. No one here was a fool. They all understood the stakes involved. At this time, only by forming an alliance would it benefit everyone. If the 7 palaces had formed an alliance from the beginning, perhaps Desolate Palace wouldn't have been so arrogant, and wouldn't have been able to destroy them one by one so quickly. Compared to the fate of the entire Bin Palace, the grudge between us and Jiang Chen is nothing. As long as we can get through this crisis, our grudge with Jiang Chen will naturally be resolved. Brother Gu, now is not the time to waste. Let's open a passageway now and let the people of Bin Palace in. Chapter 1022. Bing Chongxiao was a resolute man. He knew what was important and what was not. The only grudge between Bin Palace and Gu Palace was Jiang Chen. As long as the matter of Jiang Chen was cleared up, there wouldn't be any more grudges. All right. Gu Firmament immediately agreed. Even the half-step human immortal ancestors of Gu Palace and Demon Palace nodded in agreement. The arrival of Bin Palace would bring great benefits to the 2 major palaces. As Desolate Palace continued to devour the other palaces, their strength would only grow stronger and stronger, making them more and more unstoppable. Whether it was Bin Palace or Gu Palace, as the major palaces with a long history, they naturally didn't want their families to be destroyed. Although they didn't know what the result would be, it was best for them to unite now. In this aspect, the 3 major palaces were on the same side. Only by strengthening their foundation would they have the confidence. There were 9 half-step human immortals present. Opening a passageway was a piece of cake for them. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Bing Chongxiao returned to Bin Palace as fast as he could. He summoned all the clansmen of Bin Palace to enter the passageway and gather at Gu Palace. Not long after the 3 major palaces united, the Hua Palace on the other side couldn't resist the strong suppression from Desolate Palace. In the end, they chose to sign the contract of submission and were completely controlled by Desolate Palace. Up until now, Desolate Palace had already subdued Narang Palace, Shi Palace and Hua Palace. They were ready to move on to the next palace, Dan Palace. Inside Gu Palace, even though the 3 major palaces had united, the atmosphere was still very tense. Basically, no one was talking in the Great Hall. Although all kinds of powerful defenses had been set up, there was still no sense of security. Everyone present was a powerful great saint expert. Everyone was well aware of the gap between the 2 sides. There were a total of 9 half-step human immortals on the scene. The gap between them and their opponents was just too big. Putting aside the strength of Desolate Palace, just the other 4 major palaces that Desolate Palace had subdued were enough to pose a fatal threat to them. Everyone, the current situation is very clear. Even if the 3 of us join forces, we won't be able to change the result. After Desolate Palace annihilates Dan Palace, they will come for us. I'm afraid that our defensive grand formation won't be able to withstand a single attack from the 12 tycoons. Heavenly Peng King said. According to the report, Desolate Palace has secretly cultivated a large number of geniuses. One of them is a peak 9th grade Great Saint 2nd Tycoon. He defeated First Ancestor with a single strike. Although we have 9 half-step human immortals, none of them is a match for him. Bing Chongxiao said with a frown. Currently, the 3 palaces had reached the most critical moment. If they couldn't think of a countermeasure as soon as possible, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if the 3 palaces joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to change the outcome of their destruction. Do you still remember Jiang Chen? Gu Firmament said. At this time, he could not help but think of that peerless genius who constantly created miracles. I have no idea where Jiang Chen has gone to. Even if he shows up, it won't help. Jiang Chen is indeed a rare genius, but it's a pity that his cultivation grade is too low. He can't even defeat a 9th grade Great Saint, let alone fight the 12 guardians. Bing Chongxiao shook his head. Jiang Chen was indeed a genius, but it was a pity that his cultivation grade was too low. This was a flaw that couldn't be made up for. No, we must never underestimate Jiang Chen. I have personally divined that Jiang Chen is the biggest variable in this crisis. If the three palaces can survive in the end, it must be Jiang Chen's contribution. According to my divinations, only Jiang Chen has the ability to change the situation. That's right. A half-step human immortal old ancestor of Gu Palace said. He wasn't an expert in combat strength, but he was an expert in the art of divination. He had tried his best to predict that Gu Palace and Demon Palace still had a chance to survive this crisis, because there was a big variable in the divination. This variable was none other than Jiang Chen. That was to say, if Gu Palace and Demon Palace could survive this catastrophe unscathed, it would be Jiang Chen who changed the outcome. That's right. This man is incomparably miraculous. His speed of growth is amazing. If there is a variable in this catastrophe, it must be Jiang Chen. Heavenly Peng King nodded. He was a very accurate judge of character. Jiang Chen was a dragon among men and couldn't be judged by common sense. In fact, Jiang Chen had been creating miracles all along. Even if Jiang Chen is a variable, I'm afraid that he doesn't even know what's happening in Saint Origin Palace. How can he come back at such a critical moment? Bing Chongxiao said with a smile. Gu Firmament knitted his brows as soon as he heard this. Now that Jiang Chen was missing and he couldn't even contact him, time was running out. After Desolate Palace annihilated Gu Palace, they would immediately come to deal with them. However, Jiang Chen probably didn't even know what was happening here. I have an idea, Heavenly Peng King said with a smile. Heavenly Peng King, can you find Jiang Chen? Gu Firmament looked at Heavenly Peng King. I can't find Jiang Chen, but I can find De Huang. I have given De Huang the most mysterious talisman of Demon Palace. No matter where he is, he will be able to receive my message. If my guess is correct, Jiang Chen and De Huang should be together. Heavenly Peng King said. In that case, Heavenly Peng King, hurry up and send the message. I hope you can make it in time. Bing Chong said with a smile. Meanwhile, in the Devil World, outside the Devil Mountain, Han Yen had completely taken control of the Supreme Devil Wand. After obtaining the recognition of the Supreme Devil Wand, his cultivation had soared all the way to the peak of 8th grade Great Saint. He was only a step away from the mighty 9th grade Great Saint. Furthermore, because of the Supreme Devil Wand, the current Han Yen could easily kill a 9th grade Great Saint. Greetings, Venerable One. Thousands of devils of the devil race knelt on the ground. Even the mighty half-step devil immortals were no exception. They were completely convinced by Han Yen. In their hearts, the current Han Yen was no longer a human. He was a member of the devil race. No, Han Yen wasn't a human. He was the faith of the entire devil race. The inheritor of the devil race, the person who obtained the Supreme Devil Wand, had the right to command the devil race. In the eyes of the devil race, Han Yen was the Supreme Venerable One. Han Yan's command was the command of the Supreme Devil Wand. No one dared to disobey him. Haha, Han Yen laughed heartily. He was holding the Supreme Devil Wand in his hand. He had never dreamed that this day would come. Jiang Chen, De Huang and Tyrant walked out of Han Yan's domain. At this point, there was no need for them to continue hiding. Seeing them, the devil race became restless. Many of them were familiar with them, especially Tyrant. They hated Tyrant the most. Humans! How dare humans break into this place? Take them down! A super demonic saint shouted. Stop! Chapter 1023. Han Yan's words immediately suppressed the restlessness of the devil race. The devil race believed in their own beliefs, and the Supreme Devil Wand represented all authority. Even a formidable half-step devil immortal wouldn't dare to have the slightest bit of stubbornness or resistance to the Supreme Devil Wand. In the eyes of the devil race, Han Yen was the supreme leader of the devil race. He represented the greatest authority. Every word he said was like the heavens. Motherfucker! This Supreme Devil Wand is even more powerful than my totem divine seal. Ah Yen is going to blow the sky this time. Big Yellow sighed. If he didn't see this scene with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. A human could actually control the devil race and make the mighty half-step devil immortal follow his orders. This was an incomparably exciting thing. At this moment, De Huang Dog's body quivered all of a sudden. His dog ears flickered and his facial expression changed. What's wrong, De Huang? Jiang Chen's perception was the sharpest. He immediately sensed the abnormality of De Huang Dog. Something big has happened in Saint Origin Palace. De Huang Dog said. Has Desolate Palace made a move? Jiang Chen was shocked. He was the only one here who understood the strength and conspiracy of Desolate Palace. So he immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. That's right. Heavenly Peng King has sent news that Desolate Palace has already taken down Narang Palace, Shi Palace and Hua Palace. Currently, they are dealing with Dan Palace, Gu Palace, Demon Palace and Bin Palace. But Desolate Palace is too strong. It is said that they have 12 powerful guardians, each of whom is a 9th grade great saint. The second guardian has defeated the half-step human immortal ancestor of Narang Palace with just a single strike. Once Desolate Palace annihilates Dan Palace, their next target will be Gu Palace, Demon Palace and Bin Palace. Even if the 3 palaces join hands, they won't be a match for Desolate Palace. The ancestor of Gu Palace has predicted that you will be a variable in this catastrophe, so he hopes that you can return to Saint Origin Palace as soon as possible. De Huang Dog's tone was unprecedentedly solemn. Basically, he repeated Heavenly Peng King's words. What's the situation? Tyrant was puzzled. After all, they hadn't been to Saint Origin Palace before. Therefore, they weren't familiar with Saint Origin Palace. But he wasn't an idiot. He could make out the general situation from De Huang Dog's words. Desolate Palace was ambitious and wanted to unify the world. Now that Gu Palace and Desolate Palace were in the most difficult time, they needed Jiang Chen's help. It seems like the 12 tycoons are the great killing weapons that Desolate Palace has secretly cultivated. Each of them is equivalent to a half-step human immortal. With my current strength, I won't be a match for them even if I return now. I have to break through to the 6th grade great saint immediately to be able to fight them. Jiang Chen frowned. Little Chenzi, don't worry. I can bring all the experts of the demon race to help. Han Yen said with incomparable confidence. Ah Yen, don't underestimate the strength of Desolate Palace. Even if the entire army of the devil race goes there, they still won't be enough to kill them. There is a secret that I haven't told you all. For the past 100 years, none of the human immortals of Desolate Palace have ascended to the immortal realm. They have been hiding in the dark. The 12 tycoons are the peerless geniuses that they have been secretly cultivating all these years. I have once sneaked into the deep spatial zone of Desolate Palace and met Ancestor Green Lotus. That year, he had obtained an immortal mark, but because of that, he was imprisoned by the human immortals of Desolate Palace. Jiang Chen had told them all the secrets and foundation of Desolate Palace. At this point, there was nothing left to hide. What? After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Han Yen and the rest exclaimed. This news was too shocking. If it wasn't Jiang Chen who said it, they would never believe it. That was a mighty human immortal. How were they going to fight this war? After hearing the news about Ancestor Green Lotus, Tyrant's hatred towards Desolate Palace soared. He gritted his teeth. But don't worry too much. Normally, human immortals won't attack easily because if they go all out, the barrier of Saint Origin World wouldn't be able to withstand their impact. So, we only need to deal with the 12 tycoons. Time is of the essence. I have to advance to the 6th grade Great Saint as soon as possible so that I can fight them in my half-dragon form. Ah Yen, ask the half-step devil immortal of the devil race to take out the energy treasure of the devil race for me to refine and absorb. Jiang Chen said. Han Yen immediately approached a half-step devil immortal expert from the devil race and told him what he wanted. My lord, my devil race has a piece of supreme grade devil yuan. It's full of energy and pure devil essence. The half-step devil immortal didn't dare to neglect Han Yan's words. He flipped his palm and took out a piece of black devil essence. The devil essence was only the size of a palm, but the energy it emitted caused the void to ripple. Han Yen received the supreme grade devil yuan, turned and handed it to Jiang Chen. Little Chenzi, what do you think of this treasure? Can it help you advance to the 6th grade immediately? What a good piece of supreme grade devil yuan. This is great. If I get this devil yuan, not only will I advance to the 6th grade great saint, I will also reach the peak of the 6th grade great saint. At that time, I will be able to deal with the 12 tycoons. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with surprise. One should know that the 9th grade great saint was a threshold that was much stronger than the 8th grade great saint, let alone the 12 tycoons. Even if Jiang Chen advanced to the 6th grade great saint, he still wouldn't be a match for them. Now that this supreme grade devil Yuan could help Jiang Chen advance to the peak of the 6th grade great saint, he would be able to put up a fight against them. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate because there was no time to waste. Immediately, he received the devil Yuan and began to refine it. His cultivation base began to rise and new dragon marks were forming in his body. Ah Yan, I will refine the devil Yuan while we continue our journey. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we won't have enough time. Order all the experts above the 7th grade devil saint to follow us to Saint Origin Palace. They will be a powerful force. Jiang Chen said. Then, under the lead of Han Yan, hundreds of devils rushed out of the devil world, heading towards the ancient people's palace. They were going to use the spatial passageway of the ancient people to enter the ancient palace. After recuperating for so many years, the devil race's foundation had become very strong, enough to fight any of the 8 major palaces without falling into a disadvantageous position. Now that all of them were mobilized, they would be a super powerful force. When they arrived at the ancient people's palace, Jiang Chen had already advanced to the 6th grade great saint. The number of dragon marks in his body had reached 90,000, however, the power of the devil Yuan hadn't been exhausted yet. New dragon marks were forming one after another. As a matter of fact, even if Jiang Chen's cultivation base had advanced to the peak of the 6th grade great saint, he wouldn't be able to change the situation as long as he didn't advance to the 7th grade great saint. He might be able to deal with the rest of the 12 tycoons, but he certainly wouldn't be able to deal with a powerful second guardian. He would need to advance to the 7th grade great saint first. However, it was too late now. Jiang Chen had to arrive at the ancient palace as soon as possible and bring the devil army to strengthen their foundation. Otherwise, it would be too late. Once Gu Palace and Demon Palace were forced to sign a slave contract or were exterminated, it would be too late for regrets. Jiang Chen didn't want to do anything that he would regret. He didn't want to leave any regrets behind. So he had to return to Gu Palace at all costs. Gu Xiantian had also heard about what happened in Saint Origin Palace. He knew that the situation was critical, so he didn't ask anything. Immediately, he opened the spatial passageway for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen and Han Yan led the devil army into the spatial passageway. Their speed soared to the extreme, rushing towards Gu Palace. The atmosphere in Gu Palace was getting tenser. Many of them had lost hope that Jiang Chen could come back. In their opinion, even if Jiang Chen came back, it wouldn't help the situation. Desolate Palace was too powerful. No matter how much of a genius Jiang Chen was, he wouldn't be able to change the outcome. What's the situation now? Asked Gu Firmament. The army of Desolate Palace is dealing with Dan Palace. It seems that Dan Palace won't put up any resistance because it's meaningless to do so. As long as Dan Palace isn't a fool, they will sign a slave contract and submit to Desolate Palace. A 9th grade great saint expert of Gu Palace said. His tone was filled with helplessness and despair. Why hasn't Jiang Chen returned yet? Heavenly Peng King frowned. This was what he was most worried about and also what he hoped for the most. Everyone on the scene was very clear about the current situation. Given the alliance of the 3 palaces, it was undoubtedly a fantasy for them to deal with Desolate Palace. They could only wait for the return of Jiang Chen. He will definitely come back. I believe in him. Gu Firmament said with incomparable confidence. But in fact, even he didn't have the slightest confidence in his heart. However, this was not the time to panic, especially for him. He had to maintain his composure. Hung Long. At this moment, outside the ancient palace, countless huge waves were raised. Waves of powerful qi floated in the air. The majestic pressure was like a dark cloud that enveloped the sky above the ancient palace, making everyone feel incomparably uncomfortable. They're here. So fast. The pill hall has submitted so quickly? Motherfucker. What will come will come. We can't avoid it. Let's go and have a look. Desolate Palace had arrived. What would come would come. There was no way to avoid it. Even Gu Firmament had to face it himself. The experts of Gu Palace, Demon Palace and Bin Palace had joined forces and appeared in the sky above Gu Palace. They saw the massive force of Desolate Palace. There were a dozen of half-step human immortals, plus the powerful 12 guardians and dozens of 9th grade great saints. It was a one-sided situation that they couldn't resist. Chapter 1024. Under the situation where there was such a huge disparity in strength between the two sides, the outcome seemed to be unchangeable. Under the strong pressure of the 5 major palaces, The fate of the three palaces was basically determined. How could the foundation of Desolate Palace be so powerful? How did they cultivate those geniuses? Bing Chongxiao looked helpless. Although he had decisively chosen to ally with Gu Palace and Demon Palace, it seemed that he couldn't change the original fate. What really surprised him was the large number of peerless geniuses that Desolate Palace had secretly cultivated. They were well aware of the situation of Saint Origin Palace and the cultivation resources they had. It was already considered very good for the young generation to be able to cultivate a 6th-grade great saint genius. But Desolate Palace had cultivated more than 1 or 2 9th-grade great saints. This made them wonder how Desolate Palace did it and what kind of big secret was hidden in Desolate Palace. It's not easy to cultivate 9th-grade great saint geniuses. It seems like Desolate Palace has been preparing for today. Unfortunately, it's too late now. Gu Firmament couldn't help but shake his head. After witnessing the strength of Desolate Palace with his own eyes, even he, the palace master, felt a deep despair. Humph. So what if you're strong? Even if my demon race is completely annihilated, I won't sign any slave contract. Heavenly Peng King harumphed coldly. The demon race had always been unruly and had great dignity. Heavenly Peng King was a courageous man. Even if everyone surrendered to him, Demon Palace wouldn't. They would fight until the last moment, even if their whole race was annihilated. Desolate Emperor strode out from the camp of Desolate Palace. The current Desolate Emperor was beaming with joy. His face was flushed and he couldn't stop smiling. He couldn't help but feel happy. After conquering the 4 major palaces, Desolate Palace's dream of ruling the entire Saint Origin Palace was about to come true. Gu Firmament, Heavenly Peng King, Bing Chongxiao, do you think that you can stop Desolate Palace by joining forces? What a joke. I advise you to be tactful and surrender now. There won't be any loss for you. Surrendering to Desolate Palace won't do you any harm. Under the protection of Desolate Palace, you will still be able to survive and grow quickly. That's right. Desolate Emperor said loudly. Bullshit. Desolate Emperor, stop dreaming. My demon palace will never surrender to you. You can do whatever you want. Let me see how lawless your Desolate Palace is. The Heavenly Peng King cursed. Humph. Heavenly Peng Monarch, don't overestimate yourself. With our current strength, we can instantly flatten your demon palace and destroy it. Desolate Emperor was infuriated as well. He seemed to have a supreme divine aura that could kill any god or Buddha that stood in his way. No one would dare to stop his path of domination. The rise of Desolate Palace was unstoppable. Anyone who dared to resist would only have one ending: death. If Heavenly Peng King didn't know what was good for him, it would be the doomsday of the entire demon race. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. After 10 breaths of time, if you don't submit, we'll go all out and turn this place into ashes. Everyone here will die. Desolate Tion's face was stern. Given the current situation, he couldn't let the last 3 palaces stop him. He wanted to unify Saint Origin Palace as soon as possible and show off his might in front of the human immortal old ancestors. The people of the 3 major palaces fell into silence. They absolutely didn't doubt Desolate Emperor's words. Given the current style of Desolate Palace, they wouldn't be courteous to them. If they didn't submit after 10 breaths of time, Desolate Palace would really attack them. Now that they had reached the final stage of unifying Saint Origin Palace, they wouldn't hesitate even if they had to turn Gu Palace into a river of blood. What should we do now? Is this going to be the end? The so-called variable, Jiang Chen, hasn't appeared yet. It seems like he won't show up. Bing Chongxiao's face was filled with despair. Gu Firmament's face darkened to the extreme. The 9 half-step human immortals began to sigh. Even after so much preparation, the final outcome couldn't be changed. To the 3 major palaces, this was a kind of sorrow, a deep sorrow. 10 breaths of time passed quickly. To the people of the 3 palaces, these 10 breaths were undoubtedly a kind of torture. 10 breaths of time is up. Demon Palace is courting death. Gu Firmament, Bing Chongxiao, both of you don't have to die with Demon Palace. I advise you to sign the submission contract now. Desolate Emperor's eyes shifted to Gu Firmament and Bing Chongxiao. Hong. As soon as Desolate Emperor's voice faded, a loud bang was heard from the sky above. Then, a huge hand as large as the sky appeared above Desolate Emperor's head. It was a blood-red dragon claw that was 30 meters in size and had enveloped Desolate Emperor. This sudden change shocked everyone. Before the dragon claw appeared, no one sensed that there was someone hiding in the void. Not even the half-step human immortals of Desolate Palace could sense it. Not good. Desolate Emperor knew that the situation wasn't good. Even though he was a 9th grade great saint, he could feel a trace of danger from the blood-red dragon claw. Boundless pressure came from the dragon claw, making Desolate Emperor feel breathless. This was too shocking. He was a mighty 9th grade great saint, the palace master of Desolate Palace, but he was suppressed by someone in an instant. Kacha! The giant dragon claw turned into a cage, imprisoning Desolate Emperor completely. A half-human half-dragon figure appeared. It was none other than Jiang Chen. Damn it! Second Guardian's reaction was the fastest. He was the first to react. All of a sudden, he struck out a palm at Jiang Chen. At the same time, he sealed the surrounding void, not giving Jiang Chen a chance to escape. Humph! Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He had always been meticulous in his actions. How could he not be prepared before he attacked? Immediately, the Zulong Tower enshrouded his entire body. Due to the high-grade devil energy, the 7th floor of the Zulong Tower had been completely condensed. It was shining with dazzling golden light like a peerless treasure. Bang! Second Guardian's palm hit the Zulong Tower. A cracking sound was heard and cracks appeared on the Zulong Tower. This man is truly powerful. He's even stronger than a half-step human immortal. But my Zulong Tower didn't disappoint me. It will be fine as long as I can block his attack. Jiang Chen darted a glance at Second Guardian in astonishment, but all of this was within his expectation. By choosing to attack Desolate Emperor, he had already taken a huge risk. One should know that it was an incomparably difficult task to kill a half-step human immortal expert in front of him. Second Guardian's means were tyrannical. He had sealed the void, but this was nothing to Jiang Chen. With the help of spatial shift and flaming wings, nothing could trap him. With a sway of his body, he slipped out of Second Guardian's blockade like a fish and brought Desolate Emperor to the front of Gu Palace's camp. Bastard! Jiang Chen, let me go! Desolate Emperor roared. Let you go? What a joke! It's your fortune that I'm not killing you now. Jiang Chen sneered. Hua! The whole scene was in an uproar. Jiang Chen's movement was just too fast and the timing was just right. Capturing Desolate Emperor and clashing with Second Guardian only took a few breaths of time. Many of them had only regained their senses at this moment. Damn it! Let go of our palace master. Bastard Jiang Chen. Do you know what you're doing? You're courting death. Do you know that? How did this little bastard come out again? His cultivation base has become so strong that even our palace master is no match for him. Desolate Palace was in complete chaos. Although Desolate Emperor's cultivation base wasn't the strongest in Desolate Palace, his status was incomparable to most of them. He was the backbone of Desolate Palace. Now that his backbone had been captured by the enemy, it would be disastrous for them. On the other hand, Gu Palace was in a state of jubilation. Many of them were cheering. Jiang Chen's appearance at the most critical moment had undoubtedly given all the experts of the 3 palaces a shot of adrenaline. They had already lost all hope, but Jiang Chen's capture of Desolate Emperor had undoubtedly given them a great trump card. Capturing Desolate Emperor, perhaps only Jiang Chen could do it. There were just too many half-step human immortal experts on the scene. No one was able to sneak an attack on Desolate Emperor. Not even the half-step human immortal experts of Gu Palace could capture Desolate Emperor under the watchful eyes of so many experts, but Jiang Chen had done it. He's getting more and more powerful. It seems like Ancestor Gu Palace's prediction was right. This man is indeed a variable. Capturing Desolate Emperor is a ruthless move, but it's incomparably difficult to execute. I really have no idea how he did it. Bing Chong looked at the incomparably powerful Jiang Chen with a smile. His heart was filled with raging waves, making him feel that it was a very wise choice to ally with Gu Palace. Haha, I knew that you would definitely show up. You have given us another big surprise. Gu Firmament laughed loudly. Now that Desolate Emperor was in their hands, he would like to see if Desolate Palace would still dare to attack them. The eyes of the half-step human immortals of Gu Palace, Demon Palace and Bin Palace fell upon Jiang Chen. Such a young man had shocked them to the extreme. How could a 6th grade great saint capture Desolate Emperor? They wouldn't believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Chapter 1025. A great surprise hit the hearts of the experts of the 3 palaces. Jiang Chen was indeed a variable in their calculation. He had once again created a perfect miracle at the critical moment. Now that they had captured Desolate Emperor, they had the means and the bargaining chip to restrain Desolate Palace. However, this wasn't the only surprise that Jiang Chen brought to them. Loud rumbling sounds were heard coming from the interior of Gu Palace. These rumbling sounds were all emitted by monstrous qi. Many of them turned their heads and saw hundreds of devil army marching towards Gu Palace's camp without them knowing when they had appeared. The ones leading them were none other than Han Yan, Tyrant, and a Huang Dog. The experts of the devil race. Why are there so many devil experts all of a sudden? My God! Saint Origin Palace is already chaotic enough. Now, the devil race has come. That's not right. Why are Little Monk and a Huang together with the experts of the devil race? Could it be that these devil experts were brought back by Jiang Chen and the others? The experts of the three palaces were shocked. However, there were no lack of smart and insightful experts among them. They could tell that something was wrong, especially the experts of Gu Palace. They knew that it was impossible for the experts of the devil race to appear in Gu Palace. The only possibility was that they came from the spatial passageway of the Pure Land. Plus, they were together with the Huang Dog, which was enough to prove that they had come together. Everyone, don't panic. The devil race is under our complete control. The experts of the devil race are here to help us fight against Desolate Palace. Jiang Chen said plainly. What? So many experts of the devil race are here to help us? How is this possible? Controlling the entire devil race? Are you kidding me? Who could have such a powerful means? This is simply impossible. But these experts of the devil race seem to be obedient and there's no murderous intent coming from them. It seems like what Jiang Chen said is true. However, what kind of means did he use to make the devil race listen to him? No one wasn't shocked. The shock brought to them by controlling the devil race was comparable to the shock brought by Jiang Chen's capture of Desolate Emperor. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. Voila! Under Han Yan's lead, the devil race's army stood still on Gu Palace's side in a neat formation. 3 palace masters. This is my brother, Han Yan. He possesses the complete bloodline of Gu Tianma and is proficient in the great devil curse of the devil race. During the last war in the Western Domain, the devil race retreated to the devil world at the critical moment. After that, we also entered the devil world and discovered that the supreme devil wand of the devil race had been born. Now, the wand is in Han Yan's possession. The entire devil race is under his control and no one dares to disobey him. Jiang Chen explained. For a moment, many people's eyes fell on Han Yan, especially the powerful experts of the 3 palaces. They were knowledgeable and had many dealings with the devil race. They had some understanding of the devil race's history and knew about the existence of the supreme devil wand, especially the people of the demon palace. They understood that the supreme devil wand was as important to the devil race as a totem. It was a kind of faith. Great! That's great! Although we don't ally with the devil race is now under our control. With the help of the devil race, our strength will increase by another level. Befriending Jiang Chen was a very wise choice. This man is always able to create miracles. Today, our 3 palaces were already powerless to turn the situation around and were bound to fall in the hands of Desolate Palace. I didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen at the last moment, causing Desolate Palace to panic. Bin Palace has made the right choice this time. This man is a dragon among men. Going against him won't end well. The experts of the 3 palaces sighed. Gu Palace and Demon Palace were glad that they had befriended Jiang Chen, which gave them the chance to survive today. Bin Palace was even more glad that they had made the right choice to turn hostility into friendship with a person like Jiang Chen. It was indeed a wonderful thing. Bastard! Jiang Chen, you crazy devil! And Gu Firmament, how dare you 3 palaces ally with the devil race? That makes you the public enemy of mankind. Desolate Emperor, who was imprisoned by Jiang Chen, roared loudly. Pah! A slap landed on Desolate Emperor's face, forcing him to swallow his words. Jiang Chen wouldn't show any mercy when dealing with Desolate Emperor. Little bastard! How dare you slap me? Desolate Emperor gritted his teeth and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was the dignified Desolate Emperor who was about to rule Saint Origin Palace. But now, he had fallen into the hands of a junior whom he had never put in his eyes and was slapped by him. How could he bear this? Slap you? You should be glad that you are still alive. When you are no longer useful to me, I will kill you directly and let you dream in hell. Listen carefully, the devil race is now under our control. Just like how you control Narang Palace. You have to listen to our orders. This is different from associating with the devil race. Once we control the devil race won't be able to stir up any trouble in the future and Saint Origin world will be peaceful. This is a good thing for mankind. Why do you make it sound so unpleasant? Besides, even if I want to associate with the devil race, it's my own business. Why do you have to care about it? You can't even take care of yourself now. What qualifications do you have to fight with me? Jiang Chen looked at Desolate Emperor coldly. Every word he said was like a sharp knife stabbing into Desolate Emperor's heart, making him so depressed that he wanted to roar. Little bastard, you will pay a heavy price for messing with me. Desolate Emperor's eyes turned red. Pah! Jiang Chen gave him another slap without giving him any chance to explain. Stop shouting nonsense. If you dare to say another word, I will cut off your tongue and dislocate your arms and legs. You can try if you don't believe me. When had Jiang Chen ever been threatened by others? Moreover, the initiative was now in his hands. If he wanted Desolate Emperor to die, it would only take him a few moves. Barf! Desolate Emperor was infuriated. He couldn't help but spurt out another mouthful of blood. This was completely infuriating. However, he didn't dare to speak anymore. From Jiang Chen's eyes, he could see that Jiang Chen wasn't joking with him. Haha, Desolate Emperor, aren't you very arrogant? Why don't you be arrogant again? Haha. The Sky Pung King came before the Desolate Emperor and humiliated him with all his might. He would never let go of such a great opportunity. Recalling the arrogant look of the Desolate Emperor just now and looking at him now, it was as though he was a completely different person. The Sky Pung King couldn't help but burst out in joy. On the other side, Desolate Palace had recovered after a short period of restlessness. However, everyone's face was filled with anger. Their palace master was taken away in front of them. This was too shameful, especially for those half-step human immortals. Taking Desolate Emperor away in front of them was no different than slapping their faces. I never thought that there would be such a young genius in Gu Palace. Second Guardian squinted his eyes and stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's appearance had surprised him. In his mind, the 13 Guardians were the scariest geniuses in the entire Saint Origin world. He had never thought that he would meet an even scarier genius today. Although he didn't care about Jiang Chen, he had to admit that a 6th grade Great Saint couldn't suppress a 9th grade Great Saint. Not even the Great Guardian who was in seclusion could do that. In other words, the 13 Guardians had lost to Jiang Chen in terms of talent. You are Jiang Chen, right? Second Guardian asked. That's right. Jiang Chen shrugged. His eyes were sizing up Second Guardian. The human immortals of Desolate Palace must have put in a lot of effort to nurture such a genius. Jiang Chen, I advise you not to do anything stupid. What you are doing now is pushing the 3 major palaces into the abyss. Desolate Palace can no longer be stopped. You should follow the heavens' will. This is your destiny. If you release Desolate Emperor now, you may still have a chance to live. If you persist in going about things the wrong way, the 3 major palaces won't even have the chance to sign the contract of submission. At that time, blood will flow like a river and thousands of people will die. Second Guardian said plainly. Even though Desolate Emperor had been captured, he could still maintain the most basic calmness. From this aspect, it could be said that the genius that was nurtured by Desolate Palace couldn't be underestimated. Is that so? Then Second Guardian, why don't you give it a try? I don't know if the 3 major palaces will flow like a river, but I'm sure that your Desolate Emperor will die first and he will die very miserably. If you don't care about Desolate Emperor's life, you can start the fight now. Jiang Chen showed an indifferent face. What a joke. Given Desolate Emperor's temperament, if he released Desolate Emperor at this moment, he would definitely be enraged by such a great humiliation. At that time, blood would flow like a river in the 3 major palaces. There would be no room for negotiation. It wouldn't work even with the help of the devil race. The difference in strength between both sides was too huge. It couldn't be changed by a single devil. Jiang Chen, do you think you are someone that I don't dare to attack? A cold light flickered in Second Guardian's eyes. He had never been threatened by anyone before. Today's matter had tied his hands and feet, which made him feel rather aggrieved. It was impossible for him to ignore Desolate Emperor. In any case, Desolate Emperor was the supreme leader of Desolate Palace and held a pivotal position in Desolate Palace. That's right. I'm sure that you won't dare to attack. Jiang Chen's words were very direct. It was as if he was looking down on Desolate Palace. If you don't like it, you can try. Such a reaction was very irritating, but there was nothing he could do about it. Chapter 10:26. Second Guardian felt depressed, but what Jiang Chen said was right. He really didn't dare to make a move. Although he was the strongest expert in Desolate Palace, he didn't dare to disregard Desolate Emperor's life and death. Although this was his first time meeting Jiang Chen, he could tell that Jiang Chen was a ruthless man. There was no reason to reason with a ruthless man. He had no doubt that Jiang Chen would kill Desolate Emperor if he made a move. Jiang Chen, it won't do you any good if this stalemate continues. You are a smart man. You should be able to see the current situation clearly. Desolate Palace has already taken control of everything. What you are doing now is just a last-ditch struggle. It's meaningless. A half-step human immortal supreme elder spoke. In the other 7 major palaces, a half-step human immortal was an old ancestor. But in Desolate Palace, a half-step human immortal could only be addressed as supreme elder. It's indeed meaningless to continue this stalemate. I have a good solution. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Tell me about it. The Supreme Elder said. I heard that Desolate Palace has secretly nurtured a large number of geniuses. I would like to see how powerful they are. The geniuses of Desolate Palace can choose any one of them to fight me. Of course, this second tycoon is an exception because I can't defeat him. I, Jiang Chen, am not a fool. What do you all think? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Chen said. A trace of cunning flashed in the depth of his eyes. Those who knew him would know that he had a new plan in his mind. As soon as the words were out, the higher-ups of both sides were obviously stunned. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would propose a battle at this time. Jiang Chen, don't be reckless. Desolate Emperor is in our hands now. We have the bargaining chip. Although you can defeat a 9th-grade Great Saint with your current strength, the 12 Great Saints aren't comparable to ordinary 9th-grade Great Saints. Gu Firmament said hastily in a low voice. That's right, Jiang Chen. It's unwise to fight their geniuses at this time. Heavenly Peng King reminded. Jiang Chen waved his hand, interrupting Bing Changshao who was about to continue. He had his own plan in mind because he knew the background of Desolate Palace and the mighty human immortal experts behind them. He would never give up on his plan to dominate Saint Origin World. It would be a joke to use Desolate Emperor to stop Desolate Palace. Gu Firmament and the others didn't know about the human immortal behind Desolate Palace, so they thought that they could use Desolate Emperor to negotiate with Desolate Palace. But as a matter of fact, Desolate Emperor wasn't that important in the eyes of the human immortal ancestor. Therefore, he had to use other methods to delay time and create opportunities for himself to grow. Furthermore, he was eager to see how powerful the 12 tycoons of Desolate Palace were. He might not have the confidence to deal with Second Tycoon, but he was confident that he could deal with the others. Upon seeing this, Gu Firmament and the others stopped talking. Although they didn't know why Jiang Chen wanted to do this, they knew that Jiang Chen wasn't a reckless man. He had always been cautious. Even the old ancestor had predicted that he would be a variable. Therefore, they could only wait and see how Jiang Chen was going to deal with it. Haha! Jiang Chen, I really didn't expect you to come up with such a solution. It seems like you are very confident, but your confidence is ridiculous. Do you think you can fight against the 13 tycoons just because you defeated Desolate Emperor? It seems like you have no idea how terrifying they are. Second Tycoon burst into laughter. After listening to Jiang Chen's solution, he couldn't help but ridicule Jiang Chen. The 13 tycoons had grown up together, so he knew all too well how powerful they were. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that each of them could be used as a half-step human immortal expert. It was ridiculous that Jiang Chen thought he could defeat the 13 tycoons just because he defeated Desolate Emperor. Not only Second Tycoon, even the half-step human immortal experts of Desolate Palace laughed. They really didn't know what Jiang Chen was thinking about challenging the tycoons of Desolate Palace. Was he too confident, or was there something wrong with his brain? I want to see how powerful the tycoons of Desolate Palace are. I hope they won't disappoint me. Jiang Chen shrugged and continued, if I win, Desolate Palace will retreat and never invade the 3 major palaces again. If I lose, Desolate Emperor will be returned to you. The fate of the three major palaces will be decided by the heavens. What do you think? Jiang Chen stated his condition. Given the current situation, it was reasonable for Jiang Chen to state such a condition. Even Desolate Palace wouldn't be able to tell that he had other plans. After all, Jiang Chen was on the side of the three major palaces. Naturally, his condition would be beneficial to the three major palaces. All right, we will do as you said. If the tycoons lose, Desolate Palace will retreat. If you lose and return Desolate Emperor to me, the three major palaces will face a tragic fate. The half-step human immortal supreme elder of Desolate Palace agreed without hesitation. They had great confidence in the 12 tycoons. If a 9th-grade Great Saint Tycoon couldn't take down a 6th-grade Great Saint Jiang Chen, it would only mean that Jiang Chen was too heaven-defying. The people of Desolate Palace would never believe that Jiang Chen could be that heaven-defying. Come. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen walked out from the camp of Gu Palace and handed Desolate Emperor to an old ancestor of Desolate Palace. With a half-step human immortal controlling Desolate Emperor, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid that Desolate Emperor could cause any trouble. Jiang Chen was now in his dragon form, which increased his combat strength by 10-fold. In addition to the 91,500 dragon marks in his body, he only needed another 500 dragon marks to advance to the 7th-grade Great Saint. It could be said that he had reached the peak of the 6th-grade Great Saint. With such a cultivation base and his dragon form, basically no one in the 9th-grade Great Saint was a match for him. Even if these tycoons were stronger than them or even had the combat strength of a half-step human immortal, Jiang Chen still didn't put them in his eyes. He had endless means and rich combat experience. It was more than enough for him to deal with them. Furthermore, fighting with these tycoons was what he desired. Who wants to fight me? Jiang Chen's qi was like a rainbow. A stream of blood qi spiraled out from the top of his head. It was a vivid blood dragon. He just stood there, looking powerful and overbearing. No one could ignore his existence. At this moment, Jiang Chen seemed to have become the only one in the heavens and earth. The light radiating from his body made people unable to open their eyes. I'll fight you. One of the 12 tycoons stood out. There were a total of 13 tycoons and 2 of them were women. The woman in red who stood out was 8th tycoon. She had a slender and graceful figure. Her fair face was filled with arrogance. She was a rare beauty. However, such a beauty was thorny. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to approach her, let alone touch her. Her strength made people not dare to have any profane thoughts towards her. There was only fear and admiration in their hearts. This brat is finished. 8th sister's red rhombus flute has been cultivated to the acme of perfection. The rhythm of the flute is unpredictable and can instantly penetrate the soul of the enemy. Ordinary people won't be able to withstand it. Chapter 10:27. 8th Guardian was holding a jade flute in her hand. The surface of the jade flute was engraved with patterns, which added a sense of mystery to it. Jiang Chen could tell that this jade flute wasn't an ordinary item at first glance. It was a powerful Great Saint weapon, but it was also because of this jade flute that the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth couldn't help but flash a smile. He didn't know much about music. In this world, those who could use music to attack were all supreme experts and peerless geniuses. The cultivation in this aspect required an extremely profound foundation and extraordinary innate ability. In addition to the powerful attack itself, the most terrifying aspect of music attack was the use of music to disturb the opponent. It would cause the opponent's mind to suffer an extremely strong shock. It could even stab the opponent's soul and cause them to fall into the abyss of eternal damnation. This kind of attack was the most terrifying and impossible to guard against. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to fight against someone who was proficient in music. Even if they took it very seriously, there would still be a time when they would lose their way. However, Jiang Chen felt relieved. If it was any other combat-type tycoon, he might not have much confidence in defeating him, but if it was 8th tycoon, he would have greater confidence in defeating her. The scariness of the Great Soul Derivation technique wasn't something that could be imagined by others. The strength of Jiang Chen's divine soul was incomprehensible to ordinary people. Anyone who tried to affect his state of mind would eventually suffer the consequences of their own actions. In the past, someone wanted to use the Great Illusion Realm to affect Jiang Chen. However, he suffered the consequences of his own actions and died tragically under his own illusion. Sangba also suffered the same fate. The Great Devil Curse couldn't affect Jiang Chen at all. The Great Soul Derivation technique was like an indestructible defensive door that stood in the depths of Jiang Chen's divine soul. Moreover, Jiang Chen had fought against Wu Ningzhu before. He was very clear about the resistance of music. Those who were proficient in music would be weakened in terms of combat strength. Once the music couldn't affect the opponent, his advantage would disappear completely. Eighth Guardian's advantage was destined to become a disadvantage when she fought against Jiang Chen. The consequences wouldn't be any better. Arrogant guy! You dare to humiliate our palace lord. Your actions today have doomed you to a miserable fate. It's your fortune to die under my red rhombus flute today. Eighth Guardian said in an incomparably cold tone. She was an arrogant woman who considered everyone beneath her notice. Is that so? Then make your move. I won't go easy on you. Jiang Chen said indifferently. He did not put Eighth Guardian in his eyes at all. Jiang Chen, be careful. Gu Firmament reminded. The experts of the three major palaces had a dignified look on their faces. The tycoons of Desolate Palace were too strong. This could be seen from the second tycoon. Although this eighth tycoon wasn't as strong as the second tycoon, she wasn't any weaker than him. It would be extremely difficult to deal with her. After all, Jiang Chen was only a 6th grade great saint. The fact that Jiang Chen had just defeated Desolate Emperor made the people of the three major palaces feel a little relieved. The powerful Desolate Emperor was almost unable to fight back against Jiang Chen. This made them feel that Jiang Chen still had a chance against the Eighth Guardian. Swoosh swoosh, Jiang Chen and Eighth Guardian soared into the sky at the same time. Immediately, the two of them opened up a new battlefield. As their chi burst out, intense killing intent filled every corner of the battlefield. The void was rippling violently. Sparks were bursting out from the battlefield that was 100 miles in circumference. The collision of their chi was already shocking enough. If an 8th grade great saint were to enter the battlefield, he or she would be crushed into powder by the chi. There was a huge gap between a 6th grade great saint and a peak 6th grade great saint. The current Jiang Chen was a peak 6th grade great saint. That was why he had the confidence to fight 8th Guardian. Clang! Without hesitation, Jiang Chen drew out the Heavenly Saint's sword. The blood-red dragon's sword rippled with boundless light. Under the reflection of the Heavenly Saint's sword, all the light in the surroundings dimmed. As Jiang Chen's natal combat weapon, the Heavenly Saint's sword had grown to an incomparably terrifying level with the continuous growth of Jiang Chen. The only flaw was that the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint's sword was still missing. If all 7 fragments were fused together, the supreme divine power of the Heavenly Saint's sword would be unleashed. Howl! The Heavenly Saint's sword let out an ear-piercing howl. A dazzling swordlight was slashed out by Jiang Chen. It pierced through the sky and reached 8th Guardian in a blink with extreme speed. Not bad. 8th Guardian's eyes sparkled. After seeing Jiang Chen's attack, she immediately put away her contempt for Jiang Chen. Such a figure was already qualified to be her opponent. Voila! 8th Guardian also moved. She raised the jade flute in her hand and waved it towards the sky. Countless of musical notes were transformed into talismans and rushed towards Jiang Chen's sword light. Hung long. This was the first time the two of them exchanged blows. The powerful chi waves released by the super combat weapons collided and intertwined with each other. The entire battlefield was about to be overturned and the void was torn into pieces. In the end, the point of collision exploded, blossoming with beautiful colors like fireworks. However, the destructive power was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Under such a violent collision, 8th Guardian's delicate body shook a little and couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's chi was still as strong as before, as if the shock didn't affect him at all. Judging from the surface, there was no doubt that Jiang Chen had the upper hand and 8th Guardian was in a disadvantageous position. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that. Jiang Chen is truly powerful. He is much more powerful than what we have imagined. Haha, what a genius! This really surprises me. Jiang Chen must have a very powerful trump card. No wonder he dares to challenge the 12 Guardians. He's only a 6th grade great saint, but he is already so terrifying. If he continues to grow, no one will be able to suppress him. Everyone, don't be happy too early. What happened just now was just a collision of combat weapons. 8th Guardian's most powerful skill is her musical notes. She hasn't used it yet. The destructive power of musical notes is very terrifying. It can directly penetrate into the depths of one's origin, making it extremely difficult to resist. The people of the three major palaces were stirred up. Even though 8th Guardian hadn't unleashed her powerful rhythmic attack, Jiang Chen had already gained the upper hand in the battle. This was a great boost to the morale of the three major palaces, calming them down a lot. What a good Jiang Chen. I didn't expect him to be so terrifying. 8th sister, don't be courteous with him. Use your ultimate move. 2nd Guardian's facial expression changed. He knew that he had underestimated Jiang Chen. He was very clear about 8th Guardian's combat strength, but she wasn't able to gain the upper hand in the battle against Jiang Chen. How could he not be surprised? However, he wasn't worried. He knew that 8th Guardian's most powerful skill was her musical notes, which meant that her combat strength was weaker. Under the interference of the red rhombus flute, Jiang Chen's combat strength would be greatly affected. Once he was distracted, he would still die tragically in the hands of 8th Guardian. 8th Guardian's beautiful eyes had turned red. Apparently, she was infuriated. The previous battle wasn't what she had expected. She didn't expect that she would be defeated by a 6th-grade great saint. Jiang Chen, I have indeed underestimated you, but don't be too proud of yourself. I haven't used my trump card yet. I'm going to use my red rhombus flute now. It's still not too late for you to surrender now. 8th Guardian said. Women always like to talk nonsense. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time with 8th Guardian. He swung the Heavenly Saint's sword in his hand and slashed again. This time, hundreds of dazzling sword light rippled out and interweaved into a dazzling sword net. It locked onto 8th Guardian's chi and shrouded her. Humph! 8th Guardian harumphed coldly. Waves of undulating sound waves drifted out from the jade flute in her hand. She didn't need to use her mouth to play the flute. She could use the flute to produce terrifying sound waves at any time. This was a kind of realm, a super high realm of musical notes. Innumerable notes were like colorful waves that looked very beautiful. These sound waves were sometimes beautiful and moving, sometimes as vast as the ocean, and sometimes hoarse and unpleasant to the ears, making people feel uncomfortable. Hung long. Innumerable notes interweaved into an image. It was the pattern of the jade flute. The red rhombus flute wasn't only the name of the jade flute, but also the name of the terrifying sound wave combat skill. It was impossible to defend against it when it was casted by 8th Guardian. The battlefield was filled with terrifying energy. Jiang Chen's sword net was destroyed by the notes. Bo 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 bo. The sound waves emitted by the red caltrop flute were getting faster and fiercer. Every note was like a sharp knife that could pierce through everything. Even the void was cut into pieces. What was even more terrifying was the impact of the sound waves themselves. The rapid sound waves constantly attacked the opponent's nerves. Once the opponent relaxed even a little bit, they would be surrounded by the sound waves and fall into a state of eternal damnation. Jiang Chen shook the long sword in his hand and slashed out layers of sword waves again. He wore a smile on his face and looked relaxed. With the support of the Great Soul Derivation technique, 8th Guardian's sound waves couldn't affect him at all. Those sound waves that could destroy a person's nerves were just like the most ordinary notes to Jiang Chen. Not only did it not pose any threat, but it was also a kind of enjoyment to him. How is this possible? Seeing this, 8th Guardian's complexion completely changed. A trace of redness appeared on her charming face. Using the sound wave battle skill was extremely taxing on her body. 8th Guardian had practiced the red caltrop flute for many years, but she couldn't even cause the slightest bit of damage to her opponent. This was a huge blow to her. Haha, little girl, your sound waves are useless against me. Do you have any more powerful means? The Grand Guardians of your desolate palace are only You think too highly of yourself. Jiang Chen burst into laughter, stimulating 8th Guardian's mind with his words. I don't believe that you won't be affected at all, flowing water of sorrow. Chapter 1028. Rumble. The entire battlefield began to rumble. The monstrous sound waves were like ferocious beasts, chattering incessantly. Not to mention the people on the battlefield, even the people outside the battlefield turned pale. It was hard to imagine how Jiang Chen was going to deal with such a terrifying sound wave. On the battlefield, 8th Guardian displayed her most powerful sound wave attack. Layers of sound waves turned into flowing water, carrying a sorrowful emotion. This move was called the flowing water of sorrow, which was also the opponent's sorrow. It was very easy to be affected by that kind of artistic conception. That's right. At this moment, The range of the sound waves displayed by 8th Guardian was like a new artistic conception, a new illusion, which made it impossible for anyone to defend against it. 8th Sister has displayed the flowing water of sorrow. That brat will definitely not be able to resist it. No one can remain unaffected by this move. That's right. This is 8th Sister's most terrifying trump card. No matter how talented Jiang Chen is, he will not be able to escape the fate of dying in 8th Sister's hands. Let's see. This overconfident guy will definitely die a miserable death. He has angered 8th Sister. In this world, anyone who angers 8th Sister will have a miserable ending. After seeing 8th Guardian display the flowing water of sorrow, the 12 Guardians were greatly excited. It was as if they could already see the miserable appearance of Jiang Chen dying under the sound waves. However, what happened next would be unforgettable for them for the rest of their lives. On the battlefield, the flowing water of sorrow had already been formed. It impacted every direction of the battlefield, leaving no place for Jiang Chen to hide. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen had no intention of dodging it. True Dragon Palm. Tear it apart. Jiang Chen bellowed. Immediately, he struck out a powerful True Dragon Palm. The giant blood-red dragon claw tore the sound wave into two halves. As for the stimulation of the sound wave on his mind and soul, it had no effect on Jiang Chen at all. The Great Soul Derivation technique was just too powerful. It wasn't something that 8th Guardian could imagine. Wah! The powerful attack was broken by Jiang Chen in such a simple and violent manner. Coupled with the impact of the sound wave on one's mind, 8th Guardian immediately suffered a huge backlash. She spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Her face turned incomparably pale. How is this possible? How could he not be affected at all? This is impossible. The 8th Guardian could not believe her eyes. Ever since she had mastered the art of music, she had never suffered such a serious blow. The blow was too heavy for her. Due to the impact of the backlash, 8th Guardian's combat strength had begun to decline sharply. Coupled with the fact that her trump card did not have the slightest effect on the enemy, her mind was in turmoil and she had lost her composure. The time has come. On the opposite side, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with two rays of cold light. It was too easy to deal with an opponent like 8th Guardian. Geniuses like her had never suffered any setbacks before. Once they encountered a big blow, it would be very difficult for them to get over it. Just like now, 8th Guardian's mind was in chaos. She couldn't accept the fact in front of her. The powerful rhythm was originally used to disturb the opponent's mind, but now, it had affected her. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. With the combination of the flaming wings and the spatial shift, he was simply the fastest in the world. He had lost the concept of time when he moved. In a flash, he arrived in front of 8th Guardian. The 5 elemental spheres spread out and enshrouded 8th Guardian completely. The powerful confinement force made 8th Guardian feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. But before she could recover from the shock, Jiang Chen's long sword slashed down once again. Puchi! With a slash, one of 8th Guardian's arms was cut off. Then, Jiang Chen struck out the True Dragon Palm again, capturing 8th Guardian and sending her to the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen didn't kill 8th Guardian. Given the current situation, the more people of Desolate Palace he captured, the better it would be. These people were all important figures. The more they captured, the more chips they could use. Moreover, due to the special nature of Jiang Chen's cultivation technique, these people might play a greater role in the critical moment. Therefore, imprisoning them in the Zulong Tower could be considered as a plan for the future. Voila! The battlefield collapsed. In a flash, Jiang Chen returned to the camp of Gu Palace. The whole battle was too fast, especially the last scene where Jiang Chen captured 8th Guardian. Many of them only reacted now. Desolate Palace's side immediately burst into an uproar. The 12 Guardians were agitated. Their faces were filled with anger. Bastard! Let 8th Sister out! Damn it! How can this little bastard be so powerful? Even 8th Sister is no match for him. It's our biggest mistake to let 8th Sister fight. I don't know what kind of cultivation technique this brat has cultivated. 8th Sister's musical rhythm has no effect on him at all. That's why she lost to him. The 12 Guardians couldn't keep their calm anymore. No one had thought that such an ending would happen. In their point of view, it would be an incomparably easy task for 8th Guardian to kill Jiang Chen. They had never thought that she would be captured by Jiang Chen instead. Second Guardian and the Supreme Elder of Desolate Palace's face darkened. Not only had they lost Eighth Guardian, they had also put Desolate Palace in a dilemma. On the other side, Gu Palace was cheering. In many people's eyes, Jiang Chen had become a godlike existence. He was simply omnipotent, like an invincible and peerless war god. He's too powerful. He's only a 6th grade great saint, but he has killed 8th Guardian so quickly. This is unbelievable. A peerless monstrous genius. He's a peerless monstrous genius. It's the wisest choice for us to befriend him. No wonder the old ancestor of Gu Palace predicted that he would be the variable this time. It seems like he's right. The fate of our 3 palaces is now in his hands. Jiang Chen is courageous and resourceful. First, he captured Desolate Emperor. Now, he didn't kill 8th Guardian, giving us another bargaining chip. The experts of the 3 palaces admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Before they met Jiang Chen, they would never believe that there was such a terrifying genius in the heavens and earth. In front of Jiang Chen, all the halos of geniuses would be overshadowed. Second Guardian, according to our previous bet, your desolate palace has to withdraw immediately. Jiang Chen returned to his human form and spoke plainly to Second Guardian. He knew very well that the one who had the final say in Desolate Palace wasn't those half-step human immortal Supreme Elder, but this young Second Guardian. The side of Desolate Palace fell into silence. They were already on the verge of conquering the entire Saint Origin Palace, but Jiang Chen suddenly appeared at the last moment, putting them in a dilemma. However, the bet had already been made. If they were to go back on their words now, it would greatly affect the prestige of Desolate Palace. Jiang Chen, let go of 8th Guardian and we will retreat now. Second Guardian said. No. It's a life-and-death battle. I'm already being merciful by not killing her. I won't release 8th Guardian and Desolate Emperor. They are my bargaining chips. There's no such rule in the bet. Chapter 1029. Second Guardian wasn't surprised by Jiang Chen's answer. If Jiang Chen really released 8th Guardian and Desolate Emperor, he would be surprised instead. He had agreed to the bet without knowing much about Jiang Chen. It could be said that he had fallen into Jiang Chen's trap. Now that the bet was in front of him, he was in a dilemma. Second brother, what should we do now? 8th sister and palace master are in Jiang Chen's hands. We can't do anything. A guardian came to Second Guardian's side and said. At this time, the few half-step human immortal supreme elders of Desolate Palace had also come to Second Guardian's side. Second Guardian, I think we should retreat first before discussing how to deal with the 3 palaces. Even if we let them live for a few more days, they won't be able to cause any big waves. The outcome will not change. Desolate Palace is going to rule the entire Saint Origin Palace. There's no way we can stop it. One of the Supreme Elders said. All right, we'll let them live for 2 more days. Tear up the contract of submission between the 3 halls. They no longer have the chance to sign the contract. Not long after, what awaits them will be destruction, complete and utter destruction. Second Guardian said viciously. This was his first battle after he had reached the Grand Completion realm, but he had encountered such a huge setback. This made his heart feel as if it was pricked by a thorn. This was the biggest shame in his life. Jiang Chen, I'll give you one last chance. If you release Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian now, and the 3 palaces submit to Desolate Palace, I assure you that we won't make things difficult for you. If you don't agree, you should be able to imagine the consequences. Desolate Palace is unstoppable. You won't have the chance to sign the submission contract anymore. What awaits you in the future will be utter destruction. Second Guardian said to Jiang Chen in a stern voice. If worst comes to worst, we'll all perish together. I, Jiang Chen, will be waiting for you. Jiang Chen's words turned sharp. This was the first real confrontation between him and Desolate Palace. He would never back down. That ridiculous submission contract was just bullshit in Jiang Chen's eyes. As the dignified greatest saint, he had stood at the peak of this world in his previous life. In this life, he was going to stand at the peak and step on all the powerful enemies. Desolate Palace was his last and strongest enemy. Very well. The 3 palaces will pay a heavy price for today's decision. Second Guardian tore the 3 submission contracts apart, clearly telling the people of the 3 palaces that they had lost the chance to live. Desolate Palace would use the cruelest means to deal with them, consigning them to eternal damnation. Retreat. Second guardian waved his hand and disappeared along with the experts of Desolate Palace and the other 4 palaces. Upon seeing this, the experts of the 3 palaces became excited. Their despairing mood disappeared in an instant. They had already lost all hope in the previous situation. They had never thought that the appearance of Jiang Chen would reverse the situation. This made Jiang Chen's position in the hearts of the 3 palaces soar to an unreachable level. Everyone, including Bing Changshao, looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of respect. Jiang Chen, the resentment between you and Bin Palace is written off. Today, you have saved the fate of Bin Palace. Bin Palace owes you a great favor. Bing Changshao came to Jiang Chen's side and said in an incomparably sincere tone, "It's a wise decision for Bin Palace Master to choose to ally with us. I, Jiang Chen, also like to deal with wise people." Jiang Chen smiled. Bin Palace had never gained any advantage from him. Instead, many of their experts had fallen in his hands. Now that Bin Palace wanted to ally with him at this critical moment, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. Moreover, he trusted Bing Changshao's sincerity very much. "Jiang Chen, now that Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian are in our hands, I believe Desolate Palace won't dare to act rashly," Gu Firmament said with a smile. His mood was like a completely different person compared to before. "Everyone, don't be happy too early. The crisis of the 3 palaces hasn't been resolved yet. We have only bought a few days of time. Now, everyone, follow me to the conference hall." Jiang Chen's tone suddenly turned solemn. Then, he took the lead and walked towards the conference hall of Gu Palace. Upon seeing this, the others who had already relaxed their nerves tensed up again. It was impossible for them to ignore Jiang Chen's words. In the conference hall of Gu Palace, Jiang Chen sat on the main seat. Even those half-step human immortal old ancestors were willing to sit on either side of him. Everyone knew very well that this white-clothed young man was the backbone of the 3 palaces. Everyone had to listen to Jiang Chen's arrangement. Only in this way could the fate of the 3 palaces be preserved. Jiang Chen, Desolate Emperor, is the palace master of Desolate Palace. He has a high position and is the #1 existence. Even if Desolate Palace wants to rule the entire Saint Origin world, it's impossible for them to ignore the life and death of Desolate Emperor, right? Gu Firmament asked. "You have underestimated the foundation of Desolate Palace and overestimated Desolate Emperor's position in Desolate Palace. Now, I will tell you the secret of Desolate Palace. Don't you have any doubts about how those powerful Grand Guardians were cultivated? No matter how powerful Desolate Palace is, their strength isn't much different from yours. How could they cultivate such terrifying geniuses?" Jiang Chen said solemnly. "We have been thinking about this, but we have no idea how Desolate Palace did it." "Jiang Chen, do you know the secret?" one of the old ancestors asked. They were all half-step human immortal experts. Even if they spent their whole life cultivating a peerless genius, they wouldn't be able to cultivate the 12 Grand Guardians. That's because none of the human immortal old ancestors of Desolate Palace have ascended in the last 100 years. All of them have been hiding in Desolate Palace. Jiang Chen's words caused a huge uproar in the main hall. Everyone's facial expression changed dramatically after hearing what Jiang Chen said. "What? None of the human immortals have ascended? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Take us for example. If we advance to the human immortal realm, we will have completely broken away from the realm of mortals and become true immortals. A world like Saint Origin world will no longer be able to accommodate us. At that time, the immortal world will attract us, forcing us to ascend. How could the human immortals of Desolate Palace not leave?" Old Ancestor Gu Palace shook his head. "That's right. This is the law. No one can break it." Old Ancestor Demon and Old Ancestor Bin Palace agreed with Old Ancestor Gu Palace. It was impossible for a human immortal not to ascend to the immortal realm. "You are all right, but I have to mention another person. Old Ancestor Green Lotus," Jiang Chen said. When Old Ancestor Green Lotus ascended to the immortal realm, he died tragically under the heavenly tribulation. "What does this have to do with him?" someone asked. "What a joke. Given Old Ancestor Green Lotus's ability, how could he die under the heavenly tribulation if he wanted to ascend to the immortal realm? None of the ancestors of the 8 palaces could be compared to Green Lotus. Old Ancestor Green Lotus didn't die at all. He once obtained a treasure in the Immortal Cove Mountain. That treasure can deceive the heaven's secret and prevent the descent of the immortal world's laws. Desolate Palace knew about this treasure, So they secretly framed Green Lotus and imprisoned him when he was undergoing the heavenly tribulation. All these years, old ancestor Green Lotus has been imprisoned in Desolate Palace. The human immortals of Desolate Palace used the treasure to deceive the heaven's secret, preventing all the human immortals from ascending to the immortal realm. Jiang Chen said. At this point, there was no need to hide this secret anymore. What? There's such a thing? That's right. Old ancestor Green Lotus is an eminent monk of Buddha sect. His cultivation base is profound. Even our old ancestor succeeded in his heavenly tribulation. There's no reason for him to fail. It turns out that Desolate Palace has such a big secret. Motherfucker. Desolate Palace is really scheming something big. It seems like those tycoons were secretly trained by these human immortals for the sake of the rise of Desolate Palace. Human immortal experts can't unleash powerful attacks from down there. The power of human immortals is too powerful for this world to withstand. Moreover, the immortal world might attract the attention of human immortals. Basically, human immortals can't attack. Therefore, they have been secretly cultivating geniuses in order to dominate the entire Saint Origin world and strengthen the foundation of Desolate Palace. None of them were fools. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, they could roughly guess what was going on, but it was also because of this that they were shocked. Desolate Palace actually had a mighty human immortal. This was something that none of them had ever thought of and dared not to think about. In their point of view, this was simply impossible, but since it came out from Jiang Chen's mouth, they had reason to believe that it was true. No one asked Jiang Chen how he knew about this secret. In many people's hearts, Jiang Chen was already an omnipotent expert. Therefore, it was very normal for Jiang Chen to know such a big secret. That's right. The purpose of Desolate Palace is very clear. Therefore, if you think that Desolate Emperor and 8th Tycoon alone can stop Desolate Palace, you are too naive. Those human immortal ancestors of Desolate Palace have been plotting for hundreds of years. How can they give up their plan just because of Desolate Emperor? Desolate Emperor's influence isn't that great. Therefore, I estimate that Desolate Palace will make a comeback in at most 3 days. At that time, even Desolate Emperor won't be able to stop them. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, the atmosphere in the conference hall tensed up. Everyone's face darkened, because they knew that what Jiang Chen said was right. If this was the internal secret of Desolate Palace, Desolate Emperor alone wouldn't be able to stop them. Chapter 10:30. After knowing the true strength of Desolate Palace, the confidence they had completely vanished. Initially, they thought that by controlling Desolate Emperor, they would be able to stop Desolate Palace's next move. But now it seemed impossible. Desolate Palace still had a powerful human immortal ancestor behind them. They had been working hard for 100 years just for this day. It was impossible for them to stop just because of Desolate Emperor. But don't worry. Although there are powerful human immortal ancestors in Desolate Palace, those human immortals can't attack us. So we haven't reached the point of no return yet. The situation will open up bit by bit. What I'm worried about now is the Great Guardian who hasn't appeared yet. Jiang Chen said. Everyone's attention was shifted to the Great Tycoon when the name Great Tycoon was mentioned. They had truly neglected this point. The strongest young man who had participated in the previous battle was just second Tycoon. It was imaginable that the hidden Great Tycoon must be even more tyrannical. Thinking of this, the experts of the 3 palaces once again felt a sense of helplessness. The foundation of Desolate Palace was too strong, so strong that they could only look at it in awe. Jiang Chen, what's your plan? Gu Firmament asked. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen. At this point, they really had no other way but to rely on Jiang Chen, hoping that Jiang Chen could continue to bring them miracles and hope for survival. There's no good plan. In the face of such a huge gap in strength, all plans are useless. So what we need to do is to improve our strength. Jiang Chen said. AI. It's so difficult to improve our strength in just a few days. It's like a fantasy. Bing sighed. Everyone's face darkened, but they knew very well that although what Jiang Chen said was cruel, it was the truth. In the face of an absolute gap in strength, all means were futile. They could only fight against it with greater strength. You all might not be able to do it, but I have a way. As long as I break through to the 7th grade Great Saint, that second guardian will no longer be a match for me. At that time, he will be killed by me. As for the Great Guardian, let's not think about it before he appears. We will do it step by step. It won't be easy for Desolate Palace to devour us. I, Jiang Chen, want to grow stronger, and Desolate Palace will be my stepping stone. Jiang Chen's aura suddenly fluctuated. He stood up from his seat and emitted a strong aura of a superior that could make people submit to him. There are only 3 days left. I'm afraid that it won't be easy even for you to advance to the 7th grade Great Saint from the 6th grade Great Saint. An old ancestor of Bin Palace said. They had no doubt about Jiang Chen's strength. They didn't even doubt that a 7th grade Great Saint like Jiang Chen could kill Second Guardian in his half-dragon form. However, the most difficult thing now was to advance to the 7th grade Great Saint from the 6th grade Great Saint in 3 days. It didn't seem to be an easy or impossible task. I have my own way. I'm going to leave Saint Origin Palace for a while. I will be back in 3 days. If there are no accidents, advancing to the 7th grade Great Saint won't be a problem. But before that, I have one more thing to do. Jiang Chen said, then turned to De Huang Dog and Tyrant. De Huang, Tyrant, the time has come when I need you too. Do you still remember how Nebula Sect fought against the Northern and Southern dynasties? You mean the 5 elemental Tajura formation? Tyrant's eyes sparkled. That's right. The 3 of us will set up the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation around Gu Palace. All the 9th grade Great Saints will be guarding it. I have the 5 elemental spirits, Tyrant has the blood red stone tablet, and De Huang has the heavenly book of formation source. With the help of countless experts, even if Desolate Palace suddenly attacks, we will be able to hold them off for some time. Jiang Chen said. All right. Let's not delay any further. Let's get started, said Tyrant. Tyrant said. Everyone could feel how tense the current situation was. All measures had to be implemented without delay. Very quickly, the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation was completed with the 5 elemental spirits as the foundation. A towering blood-red stone tablet hovered at the center of the Grand Formation, radiating dazzling light. This stone tablet was very powerful. Until now, Tyrant hadn't found out what secrets it contained, but its function was undeniable. The supreme experts of the 3 palaces widened their eyes in shock when they saw the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation. Every one of them was a famous expert with profound cultivation. They were existences that stood at the top of the pyramid of the heavens and earth. They were extremely proficient in the Tao of formation, but even the most powerful formation master couldn't help but praise the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation. What a powerful formation! It's a miracle that Jiang Chen possesses the 5 elemental spirits at the same time. The existence of such a monstrous genius is a miracle in itself. Without this miracle, I'm afraid that our 3 palaces would have followed in the footsteps of Narang Palace. With this formation, we can indeed resist Desolate Palace effectively. Now, we just have to see if Jiang Chen can advance to the 7th grade Great Saint as soon as possible. I'm very confident in Jiang Chen now. This man has created countless miracles. His speed of progress has always been amazing. The fate of our 3 palaces is now tied to him. Everyone was amazed. An existence like Jiang Chen was rarely seen in the heavens and earth. Ever since they knew Jiang Chen, everything that Jiang Chen did was significant. De Huang, the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation is guarded by these half-step human immortals. It's absolutely safe. Follow me and leave this place. Jiang Chen left with De Huang Dog, returning to the Pure Land through the spatial passageway of Gu Palace. Little Chenzi, where are we going now? De Huang Dog asked curiously. To the Saint Cliff. Jiang Chen said. The place where you died in your previous life? We have been to that place once, but there was nothing there. We won't get anything if we go there again. The interior of the Saint Cliff is blocked by a heavenly barrier. We can't enter it. De Huang Dog asked doubtfully. That's right. We couldn't enter it in the past, but I'm afraid that we can now. The Zulong Tower might be useful. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He didn't think of it in the beginning, but under the guidance of the Zulong Tower, he was able to pass through the deep layer of the spatial barrier of Desolate Palace and meet up with Ancestor Green Lotus. Perhaps, they would be able to pass through the heavenly barrier and enter the interior of the Saint Cliff. I have left a shocking treasure in the interior of the Saint Cliff. Many of these treasures will be very useful to you. I have a hunch that the last piece of the Heavenly Saint's sword is probably behind the heavenly barrier, at the center of the Saint Cliff. If we can enter it smoothly, not only will my cultivation base advance to the 7th grade Great Saint, your cultivation base will also increase tremendously. At that time, Once the power of the totem divine seal is activated, your cultivation base will reach a terrifying level. Chapter 1031. De Huang Dog's eyes sparkled when he heard the word treasure. To De Huang Dog, there was nothing more attractive than treasure. Wakaka, you are a good kid. Master Dog is very interested in the treasure left behind by the greatest saint. I would like to see what's inside. Big Yellow laughed excitedly. He knew about Jiang Chen's identity as the greatest saint beneath the heavens. The treasures left behind by the greatest saint were very valuable. Very soon, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog arrived at the ancient people's palace through the spatial passageway. They didn't disturb any of the ancient people and headed straight to the Saint Cliff. Saint Origin World had regained its peace after the Devil Races War in Western Domain. However, the people of Pure Land still didn't know that the real chaos of Saint Origin World was still going on in Saint Origin Palace. Narang Palace had signed a slave contract with Desolate Palace. Due to the short period of time, the restriction of the contract hadn't manifested yet. However, it wouldn't take long for the people of the four major families to sense it and be bound by the contract. It was like a curse that they couldn't get rid of for the rest of their lives. This was a tragedy for the four major families, but it couldn't change anything. Only when Desolate Palace was destroyed would the four major families regain their freedom. Saint Cliff. A chilly wind was blowing. The Saint Cliff was now completely barren. Very few people would come to this place. Basically, it was desolate. This was the second time Jiang Chen came to the Saint Cliff after his rebirth. Even though he had lived 2 lives, he still couldn't calm down. This place had a great significance to him. He had left his glory and countless legends here. It was also the biggest pain and unwillingness in his heart. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog came to the front of the invisible barrier. Although they couldn't see it clearly, they could still feel the terror of the barrier. It was a natural barrier that blocked everything. Even a mighty half-step human immortal couldn't go through it. Can we really enter the Zulong Tower? De Huang Dog was skeptical. I once used the Zulong Tower to infiltrate into the inner space of Desolate Palace and met Ancestor Green Lotus. The space that imprisoned Ancestor Green Lotus was built by the immortals. Since the Zulong Tower could easily pass through it, I think it should be possible to enter the space as well. No matter what, I have to give it a try. Jiang Chen said. He was very confident about the Zulong Tower. Moreover, this was his last chance. The last piece of the Heavenly Saint's sword was very likely to be inside the Saint Cliff. In fact, to Jiang Chen, with his current cultivation, he didn't care about the treasures left behind in his previous life. However, the Heavenly Saint's sword was different. If he couldn't find the last piece of the Heavenly Saint's sword, the Heavenly Saint's sword in his hand would only be a broken sword. Even if he arrived in the immortal world, it would still be a broken sword. As a natal weapon, Jiang Chen certainly hoped that his combat weapon was perfect and not a broken sword. If that was the case, it would have a great impact on his future cultivation. This wasn't what Jiang Chen wanted to see. I'll open the Zulong Tower now. You go in first. Jiang Chen tore a hole in the Zulong Tower and let De Huang Dog enter first. Then, he himself entered the Zulong Tower. Under his control, the Zulong Tower silently approached the invisible barrier. As the Zulong Tower approached, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog couldn't help but feel nervous. This was their last chance. If they failed, Desolate Palace wouldn't be able to resist. Pop! When the Zulong Tower collided with the sky barrier, a slight tremor was heard. Jiang Chen became even more nervous, almost holding his breath. But to his surprise, the Zulong Tower didn't bounce back from the sky barrier. It seems to work. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Let's give it a try. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. He controlled the Zulong Tower and slammed it into the inner part of the sky barrier. With a pop sound, the ancient dragon patterns on the surface of the Zulong Tower seemed to be stimulated and began to flow. A surprising scene appeared. The mystical Zulong Tower didn't encounter the slightest hindrance from the sky barrier, and directly rushed into the inner part of the Saint Cliff. Swoosh! Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog instantly walked out from the Zulong Tower. Both of their faces were filled with surprise. They finally made it in. The Zulong Tower is indeed mystical and has endless uses. As the number of floors of the Zulong Tower increases, its uses will definitely increase as well. Right now, Jiang Chen was paying more and more attention to the Zulong Tower. This inherited ancestral dragon's supreme treasure was full of mysteries. Indeed, it had brought a lot of uses to Jiang Chen. It could be imagined that as his cultivation continued to increase, and as the Zulong Tower continued to grow, its uses would definitely increase as well. The surroundings were still filled with a gloomy aura. The cold wind kept blowing, sending chills down everyone's spines. Rocks and broken hills could be seen everywhere. It was a desolate place, and it didn't look like a treasure at all. However, Jiang Chen didn't show any signs of nervousness on his face. He still had the same confident look as if everything was under his control. "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Where's your broken treasure hoard? There's not even a hair here." De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen speechlessly. "With my means, do you think I would casually place my treasure hoard around? Watch carefully," Jiang Chen said and walked a few steps towards the southwest. After confirming the direction, he tore the void with his bare hands. In an instant, countless golden lights rushed out from the void and fell on Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen was still fine, but De Huang Dog immediately became excited. "This is the aura of Saint Elixir, the aura of various precious spiritual herbs, the aura of various powerful demonic spirits and devil spirits, as well as the aura of various weapons and treasures. So, you've created a new space specifically to store treasures. Amazing." De Huang Dog's nose was very sensitive. He didn't even need to look at the treasures. He only needed to sniff it to know what it was. The treasure left behind by Jiang Chen was definitely a peerless treasure in Saint Origin world. If someone could excavate it, it would be able to revitalize countless major powers. Big Yellow was impressed by Jiang Chen's method of leaving behind the treasure. He thought to himself that the greatest saint was indeed the greatest saint. The spatial zone created by Jiang Chen was completely connected to the world barrier. Even a 9th grade great saint treasure hunter would find it extremely difficult to locate the treasure. Big Yellow was impressed by Jiang Chen's method of leaving the treasure. The means of the greatest saint had reached the peak of Saint Origin world in every aspect. Others might not be able to find the treasure, but Jiang Chen could easily find it. After all, this space was created by him. There was a strong connection between them. "Let's go." Jiang Chen took the lead and walked in, followed by De Huang Dog. Since this treasure hoard was created by Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog was defenseless. Jiang Chen wouldn't harm him. Even so, Big Yellow's jaw dropped when he came in. The spatial zone wasn't big, it only had a circumference of 1 mile, which wasn't even as big as a palace. But in this narrow spatial zone, there were formations, trap formations, killing formations, and confusion formations everywhere. All kinds of formations were intertwined with each other. If an ordinary person were to enter this place, he or she would feel dizzy. Motherfucker! The title of the greatest saint is indeed well-deserved. De Huang Dog sighed. He admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. He was afraid that only he, Jiang Chen, could leave such treasures behind. Unfortunately, that's all in the past. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. With a wave of his hand, the formations vanished instantly as if they had sensed something, revealing the situation inside the treasure vault. In this spatial zone, there were all kinds of spatial rings, all kinds of storage magic treasures, all kinds of precious spiritual herbs, countless of them. There were also at least a few hundred combat weapons floating in the air. Big Yellow also saw some 5th grade great saint demon souls that were thrown on the ground as if they were rubbish. There were also plenty of strange pills. Each of them was an absolute treasure in the outside world, but they were casually placed here as if they weren't worth any money at all. Wakaka! Brat, I didn't expect you to have such a strong foundation. I'm going to be rich this time. Master Dog will be able to have a good meal. Big Yellow was so excited that he jumped up from the ground. Without any hesitation, he took a deep breath and sucked in a huge amount of herbs and pills. It seemed like there was nothing this guy couldn't digest. He could eat anything. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. The reason he brought De Huang Dog here was to let him eat. De Huang Dog knew very well how many treasures he had left behind, but he didn't put these things in his eyes. What he wanted the most now was the Heavenly Saint's sword. However, when he left these treasures, the Heavenly Saint's sword hadn't been broken yet, so it wasn't in the treasure hoard. All these years, Jiang Chen had never heard any news about the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint's sword. That was why he guessed that the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint's sword might have fallen into this treasure hoard. Although it was just a guess, it wasn't unfounded. After all, he had fallen in this Saint Cliff. When sure enough, as Jiang Chen inspected the area, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound coming from one of the hundreds of combat weapons floating in the air. Jiang Chen immediately looked over, and he saw an inconspicuous broken sword hovering in the middle of all the combat weapons. The buzzing sound came from the broken sword. Haha, it's really here. Chapter 1032. Jiang Chen casually waved his hand, summoning the last piece of the Heavenly Saint's sword. It automatically flew into Jiang Chen's hand and started jumping around happily. De Huang, there are countless of spiritual herbs and demon souls here. There are plenty of 9th grade Great Saint demon souls and devil souls. You can eat and refine them as much as you want. You have a powerful divine beast bloodline and the blessing of the totem divine seal. You won't miss such a great opportunity. Now, I'm going to refine the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint's sword to perfection. I'm afraid that this process will take at least a day. Jiang Chen said to De Huang Dog. Don't worry. I won't be courteous with you. There are too many good things here, especially those demon souls and devil souls. The totem divine seal and my bloodline can absorb them directly. It won't be a problem for me to advance to the 8th grade Great Saint this time. De Huang Dog was very excited. He was afraid that he would only encounter such a great opportunity once in his life. De Huang Dog wasn't a fool at all. A man and a dog began to refine the Heavenly Saint's sword without any delay. There wasn't much time left. A great crisis could erupt in Saint Origin Palace at any time. The only person who could solve this crisis was Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged, took out the Heavenly Saint's sword and began the fusion process. As this was the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint's sword, Jiang Chen had to refine it to perfection. After the fusion, Jiang Chen would have to absorb the great benefits that it would bring to him. Therefore, it wouldn't be a short time, it would take at least a day. As for the defense, it was too safe here. There was no need for it. There was a heavenly barrier outside that prevented anyone from entering. Even the human immortals of Desolate Palace wouldn't be able to deduce that he was at the center of the Saint Cliff. Meanwhile, in Desolate Palace, the human immortal old ancestor was infuriated. The 12 guardians and the higher-ups of Desolate Palace were trembling in fear, not daring to say a word. A bunch of trash. How could you allow a brat to disrupt the plan of Desolate Palace? Now, even the palace master has been captured by him. This is really shameful. The human immortal old ancestor's cold gaze swept through everyone present. Immediately, everyone felt an intense pressure. Under this pressure, even their souls were trembling. That was the pressure of a powerful human immortal. Even a powerful half-step human immortal would not be able to withstand it. Old ancestor, what should we do now? Second guardian plucked up his courage and asked. Humph. A mere Jiang Chen wants to stop our plan of ruling the entire Saint Origin Palace? That's ridiculous. How can we give up on the 100-year plan of Desolate Palace? Old ancestor harumphed coldly. But old ancestor, Heavenly King is still in their hands. If we take action forcefully, I'm afraid that Heavenly King will be in danger. Heavenly King has a noble status in Desolate Palace. His importance is self-evident. A half-step human immortal supreme elder said worriedly. Immediately go to Gu Palace and spread the word. I will give them 1 day's time. If they release Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian, the 3 palaces will have the chance to sign the contract of submission. If they don't release them after 1 day, Desolate Palace will launch a massive attack and kill every single one of them, making them suffer the true pain of extermination. The old ancestor said coldly without any emotion in his words. But a half-step human immortal elder knitted his eyebrows. They had been with Desolate Emperor for a long time and had a deep relationship with him. If anything happened to Desolate Emperor, it would be the last thing they wanted to see. Moreover, they had also seen Jiang Chen's character clearly. He could be described as cruel and merciless. It was simply impossible for them to ask Jiang Chen to release Desolate Emperor. No buts. We can't allow anyone to obstruct the great plan of Desolate Palace. Desolate Emperor is the leader of Desolate Palace, but he was the first to be captured by the enemy. This is a great humiliation to our Desolate Palace. If he dies, there will be another palace master. Go now. The old ancestor waved his sleeve. No one dared to disobey his order. His words were the absolute authority. Jiang Chen's guess was right. The human immortal experts of Desolate Palace had stayed for 100 years just for this day. The plan of conquering Saint Origin World was about to be completed. Nothing could stop Desolate Palace. Desolate Emperor alone wasn't enough to stop them. In the eyes of the old ancestor, The life of Desolate Emperor was nothing compared to the future of the entire Desolate Palace. Yes, old ancestor. Second guardian clasped his fists at the old ancestor, then turned and left. Outside Gu Palace, second guardian shouted as soon as he arrived. Jiang Chen and the people of the three palaces, listen up. Desolate Palace will give you 1 day to release Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian. In that case, the three palaces will still have the chance to surrender to us. If you don't release them after 1 day, Desolate Palace will launch a full-scale attack on all three palaces. Not even the fowls and dogs will be spared. The word clan extermination reverberated in the air above the ancient palace, drifting into everyone's ears. This caused the members of the three palaces, who had originally seen a glimmer of hope, to instantly fall into the abyss. 1 day. It seemed like this was the final deadline. What? 1 day? It seems like Jiang Chen's guess is right. Compared to the determination of Desolate Palace to conquer Saint Origin World, Desolate Emperor alone is obviously not enough. We initially thought that we would have 3 days, but Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian are only worth 1 day. AI. What will come, but 1 day is too short. No matter how much of a genius Jiang Chen is, I'm afraid that he won't be able to break through to the 7th grade Great Saint in 1 day. The crisis of the three palaces has finally arrived. I hope that Jiang Chen can bring us another miracle. Otherwise, the three palaces will be doomed eternally and will face the real calamity of extermination. The higher-ups of the three palaces sighed once more. Given their current situation, it was naturally impossible for them to release Desolate Emperor. Even if Second Guardian said that they could surrender to Desolate Emperor certainly wouldn't agree to it. As the master of Desolate Palace, the supreme ruler, if he was captured by the enemy and suffered endless humiliation, the first thing he would do when he had the chance would be to seek revenge. At that time, he would annihilate the three palaces. The three palaces had no other way out now. They could only hold on. To them, all of their hopes were placed on Jiang Chen. They prayed that Jiang Chen could break through to a higher realm in a day's time. At that time, he would be able to turn the tide, even though they knew that it was an impossible task. In the Saint Cliff, Jiang Chen had completed the final fusion of the Heavenly Saint Sword at his fastest speed. This process had taken him nearly half a day. Howl. Chapter 1033. Along with the great perfection of the Heavenly Saint Sword, Jiang Chen began to receive continuous benefits. The potential energy was stimulated, causing the number of dragon marks in his Qi Si to increase. Very quickly, 500 dragon marks were formed. The total number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached 92,000. He was about to break through to the 7th grade Great Saint. An incomparably powerful wave of qi burst out from Jiang Chen's body. The 7th grade Great Saint was also a threshold. If the 9 grades of Great Saint were divided into 3 stages, then the 7th grade Great Saint would be the late Great Saint. Even though he had just stepped into the late Great Saint realm, he was still many times stronger than a 6th grade Great Saint. However, advancing to the 7th grade Great Saint wasn't Jiang Chen's limit. The enhancement brought to him by the great perfection of the Heavenly Saint Sword was definitely more than this. New dragon marks were still being condensed. It seemed like it wouldn't be a problem for him to push his cultivation to the peak of the 7th grade Great Saint. Jiang Chen, who was a 7th grade Great Saint, could easily kill the 12 guardians and even the 2nd guardian. If Jiang Chen's cultivation reached the peak of the 7th grade Great Saint, 2nd guardian would be no match for Jiang Chen and would be killed on the spot. On the other side, De Huang Dog's body was going through a tremendous change. His body was wrapped by a golden cocoon. The cocoon was formed by abundant energy. No one knew how many spiritual herbs, demon souls and devil souls De Huang Dog had consumed. His cultivation base was rising rapidly. A day passed quickly. As expected, Jiang Chen's cultivation base had reached the peak of the 7th grade Great Saint. The number of dragon marks in his body had reached 93,500. He only needed another 500 more dragon marks to advance to the 8th grade Great Saint. At this moment, Jiang Chen's cultivation base was much stronger than before. It was completely incomparable. Voila! The energy and aura receded back into Jiang Chen's body like a receding tide. Jiang Chen opened his eyes, and the Heavenly Saint Sword automatically fell into his hand. His pair of golden eyes flickered with brilliance, and he couldn't help but smile. With my current strength, coupled with the Great Circle Heavenly Saint Sword, Killing the second tycoon will be a piece of cake. However, I'm afraid that the hidden big tycoon will be difficult to deal with. But I, Jiang Chen, don't care. I'll take it one step at a time and come up with a countermeasure later. The current Jiang Chen didn't put second guardian in his eyes anymore. What he cared about now was Big Guardian, who had never appeared before. Obviously, Big Guardian was much stronger than second guardian. Unless he advanced to the 8th grade Great Saint, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. Jiang Chen stood up and looked at the sleeping De Huang dog. Without disturbing him, he walked out of the spatial zone and walked towards the exit of the Saint Cliff. He easily passed through the heaven barrier and found out that it didn't hinder anyone from going out. It only stopped the people from coming in. I have no idea what's going on in Saint Origin Palace. I'll go back first and let De Huang break through to a higher realm. He will return after he succeeds. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be negligent. The situation in Saint Origin Palace was too urgent. Although he said that he had 3 days at most, there were too many variables. Currently, the situation in Saint Origin Palace had exceeded Jiang Chen's expectation. The deadline was up. Desolate Palace had launched a large-scale attack. Their momentum and murderous intent soared to the sky. Countless experts were spread outside the ancient palace. The pressure and chi they emitted almost shrouded the entire sky above the ancient palace, making people feel suffocated. Second Guardian stood at the front. His white robe fluttered in the wind. The folding fan in his hand shot out rays of light like sharp swords. His whole body was filled with murderous intent, completely different from the temperament of a scholar. People of the 3 palaces, listen up. You all have one last chance. Hand over Heavenly King and 8th Guardian and submit to us. Second Guardian's voice was stern. However, even after Second Guardian's voice faded, Gu Palace was still as calm as before. In the face of such a situation, Second Guardian's anger finally flared up. His patience had reached its limit. Good. Very good. Since you 3 palaces are courting death, don't blame us for not giving you a chance. Everyone, listen up. Attack Gu Palace immediately. Kill everyone here. Don't spare even the fowls and dogs. Second Guardian gave his order. All of a sudden, the experts of Desolate Palace, the remaining 10 guardians, Narang Palace, Shi Palace, Dan Palace, and Hua Palace rushed towards Gu Palace. Violent attacks began to bombard Gu Palace. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that such a huge force and terrifying combat energy was unique. It was imaginable that if these energies were to bombard Gu Palace, the entire palace would be turned into powder in an instant and disappear from this world. The experts of the 3 palaces' facial expression changed dramatically. This was a super war. No one had the confidence to stay alive in such a war. It was impossible to start a war directly. Even with the help of the devil race, the gap between both sides was still huge. The only thing they could rely on now was the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation. However, most of them weren't very confident about the Grand Formation left behind by Jiang Chen. In fact, it wasn't because they didn't have confidence in the Grand Formation, but because the opponent was too strong. It was enough to make them despair. Everyone, do your best to defend the Grand Formation. Gu Firmament roared. The 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation was their last hope. Once this Grand Formation was torn apart, the 3 palaces would be completely finished. There was no hope left. Now that the experts of the 3 palaces and the devil race were here, it was enough to support the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation. At this critical moment, no one dared to be negligent. Everyone exerted 120% of their strength to support the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation. Hung Long. The violent energy bombarded the Grand Formation, causing it to shake violently. Its light dimmed a lot, but what made the experts of the 3 palaces happy was that the Grand Formation had really withstood the attack. What a powerful 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation. How can it have such a powerful defensive ability? Don't be happy too early. The enemy has just started their attack. They won't stop. The stronger the attack, the more energy it consumes. We don't know how long it can last. Everyone, don't be negligent. Hold on until Jiang Chen returns. I have made some calculations yesterday. The end of our 3 palaces hasn't come yet. Jiang Chen is still the biggest variable. The experts of the 3 palaces were excited. The words of Ancestor Gu Palace had given them a boost of confidence, giving them hope in Jiang Chen once again. What kind of grand formation is that? How can it withstand such a powerful attack? I have never seen such a grand formation. It seems like the three palaces are well prepared. Cut the crap. The stronger the formation, the more energy it consumes. I would like to see how long they can last. Attack. Destroy this grand formation. The emergence of the 5 elemental Tajura formation had surprised many of them, however, they were still the strongest. Under the absolute suppression of strength, no matter how powerful the formation was impossible for it to withstand the attack. Second Guardian was furious. He personally launched an attack. The huge fan in his hand was 100 meters long. Every time it was fanned, an earth-shattering chi would burst out. All the Guardians and half-step human immortals concentrated their energy to attack the 5 formation cores of the Grand Formation. Soon, cracks appeared on the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation. This situation made the experts of the 3 palaces nervous again. It's too depressing to fight like this. Han Yen held the Supreme Devil Wand in his hand. His white hair fluttered in the wind like a mad devil. He rushed out of the Grand Formation with extreme speed and came to a 9th grade Great Saint of Desolate Palace. Without saying a word, he released thousands of devil waves from the Supreme Devil Wand and smashed it at the 9th grade Great Saint. What? The 9th grade Great Saint exclaimed. An extreme sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. He had never thought that someone would dare to rush out of the Grand Formation. In Desolate Palace's point of view, the experts of the 3 palaces should be holing up in the Grand Formation to protect themselves. Coming out of the Grand Formation was no different from courting death. Unfortunately, it was hard to say who was the one courting death. Just like now, he had suffered a sneak attack from Han Yen. Hung Long. The speed of the Supreme Devil Wand was too fast. It smashed the 9th grade Great Saint's head. The Great Saint let out a wail and was smashed into powder on the spot. Han Yan's current cultivation base was at the peak of the 8th grade Great Saint. Adding the Supreme Devil Wand in his hand, he could easily kill any ordinary 9th grade Great Saint. He could even fight those guardians to a draw. To put it bluntly, the current Han Yen had the combat strength of a half-step human immortal. Gu Tianma had the complete bloodline, the Great Devil Curse and the Supreme Devil Wand. Even those guardians would be killed by Han Yen if they weren't careful. Once the Great Devil Curse was unleashed, one would be affected by it if they were not careful. This could be seen from how Sang Ba killed the geniuses of Saint Origin Palace. There is a mad devil rushing out. Kill him now. Someone came to his senses and immediately roared. Voila! For a moment, a dozen 9th grade Great Saints besieged Jiang Chen, including the Palace Master of Dan Palace and Hua Palace. As Palace Masters, their combat strength was stronger than ordinary 9th grade Great Saints, but Han Yen didn't care about it at all. It was an incomparably easy task for him to kill them. It could be said that he just needed to do it casually. A mad devil dares to be so arrogant here? You are Jiang Chen's friend. Go to hell. The Palace Master of Hua Palace said while gritting his teeth. They had already submitted to Desolate Palace and couldn't resist. Their hearts were filled with grievance. Plus, they had a grudge against Jiang Chen. Naturally, they would vent their anger on Jiang Chen. Coincidentally, Han Yen was Jiang Chen's friend, so there was nothing else to say. They killed him without hesitation. Chapter 1034. Dozens of 9th grade Great Saints surrounded Han Yen. Facing such a powerful group, no one wouldn't feel fear. After all, Han Yen was merely an 8th grade Great Saint. Even if he was at the peak of 8th grade Great Saint, there was still an unimaginable gap between him and a 9th grade Great Saint. Unfortunately, this gap was only for ordinary people. Obviously, Han Yen wasn't one of them. The combination of Gu Tianma's bloodline, Great Devil Curse and Supreme Devil Wand was enough to create a peerless genius. Kill! The Palace Master of Shi Palace bellowed and took the lead to lunge at Han Yen. At the same time, the other 9th grade Great Saints launched their attacks from different directions. It seemed like they were going to kill Han Yen with a single strike. Humph! Han Yen sneered. He didn't care about the joint attack of so many 9th grade Great Saints. A monstrous devil wave burst out from his body and turned into a domain. He chanted an indescribable devil incantation, casting out the Great Devil Curse. Many of them were caught off guard and were slightly affected by it. Great Devil Curse, Han Yen said coldly. In such a fierce battle of life and death, even the slightest impact would be fatal. Han Yan's Great Devil Curse was cast using Gu Tianma's bloodline. It was much more powerful than Sang Ba's. This kind of great devil curse was usually targeted at a single target. A wide area attack wouldn't be able to achieve a good effect. However, Han Yan's Gu Tianma bloodline was extraordinarily terrifying. Coupled with the help of the Supreme Devil Wand, one should know that the Great Devil Curse was derived from the Supreme Devil Wand. It was imaginable how powerful the Great Devil Curse was. At least 5 of the dozen 9th grade Great Saints were affected by the Great Devil Curse. Han Yan waved the Devil Wand madly, leaving phantoms everywhere. The powerful Devil Wand was resisting the joint attack of the other experts while bombarding the heads of the 5 who were affected by the Great Devil Curse. Arg! The 5 super Great Saints were instantly killed by Han Yan, turning into a mist of blood that drifted in the void. The whole scene was extremely bloody. Anyone who saw it would tremble in fear. Those were 9th grade Great Saints, supreme existences. They were like gods in the eyes of countless people. But now, they were killed by Han Yan as if they were ants. This was just too ridiculous. Be careful, everyone. This brat can cast the Great Devil Curse. Damn it! Hall Master Shi could not help but exclaim. He had seen Sang Ba use the Great Demon Curse before, so he recognized it. However, Sang Ba's Great Demon Curse paled in comparison to the white-haired young man before him. There was no way they could be mentioned in the same breath. No matter how powerful Sang Ba was, it was impossible for him to use the Great Devil Curse to affect them. However, Han Yan's Great Devil Curse could affect 5 people in an instant. This was too terrifying. No matter how powerful Sang Ba was, he wouldn't be able to use the Great Devil King to them, of Great Saints. This is too shocking. All the monstrous geniuses have gathered together. Everyone around Jiang Chen is a capable person with extraordinary means. I wouldn't believe that he could kill 5 9th grade Great Saints with a single strike if I didn't see it with my own eyes. That's right. That's right. Feels so good. This is so good. Many people on the side of the 3 palaces were shocked when they saw Han Yan killing a 9th grade Great Saint effortlessly. But at the same time, they felt incomparably delighted. In such a huge battle, the emergence of such a ferocious figure who could kill a 9th grade Great Saint on the enemy's side was a very good thing to boost the morale of their forces. Haha! Han Yan waved the Supreme Devil Wand in his hand again. Layers of devil waves rolled out. This time, he locked on the Palace Master of Shi Palace. Since he was going to kill someone, he might as well kill a big guy. No! The leader of Shi Palace cried out in alarm. Han Yan's actions were too fast. He felt a strong sense of death. Even though he had helpers by his side, he still felt isolated and helpless. It was as if no matter how many helpers he had, they wouldn't be able to save his life. It was a feeling that made him feel incomparably aggrieved. For a figure like the Palace Master of Shi Palace, he had never experienced such a thing in his life. It was the taste of death, a very strong taste. Bang! The boundless devil power of the Supreme Devil Wand had completely locked the Palace Master of Shi Palace. The Supreme Devil Wand of the Devil Race was so powerful that the Palace Master of Shi Palace couldn't resist it at all. Like the other 9th grade Great Saints, he died tragically under the attack of the Supreme Devil Wand, turning into a mist of blood. Han Yan had killed a few 9th grade Great Saints. Perhaps these 9th grade Great Saints were nothing to the current camp of Desolate Palace, but it was a great blow to the morale of Desolate Palace. Another arrogant guy has emerged. Old 9. Go and get rid of him. Second Guardian, who was attacking the 5 elemental Tajura formation, said. All right, I will go and kill him now. 9th Guardian said and appeared in front of Han Yan with a sway. Without saying a word, he struck out with the heaven-splitting Divine Claw. This was the unique combat technique of Desolate Palace. Its power was many times stronger in the hands of these Guardians. Han Yan's face turned solemn. Sure enough, the Guardians of Desolate Palace weren't comparable to ordinary experts. Although they were both 9th grade Great Saints, the gap between the Palace Master of Shi Palace and 9th Guardian was too huge. However, Han Yan wasn't afraid. His current strength was very strong. No matter how strong the enemy was, he wouldn't retreat. Devil as deep as the sea. Han Yan waved the Supreme Devil Wand once more, striking out a powerful innate ability. Gu Tianma's bloodline was stimulated to the extreme. Under the impact of the violent energy, the void began to distort. Layers of devil chi evolved into a devil sea. Each of the devil wind was the most powerful attack, like an indestructible sharp sword. This powerful divine ability was enhanced by Gu Tianma using the Supreme Devil Wand. It was imaginable how powerful it was. The boundless energy collided with the heaven-splitting divine claw head-on. The huge claw was instantly shrouded by the Devil Sea. Hung Long. Immediately, the entire Devil Sea exploded. It was the result of the collision of boundless energy. Large amounts of sparks evolved into flames, intertwining the battlefield into chaos. Good heavens! An 8th grade great saint is actually able to fight me. There are so many extraordinary geniuses in the 3 palaces. 9th Guardian was shocked. He wasn't afraid of Han Yan, but Han Yan's power had surprised him. He had never doubted his own talent and never put ordinary people in his eyes, but this white-haired youth in front of him, who seemed to be a lot younger than him, was able to withstand his attack with just an 8th grade great saint. If this youth was at the same level as him, he was afraid that he would be killed instantly like the palace master of Sher Palace. 6th brother. You go and kill him immediately. Don't disgrace the dignity of Desolate Palace. 2nd Guardian issued another order. They had come to attack the 3 palaces in an imposing manner, but before they could even break the defensive formation of the 3 palaces, a few of their 9th grade great saints had been killed by a devil brat. A few 9th grade great saints wasn't a big deal, but it had affected the morale of Desolate Palace and the dignity of Desolate Palace. Dong. 6th Guardian's chi fluctuated as he flew towards Han Yan, but his action was already noticed by Han Yan. I'm done playing with you guys. Han Yan returned to the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation in an instant, leaving 6th Guardian in the air. Han Yan was a very smart man. He knew that it wouldn't be a problem to deal with one of the 12 Guardians, but if 2 of them joined forces, he wouldn't be a match for them. Unless he advanced to the 9th grade great saint, he wouldn't be able to put them in his eyes. However, he had already achieved his goal. He had greatly raised the morale of the 3 palaces, allowing them to slowly walk out from the shadows. As for turning the tide with his own strength, he knew his own limits. He would leave this matter to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was the only one who could do it. Brat, come out and fight me if you have the guts. 6th Guardian yelled while gritting his teeth. Haha, 2 against 1? Don't you have any shame? Han Yan laughed heartily and ignored him. Humph. I'll tear you apart with my own hands once I've broken your damn formation. 6th Guardian harumphed coldly and said ferociously. He had already locked on Han Yan's chi. As long as Han Yan dared to come out again, he would kill him immediately. Furthermore, once the grand formation was broken, 6th Guardian would kill Han Yan immediately. Hung Long. The violent attacks were still going on. There were too many experts of Desolate Palace and the energy they unleashed was too massive. The 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation was on the verge of collapsing after such a long time. Every collision would shake the Grand Formation violently. By now, tiny cracks had appeared on the Grand Formation and these cracks were still expanding. The blood and chi of the experts who were supporting the 5 elemental Tajura Grand Formation were starting to run out of energy. Once they couldn't hold on any longer, the Grand Formation would be destroyed immediately. At that time, the doomsday of the 3 palaces would come. We are doomed. Jiang Chen said 3 days. If he estimates it to be 3 days, we won't be able to hold on until he comes back. That's right. It seems like we can only hold on for another 10 minutes at most. The Grand Formation is starting to crack. It will be broken very soon. Motherfucker. Let's fight them to the death. Even if I die, I will drag one of them down with me. Now that things had come to this point, many people of the 3 palaces were in despair once again. They had placed all their hopes on Jiang Chen, but it seemed like it would be difficult for Jiang Chen to rush back within 10 minutes. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox. Some of them were already prepared to die. They wanted to fight to the death with Desolate Palace. Jiang Chen, have you become a coward? Don't you dare to show yourself? 2nd Guardian shouted towards the interior of Gu Palace in an imposing manner because he couldn't sense Jiang Chen's chi. Who said I don't dare to show myself? I'm here and it will be your doomsday. Almost as soon as 2nd Guardian's voice faded, an extremely vigorous voice sounded from the interior of Gu Palace. Chapter 1035. Although the speaker hadn't appeared yet, the experts of the 3 palaces began to get excited because they were all too familiar with this voice. It was none other than Jiang Chen, the true creator of miracles. He would always appear at the most critical moment and turn the tide. A white-clothed silhouette appeared like a ghost and came to the sky above Gu Palace. He was none other than Jiang Chen. He didn't stand inside the 5-elemental Tajura formation, but just stood outside, facing the experts of Desolate Palace without a hint of fear on his face. What an imposing manner! This is what a true peerless figure should be like. Just the qi that he exudes is enough to subdue people. Have you all noticed that Jiang Chen's qi has become much stronger than before after he left for a day? He has already advanced to the peak of the 7th grade Great Saint. This is simply a miracle. I'm afraid that Jiang Chen is the only one in the entire heavens and earth with such a terrifying speed of advancement. Amazing! Jiang Chen has advanced once again. He was able to kill Tycoon before his advancement, but now that he has advanced, I'm afraid that even second Tycoon is no match for him. There is hope for our 3 palaces. One man turned the tide. This is the domineering aura that no one can compare with. The experts of the 3 palaces were looking at Jiang Chen with respectful eyes. In their eyes, Jiang Chen's skinny figure had become incomparably tall, taller than the sky and unreachable. It was a symbol of status. Today, Jiang Chen's status was irreplaceable by the 3 palaces. Everyone had placed their hopes on him as he was a godlike existence. The emergence of Jiang Chen stopped the attacks of the experts of Desolate Palace. The 5-elemental Tajura formation also recovered temporarily. Second Guardian looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of surprise in his eyes. With his perception, he could clearly sense that Jiang Chen was much stronger than yesterday. Even someone as proud as Second Guardian could not compare to Jiang Chen's heaven-defying growth rate. Of course, even if Jiang Chen had advanced to the peak of 7th grade Great Saint, Second Guardian still wouldn't be afraid of him. After all, he was too confident in himself. Jiang Chen's growth was only worth a second glance. In his heart, Jiang Chen was still not on the same level as him. Jiang Chen, I'll say it for the last time. Let Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian go and the 3 palaces might still have a chance of survival. Otherwise, the only thing that awaits you is extermination. Second Guardian's eyes flickered as he said to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. He dragged Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian out of the Zulong Tower. Desolate Emperor was originally imprisoned in Gu Palace, but Jiang Chen had just captured him. Jiang Chen, you are sensible, Desolate Emperor said fiercely. What are you so proud of? I didn't say that I will let you go. Jiang Chen glared at Desolate Emperor. Jiang Chen, let them go. Don't let yourself fall into an irrecoverable situation. Second Guardian said. Is that so? I'm afraid that it won't be the 3 palaces that will fall into an irrecoverable situation, but your Desolate Palace. I won't let Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian go. The reason why I asked them to come out is to kill them in front of your Desolate Palace. Jiang Chen said coldly. He had already achieved his goal of capturing Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian. The reason why he captured Desolate Emperor was to buy more time. He thought that with Desolate Emperor's identity, he would be able to delay them for 3 days. But he didn't expect that Desolate Palace would launch another attack in just 1 day. It was obvious that Desolate Emperor's influence wasn't that great. Fortunately, Jiang Chen found the last fragment of the Heavenly Saint's sword in time. Everything was still in time. Presumptuous! How dare you! Second Guardian was infuriated. The Supreme Elder of Desolate Palace was also enraged. Jiang Chen wanted to kill Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian in front of them. This was simply a provocation and humiliation to Desolate Palace. Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but he used his actions to show them his courage. Ignoring the terrified faces of Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian, Jiang Chen stretched out 2 fingers and pointed at the glabella of Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian with lightning speed. Puchi! Both of them let out a final wail. An arrow of blood spurted out from their glabella. Both of them died on the spot. Jiang Chen didn't even spare their corpses. He sealed them with a formation and threw them into the Zulong Tower. The reason why he sealed them was because the characteristics of the Zulong Tower was too terrifying. A slight carelessness would cause the corpses to be devoured by the Zulong Tower. Naturally, Jiang Chen had other uses for these corpses. Hua! Seeing that Jiang Chen had killed Desolate Emperor and 8th Guardian in front of Desolate Palace, not only Desolate Palace, but even Gu Palace was shocked. Such an action was too heaven-defying. This was no longer as simple as slapping Desolate Palace's face. Jiang Chen's action would definitely infuriate the people of Desolate Palace. This time, there was no room for negotiation between the 2 sides. It was either you die or I live. As a matter of fact, everyone knew that the relationship between the two sides had already reached such a stage. Even if Jiang Chen didn't kill Desolate Emperor, it wouldn't change anything. Bastard! How dare he do this? Damn it! He killed our palace master. Kill him. We must tear him into 1,000 pieces and annihilate the 3 palaces. Everyone here must die today. Not even their corpses will be preserved. We must kill them all. Not even the fowls and dogs will be spared. This is too hateful. They killed our palace master and completely disrespected us. What's the difference between this and slapping our face? This is too abominable. We have suffered a great loss. The people of Desolate Palace were completely infuriated. From the half-step human immortal supreme elder to the 8th grade great saint, all of them were infuriated. Their eyes turned red. It seemed like they were determined to annihilate the 3 palaces. They wanted to capture Jiang Chen, make him suffer 1,000 tribulations, and then kill him. Jiang Chen, I never thought that you would be so ruthless. You are the one who has cut off the path of retreat of the 3 palaces. Today will be the biggest massacre in the history of Saint Origin World. A one-sided massacre. Second Guardian's face turned ferocious. Hong. Jiang Chen was indifferent to their anger. With a wave of his qi, he transformed into his dragon form. Powerful dragon qi spread out, filling the air with the smell of slaughter. Second Guardian, you are right. Today is destined to be the biggest massacre in the history of Saint Origin World. A one-sided massacre. However, it won't be you who will kill the 3 palaces. It will be me who will kill all of you. Jiang Chen said loudly. Arrogance. Arrogance filled the entire sky. In the history of the Saint Origin realm, no one had ever seen such an arrogant man. In many people's minds, Jiang Chen's arrogance had reached a point where there was no cure for it. I'm going to kill him to avenge 8th sister. A man stood out first. He was holding a golden saber in his hand. Without saying a word, he slashed at Jiang Chen. The one who attacked was none other than 5th Guardian. The fact that he was ranked 5th among the 13 of them was enough to show his strength. He was strong enough to fight any ordinary half-step human immortal expert. Now, he had been blinded by anger. The 13 of them had been cultivating together for many years, so they had a good relationship with each other. Naturally, he was infuriated when he saw 8th Guardian being killed. Be careful. 5th Guardian. 2nd Guardian warned, but it was already too late. Humph. You bunch of guardians think too highly of yourselves. Dang. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. The Heavenly Saint's sword rippled in his hand. The power of the perfect Heavenly Saint's sword was incomparable to any ordinary combat weapon. Howl. Jiang Chen slashed out with lightning speed. The sharp sword light was like a violent storm. It was so fast that 5th Guardian didn't even have the chance to react. Poochie! Arg! Along with a wail, 5th Guardian was slashed into half by Jiang Chen's sword without any resistance. Blood gushed out from his body. Jiang Chen grabbed 5th Guardian's body, sealed it, and threw it into the Zulong Tower. 5th Guardian was killed with a single slash. Who else is there? Jiang Chen stood with his sword. His overbearing qi filled the air. Haha, good. Jiang Chen is even more powerful now. The Guardians of Desolate Palace are no match for him. Amazing! 5th Guardian was killed with a single slash. 2 of the 13 Guardians are dead. I'm afraid that even the mighty 2nd Guardian is no match for Jiang Chen. This slash was too inspiring. The experts of the 3 palaces were completely excited. They couldn't help but think of what Jiang Chen said just now. Today was destined to be the biggest massacre in the history of Saint Origin World, and it was a one-sided massacre. However, it was hard to say who would be the one to kill who. 5th brother. Bastard. I'm going to kill him. The remaining Guardians were even more infuriated. 6th Guardian lunged at Jiang Chen once more, but was stopped by 2nd Guardian. Let me do it. You are no match for him. 2nd Guardian's tone was very dignified. His gaze towards Jiang Chen turned solemn. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would grow to such an extent in just one day. Now, it seemed like he was the only one who could fight Jiang Chen in the entire Desolate Palace. You are no match for me either. Let your 1st Guardian come out. Jiang Chen pointed his sword at 2nd Guardian. His eyes and tone were full of contempt. I'm more than enough to deal with you. I don't need Big Brother's help. Second Guardian opened the folding fan in his hand and slapped at Jiang Chen fiercely. A rainstorm-like energy rustled. It was a huge golden barrier that was powerful enough to destroy everything. It reached Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. In the face of such a powerful attack, Jiang Chen's facial expression remained the same. Given his current strength, he no longer put Second Guardian in his eyes. Swoosh! The Heavenly Saint's sword was thrown out by Jiang Chen once again. Everyone saw the sharp impact of the Heavenly Saint's sword. The golden barrier was torn into two halves. The powerful sword chi continued to rush towards Second Guardian. What? Chapter 1036. Second Guardian was completely shocked. He had expected that Jiang Chen would be stronger than yesterday, but he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be this powerful. Even with his tyrannical strength, his powerful attack was torn apart by Jiang Chen in just a single move. What was even more terrifying was that Jiang Chen's attack was so powerful that it put him under tremendous pressure. I'd like to see how strong you can be. Second Guardian was determined. He pushed his strength to the limit. That's right, he pushed his strength to the limit. Boundless energy gushed out like a torrential storm and poured into the big fan in his hand. Once again, he rushed towards Jiang Chen's sword light. Your momentum is great, but it's a pity that you're no longer my opponent. How could Jiang Chen give Second Guardian any chance? Before the aftershock of the first sword attack ended, the second sword attack was already unleashed by him. The Heavenly Saint's sword that had reached the perfection realm was now able to exude an irresistible power. Voila! Countless terrifying sword lights interweaved and formed a sword net, covering an area of dozens of miles. Fortunately, a battle between experts of this level could open up a new battlefield at any time. Otherwise, it was unknown how many people would be affected by this attack. Rumble! The sword net and the big fan collided once again. The boundless void was instantly shattered and a big hole was created in the sky. It seemed like Second Guardian couldn't withstand such a powerful impact and was sent flying away. His complexion turned extremely pale. Bas! The Heavenly Saint's sword vibrated and chased after Second Guardian at an extremely fast speed. In just a blink of an eye, it had caught up with Second Guardian. In desperation, Second Guardian could only continue to raise his big fan to block the attack. Chila! Jiang Chen's Heavenly Saint's sword was in its true form. All of his energy was instilled into the sword. With a sound of Chila, Second Guardian's fan was torn into two halves from the middle. Second Guardian was affected once more, but this time, his condition was even worse. Immediately, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible. Second Guardian looked at the folded fan in his hand with a horrified face. His face was filled with extreme shock. He simply couldn't imagine that he would be defeated by a 7th-grade great saint with his current strength. More importantly, the folding fan in his hand was made of the highest grade material. It was his natal weapon that had always been invincible. Today, it was destroyed by Jiang Chen, which made his heart bleed. That's right, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen. Good. The people of the three palaces were cheering, especially the people of Gu Palace. Many of them were jumping with excitement. Such a scene was too inspiring. Now, even the mighty Second Guardian was no match for Jiang Chen. This gave them hope. All along, the pressure from Desolate Palace had been too great, making them breathless. Today, Jiang Chen had turned the tide. It seemed like he was going to turn the situation around by himself. This was something that they didn't even dare to think about before. How could this happen? What kind of monstrous genius is this Jiang Chen? He is just too abnormal. He is merely a 7th-grade great saint, and not even Second Guardian is a match for him. Doesn't this mean that no one on our side can suppress Jiang Chen anymore? This man is too scary. We didn't kill him in the beginning. Today, our desolate palace has suffered such a huge blow. Damn it! If Second Guardian is defeated, how are we going to fight the next battle? Could it be that Jiang Chen is going to repel all of us? That will be too shameful. Compared to the excitement of the three palaces, the atmosphere on the side of Desolate Palace began to become depressing. They had a lot of experts and could be considered as one of the super major powers in Saint Origin World. Any major power that went against them would only end up being annihilated. But now, the morale of this super major had fallen to its lowest point. They could have attacked the experts of the three palaces crazily to make Jiang Chen hesitate. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen was well prepared. The 5-elemental Tajura Grand Formation was enough to stop everything. Facing Jiang Chen alone, they didn't have the slightest confidence that they could win. This was a kind of mockery. Second Guardian, now tell us, who is going to kill who today? Jiang Chen said in a slow manner. Jiang Chen, I admit that you are very powerful and I'm no match for you, but don't be too complacent. The foundation of Desolate Palace isn't something you can imagine. Now that the 3 palaces are hiding in the Grand Formation, no matter how powerful you are, how can you withstand the joint attack of so many half-step human immortals? Second Guardian's voice was stern. He had never suffered such a serious blow before. That kind of humiliation made him unable to lift his head for the rest of his life. Therefore, he had to kill Jiang Chen today. No matter what method he had to use, only by killing Jiang Chen would he be able to save his face. Not only that, Second Guardian felt a great threat from Jiang Chen. That was a threat to the entire Desolate Palace. This man had grown too fast. If he continued to grow, he was afraid that not even Great Guardian would be able to suppress him. Is that so? If I want to kill you, you will die immediately. You won't even have the chance to join forces with me. But now, I'm giving you all the chance to join forces. I would like to see if you are a match for me. Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest. His face was full of confidence. He couldn't wait for all the half-step human immortals and even 9th-grade great saints to join forces with him. In that case, he would be able to eliminate all of them in one fell swoop, leaving no chance for anyone to escape. It would be a real bloody massacre. History had proven that it was impossible to defeat Jiang Chen with numbers. The reason why Jiang Chen gave them the chance to join forces was to eliminate all of them in one fell swoop. If he could defeat them one by one, many of them would be able to escape. Presumptuous. Jiang Chen, you are too presumptuous. Since you are so presumptuous, you will regret it later. All guardians, half-step human immortals and 9th-grade great saints, listen up. Immediately join forces to seal this void and besiege Jiang Chen. Second Guardian put away the worn-out folding fan in his hand and gave the order. Voila! As soon as Second Guardian's voice faded, the forces of Desolate Palace became restless. There were 4 half-step human immortals in Desolate Palace and 12 half-step human immortals from the other 4 palaces. A total of 16 half-step human immortals and 10 guardians. Their combat strength was equivalent to 26 half-step human immortals. In addition to that, there were dozens of 9th-grade great saints in the 5 major palaces and a large number of 8th-grade great saint geniuses cultivated by Desolate Palace. Each of them was equivalent to an ordinary 9th-grade great saint. In total, there were more than 100 half-step human immortals. With such a huge army and such frightening combat strength, perhaps no one in the entire Saint Origin realm would be able to see something like this. But this was the first time in the history of the Saint Origin realm that so many people had joined hands to deal with a single man. No matter what the outcome of today's battle was, Jiang Chen's name would be recorded in the history books. The aura of over 100 warriors merged together, creating a huge battlefield. Over 100 warriors surrounded Jiang Chen tightly, making it impossible for him to escape. Hiss! Everyone on the side of the 3 palaces sucked in a cold breath. Such a scene was too shocking. It was something that they had never seen before. Apart from that, everyone began to worry about Jiang Chen. More than 100 half-step human immortals and 9th-grade great saints had joined forces to deal with a 7th-grade great saint. How could he survive? Even if Jiang Chen was in his previous life, he wouldn't be able to fight so many enemies with just 2 fists. Such a huge force would surely exhaust Jiang Chen to death. Jiang Chen is too careless. He actually gave them the chance to join forces. This is going to be difficult to deal with. That's right. No matter how heaven-defying Jiang Chen is, I'm afraid that he won't be a match for such a huge force. The experts on the side of the 3 palaces began to worry. Many of the half-step human immortals were ready to help Jiang Chen. Although the number of experts on their side was relatively small, they could still be of some help. They couldn't let Jiang Chen fight so many experts alone. Everyone, don't panic. Little Chenzi alone is enough to deal with them. He had encountered such a situation before, and the ones who ended up in a miserable state were the enemies. If you all enter the battlefield, I'm afraid that not only will you not be of much help, you will also be a hindrance and affect Little Chenzi's attack. Tyrant hastily reminded everyone. He knew all too well about Jiang Chen's means. The current situation was exactly the same as the time when the northern and southern dynasties attacked Nebula Sect. Tyrant was present at that time. He knew that Jiang Chen had a group attack technique called Eternal Immortal Wind. Once this immortal wind blew, it would be like doomsday to the enemies. It was a terrifying storm from the immortal world. If the experts of the three palaces were to help, Jiang Chen would have more scruples when using the Eternal Immortal Wind. After listening to Tyrant's words, those restless half-step human immortals stopped what they were doing. Although they didn't know what kind of means Jiang Chen was going to use to deal with those powerful experts, they knew that Tyrant's words wouldn't be false. As Jiang Chen's brother, Tyrant would never harm Jiang Chen. In the battlefield, the sky was filled with pressure. The void was crushed by the pressure. The battle hadn't started yet, but the aura that erupted from the battlefield was enough to destroy the heaven and earth. The scene in front of them was similar to the battle in Nebula Sect, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Good, very good. It seems like all of you are ready to die. In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. None of you on this battlefield will live. All of you will die. Jiang Chen's cold eyes swept across the battlefield. It was a kind of spirit that didn't put anyone in his eyes. Those were the eyes of the Grim Reaper. Jiang Chen, put away your arrogance. Let's see how you are going to resist this situation. Don't waste time, everyone. Attack. Second Guardian bellowed. 5 Elemental Sphere. Chapter 1037. Once the 5 Elemental Sphere was released, it would be equivalent to the arrival of Doomsday for the experts of Desolate Palace. A bloody massacre was about to unfold. All the experts on the scene were destined to become Jiang Chen's prey and become the ghosts of Jiang Chen's hands. The invisible sphere spread out like a tide, spreading to a radius of a few hundred miles and merging perfectly with the battlefield. Now, the battlefield was the sphere and the sphere was the battlefield. Feeling the binding force of the sphere, many people's facial expression changed completely. As powerful half-step human immortals and 9th-grade great saints, each of them had their own sphere. They had experienced the collision between spheres frequently, so they had a very good understanding of the sphere. That was why they didn't put Jiang Chen's sphere in their eyes. In their point of view, if Jiang Chen used his sphere to collide with them, Jiang Chen's sphere would immediately shatter into pieces. However, the reality wasn't what they thought. The 5 Elemental Sphere had really shocked them. None of them had thought that Jiang Chen's sphere would be this abnormal. This is the power of a sphere. My God! It's the superimposition of 5 different spheres, and it's the 5 Elemental Sphere. How is this possible? No, this is absolutely impossible. There shouldn't be such a powerful sphere in the heavens and earth. How can a man have 5 different elemental spheres? I have seen a man with 2 different elemental spheres before, and that was already very abnormal. What kind of monstrous genius is this Jiang Chen? Could he be an immortal that has descended to the mortal world? This is too scary. The superimposition of 5 different spheres has made me feel a trace of pressure. That invisible binding force is indescribable. Everyone in the 5 Elemental Sphere couldn't keep their calm anymore. For the first time, the group of more than 100 people panicked. They had never seen such a terrifying sphere before. Don't panic, everyone. Let's join forces to kill him. Tear apart his sphere and let him die a graveless death. I don't believe that he can withstand the joint attack of so many experts. Second Guardian's voice was stern. The stronger Jiang Chen was, the more uncomfortable he felt. When a genius met a genius that was more outstanding than him, his heart couldn't calm down. Moreover, Second Guardian hated Jiang Chen to the bone. Shwa! A pair of resplendent flame wings appeared on Jiang Chen's back. With a casual flap of the blazing flame wings, Jiang Chen's body began to float up, becoming somewhat illusory. It seemed as though he would disappear at any moment. Without waiting for the 100 experts to unleash their powerful attacks, Jiang Chen took the initiative to attack. Eternal Immortal Wind. Jiang Chen unleashed the Eternal Immortal Wind right from the start. This powerful windstorm was a true area of effect skill. When the immortal wind blew, no one would be able to escape. Within the entire domain, no one would be able to evade the attack of the immortal wind unless they used tyrannical methods to defend against it. However, how could the Eternal Immortal Wind be so easy to defend against? Desolate Palace, Narang Palace, Shi Palace, Hua Palace, Dan Palace, each and every one of them was his enemy. Jiang Chen would not show any mercy when he attacked. Huff huff, strong winds howled, and for a moment, a powerful storm swept through the entire battlefield. Dragon-shaped storms were everywhere, and each storm was wild to the extreme, carrying a fatal attack power. Arg, arg, arg. Almost as soon as the eternal immortal wind blew, wails began. Some of the 9th grade great saint elders of the 5 major palaces were the first to enter the center of the storm. Given their cultivation grade, they couldn't withstand the power of Jiang Chen's immortal wind. They were blown into ashes on the spot and died tragically in the domain. 1, 2, 3, 5. In just a blink of an eye, a total of 20 to 30 9th grade great saints had fallen. Such a scene was simply appalling. Not to mention the experts in the battlefield. Even those who were watching the battle from the outside were frightened. Those were mighty 9th grade great saints, but now they were being crushed like ants. The scene was just too terrifying. That's right. That's right. What a terrifying storm. It carries a trace of immortal qi. This is the wind of destruction. Everyone, be careful. Everyone, join forces to resist the storm. This can't do. This storm is too strong. It will be difficult for us to resist it. 9th grade great saints won't be able to resist it. All the 8th grade great saints and 9th grade great saints, retreat. Everyone was panicking. Some half-step human immortals roared at the 9th grade and 8th grade great saints to retreat from the battlefield. This battlefield was too terrifying. Even 9th grade great saints weren't qualified to enter this place. In just a moment, 20 to 30 9th grade great saints had died. If this continued, they were afraid that all the 9th grade great saints would die tragically. That would be a great loss, especially for those 8th grade great saint geniuses who were cultivated by Desolate Palace. The growth of each of them had consumed a lot of resources of Desolate Palace. Haha. It's too late to retreat now. I have already said that everyone who entered the battlefield today will die. In your words, no one will be spared. Jiang Chen laughed wildly. Waves of violent eternal immortal wind continued to gush out of his body, blowing crazily at the battlefield. This was an attack that had no blind spots. No one was spared. My God! What am I seeing? Am I hallucinating or am I dreaming? What kind of technique is that? It's too heaven-defying. A mighty 9th grade great saint has fallen just like that. Not even his ashes were left. It's too ferocious. Our Bin Palace has made the wisest choice. On the side of Gu Palace, everyone gaped. Even those half-step human immortals were shocked. They had never seen such a terrifying technique. Killing a 9th grade great saint was as easy as killing a chicken. Since when did a 9th grade great saint become so vulnerable? Of course, Bin Palace was the luckiest. If it wasn't for Bing Changxiao's prompt decision to bury the hatchet with Jiang Chen and ally with Gu Palace, Bin Palace would have been subdued by Desolate Palace like the other 4 palaces. Now that there were more experts of Bin Palace on the battlefield, there was only one outcome for them to face Jiang Chen, death. On the battlefield, the storm was raging crazily. Screams were still echoing. 9th grade great saints were losing their lives constantly. After hearing the words of the half-step human immortals, many 9th grade great saints were ready to retreat from the battlefield, but to their horror, they found that the 5 elemental sphere had turned into a cage. They were completely trapped. Not good. The domain is too strong. We are trapped. Someone exclaimed. Send a few half-step human immortals to tear an opening in the domain. The rest of them will join forces to kill Jiang Chen. Second Guardian understood the situation and immediately made the best countermeasure. For a moment, 4 half-step human immortals joined forces, preparing to tear an opening in Jiang Chen's domain. The other half-step human immortals summoned their combat weapons and launched a barrage of attacks at Jiang Chen. Swoosh! The flaming wings on Jiang Chen's back flapped. Combined with the spatial shift, he vanished in an instant. He slipped out of the barrage of attacks like a slippery fish. With so many half-step human immortals attacking him at the same time, Jiang Chen wouldn't be stupid enough to face them head-on. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, the combination of the flaming wings and spatial shift with the 5 elemental sphere was enough for him to evade most of the attacks for a short period of time. In addition, these half-step human immortals had to divert some of their attention to resist the eternal immortal wind, so they weren't able to concentrate all their combat power. Going through the barrage of attacks, Jiang Chen arrived in front of the 4 half-step human immortals who were about to tear the domain. The Heavenly Saint's sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at one of them. Arg! The half-step human immortal didn't even have the chance to resist. He was killed by Jiang Chen with a single slash and his body was thrown into the Zulong Tower. The other 3 half-step human immortals reacted, but how could their reaction be compared to Jiang Chen's attack? 3 consecutive slashes killed another 3 half-step human immortals on the spot. This was simply a one-sided massacre. With a peak 7th grade Great Saint cultivation base and 10 times the strength of a half-step human immortal, these half-step human immortals were no match for Jiang Chen. After killing the 4 half-step human immortals, Jiang Chen kept all their corpses into the Zulong Tower. Then, he locked onto the nearest half-step human immortal. His long sword rippled and he lunged at him. As for those 9th and 8th grade Great Saint geniuses, Jiang Chen didn't even cast a glance at them. Their fate was to die. Even if Jiang Chen didn't attack them, they would still die under the eternal immortal wind. What Jiang Chen needed to do now was to kill those half-step human immortals one by one, to prevent them from tearing his domain apart. The 5 elemental sphere was constantly circulating. It wasn't easy to tear it apart. Adding the restriction of the eternal immortal wind, Jiang Chen was like a fish in the water. With the help of the great soul derivation technique, he could sense the slightest movement. Ugh! Ugh! Blood-curdling screams were heard one after another. The formation of more than 100 people was being drastically reduced. Experts were falling one after another. Putting aside the 9th grade Great Saints, as the half-step human immortals were dying in Jiang Chen's hands, they couldn't do anything to Jiang Chen even if they joined forces. The outcome of this war was already determined. Just like what Second Tycoon said at the beginning, today was destined to be the bloodiest one-sided massacre in the history of Saint Origin World. However, he had messed up his target. Now, it wasn't them who were going to slaughter the 3 major palaces. It was Jiang Chen who was going to slaughter them. Impossible. How could this be? Chapter 1038. Horrifying. This was way too horrifying. The whole scene was bloody and shocking to the extreme. Thousands of people in Saint Origin Palace had a horrified look on their faces. The massacre and death could only be described as earth-shattering. It wasn't the number of people who died, but the importance of those who died. Those were all half-step human immortals, supreme experts at the pinnacle of the pyramid. In the hearts of countless people, they were like gods. But now, they were falling one after another. Such a shocking scene was something that they wouldn't even dare to dream about. Ugh! 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 Miserable cries kept ringing. The number of experts on the side of Desolate Palace was getting lesser and lesser. Their combined combat power was getting weaker and weaker. It wasn't just the weakening of their combat power, but also their confidence. Now, even the arrogant and powerful Second Guardian was filled with fear of Jiang Chen. He had lost all of his fighting spirit. Everyone could see clearly that if the battle continued, there would only be one outcome: death. Everyone would die. How could this be? How could this be? Second Guardian's eyes were bloodshot. The current situation was completely different from what he had imagined. So many supreme experts couldn't even defeat a single Jiang Chen. The flaming wings on Jiang Chen's back was just too powerful. Plus, they had fallen into Jiang Chen's domain, which restricted their attacks. Their combined attacks couldn't even reach Jiang Chen's body. On the other hand, Jiang Chen was like a phantom, killing them one by one. As for those 9th grade Great Saints, the eternal immortal wind alone was enough to make them suffer. They couldn't do anything else to help. Second brother, we can't hold on any longer. This man is too strong. Quickly inform the old ancestor. If he doesn't act now, we are all going to die. A Grand Guardian shouted at the Second Grand Guardian. The human immortal ancestors of Desolate Palace were all in the deep layer of the spatial zone. They didn't care about what was happening outside. Even though Desolate Palace was facing such a crucial battle, they didn't pay any attention to it because they were too confident. In their point of view, if such a huge force like Desolate Palace couldn't defeat Gu Palace and the others, it would be too weak and impossible. The old ancestors of Desolate Palace had already predicted the outcome of the battle. They were so confident that they didn't even bother to watch the battle. As a matter of fact, the battle didn't go according to the will of the old ancestor. The result was the opposite. If the old ancestor was here and saw this scene, he was afraid that he would fly into a rage and kill Jiang Chen at all costs. Desolate Palace had never suffered such a heavy blow and loss after rising for so long. All right, I will send out the message talisman and ask the old ancestor to act. Otherwise, Big Brother will be the one to act. Second Guardian said. As a proud man, his confidence had never been weakened, but today, all his confidence was shattered by Jiang Chen. Now, he had no choice but to ask the old ancestor to act. Although this was an extremely shameful thing for him and this shame would follow him for the rest of his life, his honor was nothing compared to the future of Desolate Palace. He couldn't just watch all the experts that Desolate Palace had painstakingly cultivated die here. That would be an immeasurable loss. Second Guardian turned his palm and a golden talisman appeared. Before he could send out the message, it was snatched away by a big hand. It was none other than Jiang Chen. Bastard! Give me back the talisman. Second Guardian roared and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Chen was like a fish in water in the 5-elemental sphere. He could appear anywhere at any time. The moment Second Guardian took out the talisman, Jiang Chen was fighting a half-step human immortal old ancestor of Hua Palace. But the moment he took out the talisman, it was snatched away by Jiang Chen mercilessly. Humph! Second Guardian, all of you will die today. Even if your old ancestor is here, he won't be able to save your lives from me. In this domain, I, Jiang Chen, am the absolute ruler. You are all destined to be under my control. Jiang Chen's momentum was powerful. He didn't put Second Guardian in his eyes at all. Just like what he said. He was the absolute ruler of this 5-elemental sphere that was enveloped by the eternal immortal wind. It was no doubt a fool's dream for Second Guardian to release a message talisman in his domain. Jiang Chen would never allow the news here to reach the old ancestor of Desolate Palace. Given Jiang Chen's intelligence, the fact that the old ancestor of Desolate Palace hadn't taken any action after such a long time showed that the old ancestor was very confident in Second Guardian and the others, so confident that he didn't even pay attention to the battlefield. In that case, Jiang Chen would let Desolate Palace pay the heaviest price. If it was an ordinary message talisman, Jiang Chen wouldn't care at all. This place had been sealed off by the domain and the message couldn't be sent out, but the talisman in Second Guardian's hand was made by an immortal. Its effect was completely different. Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest confidence in it. One should know that Jiang Chen was merely a peak 9th grade great saint in his previous life. At that time, due to the restriction of the world's law, there wasn't even a half-step human immortal in Saint Origin world. Therefore, Jiang Chen knew nothing about the human immortal realm. Naturally, he wouldn't dare to take the risk. Bastard! I'm going to kill you! Third Guardian roared. A trace of despair could be sensed from his roar. Now that the message couldn't be sent out, they could only let Jiang Chen kill them. Although Third Guardian had a strong cultivation base and was ranked third among the Guardians, he was the most irritable and impatient one. Immediately, he drew out his combat weapon and attacked Jiang Chen crazily. Humph! Who do you think you are? You don't deserve to fight me. Dang! Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. With a casual slash of the Heavenly Saint's sword, the might of the dragon sword overflowed in all directions like a vast ocean. With a deafening rumble, it collided with Third Guardian's combat weapon. Third Guardian's combat weapon was sent flying away on the spot. The terrifying force even shattered Third Guardian's hand, turning it into a mist of blood. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's movement was too fast. In a flash, the long sword struck out again. With a poo-chi sound, Third Guardian's head was cut off. The mighty Third Guardian died on the spot. He didn't even have the strength to fight back under Jiang Chen's attack. Arg! Third brother! 11th Guardian roared. The 13 Guardians had a good relationship with each other. Now that they saw more and more people dying in Jiang Chen's hands, they were naturally infuriated. Stop screaming. You will die together with me. Jiang Chen's eyes had turned red. From the moment he released the 5-elemental sphere, he didn't plan to let anyone escape, especially the 12 Guardians. All of them must die. Swoosh! With a flap of the flaming wings, Jiang Chen appeared in front of 11th Guardian in a blink of an eye with the Heavenly Saint's sword in his hand. A terrifying sword light slashed down. It was a terrifying sword net, enshrouding 11th Guardian on the spot. Hiss! 11th Guardian shuddered. An extremely dangerous aura rose from the bottom of his heart. Only when he fought with Jiang Chen personally did he realize how terrifying Jiang Chen was. He wanted to resist, but it was too late. It was an irresistible force. Stop, Jiang Chen! Second Guardian roared in a heart-wrenching manner. The other Guardians followed suit, but unfortunately, they couldn't save 11th Guardian's life. Jiang Chen ignored the wrath of these Guardians. He killed 11th Guardian with a single slash, sealed his body, and threw it into the Zulong Tower. Stop! Jiang Chen, do you know what you are doing? You are playing with fire. Second guardian shouted loudly. Playing with fire? It's your desolate palace who is playing with fire. Your fire has gone too far and burned yourself. Jiang Chen's cold eyes stared at second guardian. His murderous intent didn't diminish at all. Jiang Chen, let me tell you. The foundation of desolate palace isn't something you can imagine. What you are doing now is cutting off your own path of retreat. You will regret it. I advise you to stop now. I promise you that I will give you a chance of survival. Second guardian said. I know your strength very well. I will kill all of you today and your human immortal ancestors in the future. I will destroy your desolate palace completely. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, the heavenly saint's sword slashed horizontally at the other guardians. As for second guardian, he wanted to kill him last. He wanted to let second guardian witness how he was going to destroy them, and how laughable Desolate Palace's plan was in front of him. What? You know about human immortals of Desolate Palace? Second guardian was shocked. No one knew that Desolate Palace had human immortals. Desolate Palace had never revealed this to the outside world. Jiang Chen wasn't supposed to know such a big secret, but now that he had revealed it himself, how could second guardian not be shocked? Arg! Ugh! Jiang Chen ignored second guardian's doubts. The frenzied slaughter continued. One by one, the 12 guardians fell under Jiang Chen's sword. In just a few minutes, all the guardians were dead except for second guardian. Such a scene drove second guardian crazy. No one knew how much effort Desolate Palace had put into cultivating the 13 guardians. Today, it was destroyed in Jiang Chen's hands. The 13 guardians were just about to show their prowess when they were killed. This was too great a loss to Desolate Palace that they couldn't afford to bear. Arg! Arg! Most of the 9th grade great saints couldn't withstand the attack of the eternal immortal wind. They died tragically and turned into a mist of blood. Up until now, there were only 20 to 30 of them left. More than half of the half-step human immortals had died. The remaining ones were struggling at death's door. They were filled with fear and had completely lost their will to fight. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was a terrifying devil. It's over. It's over. We are completely finished. No one can save us anymore. Jiang Chen is too scary. I never thought that I would die in the hands of a 7th grade great saint. Sad, sad. Everything seemed to be doomed. Chapter 1039. Everyone was looking at the chaotic battlefield in the sky with fascination. It was like an illusory scene. No one was willing to believe it, or rather, they couldn't believe it. Even the 3 palaces, who were supposed to be excited, couldn't believe what was happening in front of them, as if they were in a dream. The outcome that was already destined was reversed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen alone had reversed the situation. His means were too shocking. So many experts had fallen. Any one of those experts who were on the battlefield wouldn't be a match for them. However, these peerless experts, who stood at the top of the pyramid, couldn't put up any resistance in front of Jiang Chen. The whole scene was as easy as slaughtering dogs. He's a heavenly prodigy. Jiang Chen is indeed a variable. It's a wise choice for us 3 palaces to befriend him. Otherwise, we might be the ones fighting against him in the battlefield. That's right. There are many things in this heaven and earth that are incomprehensible. Some people can't be judged by common sense. Jiang Chen's existence is destined to be a miracle. Narang Palace has suffered such a huge loss. Even Desolate Palace has suffered a great loss. But we shouldn't be happy too early. After all, Jiang Chen is only a 7th grade great saint. There are still powerful human immortals behind Desolate Palace. Their level is far beyond our imagination. It's hard to imagine how powerful they will be once they attack. The people of the 3 palaces were sighing, especially those of Bin Palace. Their eyes fell on Bing Chongxiao with gratitude. If it wasn't for Bing Chongxiao's decisive decision to ally with Gu Palace, Bin Palace's ending would be the same as Narang Palace. The consequences would be unimaginable if they stood on the opposite side of Jiang Chen. At this time, a golden figure rushed out from the interior of Gu Palace. It was De Huang Dog. When Jiang Chen left, De Huang Dog was still in seclusion, refining the energy. Now that he had finished refining, he rushed over immediately. He became incomparably excited when he saw the situation on the battlefield. Haha, this guy is really abnormal. It seems like Desolate Palace is finished. Those tycoons should have been eliminated by little Chunzi. De Huang Dog burst out laughing. Many of their eyes fell upon De Huang Dog. When they saw De Huang Dog's cultivation grade, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. There were too many abnormal geniuses in this world. Needless to say about Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog was even sharper. He had only been out for a day, but his cultivation grade had already reached the peak of 8th grade Great Saint. Motherfucker, did you take some medicine? How did you advance so quickly? Tyrant said gloomily. You're right. I, Lord Dog, have indeed taken medicine. In fact, I've taken quite a lot. Are you jealous? Do you want Grandpa Dog to poop some out for you? I haven't digested all of it yet. De Huang Dog said shamelessly to Tyrant. Go fuck yourself. Without saying a word, Tyrant slapped the dog's head. De Huang Dog's words were asking for a beating. No matter how good one's self-restraint was, they would still be enraged, let alone Tyrant's self-restraint. Arg! Screams were heard from the battlefield once more. After a brief pause, Jiang Chen resumed his frenzied killing mode. He specifically targeted those half-step human immortals. The last few half-step human immortals began to fall one after another. They couldn't open the 5 elemental sphere and couldn't get out of it. They could only confront Jiang Chen head-on. Unfortunately, confronting Jiang Chen head-on would only result in death. Very quickly, the last few half-step human immortals died in Jiang Chen's hands. On the battlefield, there were only a few 9th grade Great Saints and 8th grade Great Saints who were struggling to resist the eternal immortal wind. Second Guardian stood in front of Jiang Chen with an ashen face, unable to accept what had happened in front of him. It was over. Everything was over. Everyone was dead. All the half-step human immortals of the 5 major palaces, including the 11 guardians, none of them survived. All of them died in the hands of Jiang Chen. The top of the pyramid seemed to have been forcefully exploited. Jiang Chen was destined to make a name for himself after this battle. This battle would be recorded in the history of Saint Origin world forever. Ruthless. Too ruthless. Too many people had died. Almost all the higher-ups of the 5 major palaces were slaughtered. This was an unimaginably heavy blow to the 5 major palaces. Second Guardian, what else do you have to say? Jiang Chen looked at Second Guardian and asked. Jiang Chen, you will surely die miserably. None of the 3 palaces will be able to live. Your calamity will come soon. You have done such a crazy thing. Your fate will not have any leeway anymore. Jiang Chen said coldly. Second Guardian said while gritting his teeth. He knew that he was going to die today and there wouldn't be any accidents. His heart had sunk to the bottom. He had never seen such a ferocious person like Jiang Chen in his life. You can't decide my fate, but your fate is in my hands. If I want you to die now, you will die immediately. Jiang Chen's tone was incomparably cold. Hung Long. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, a tyrannical chi suddenly exploded from the direction of Desolate Palace. It was like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens, tearing the void apart and creating a big hole. Then, a black-robed young man came to the battlefield with boundless chi waves. In just a blink of an eye, he had reached the sky above the battlefield. That was an incomparably majestic man. He looked to be in his 30s. He couldn't be considered handsome, but he definitely wasn't bad either. His body was very sturdy, comparable to Heavenly Peng King, but his cultivation wasn't something that Heavenly Peng King could compare to. His eyes were emitting a strange radiance. His entire body was filled with powerful chi. He looked so young, but his cultivation had already reached the terrifying level of half-step human immortal, which ordinary people couldn't compare to. This was a true genius, a true expert. The moment the black-robed man appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. Immediately, 3 words appeared in everyone's mind. Great Guardian. Big Brother, save me. Second Guardian yelled as soon as he saw the black-robed man, as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw, especially when he saw that Great Guardian had successfully advanced to the half-step human immortal realm. That's right. The black-robed man was Great Guardian, the scariest figure of Desolate Palace. In fact, he was indeed excessively powerful. Jiang Chen's eyes turned solemn when he saw Great Guardian. It seemed like his final plan was about to come true. This man is incomparably strong. Unless I advance to the 8th grade Great Saint, I won't be a match for him. His combat strength is far stronger than half of the half-step human immortals, second only to the true human immortals, but there's still a gap between him and a true human immortal. Even so, I can't deal with him. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. Great Guardian was indeed very strong, so strong that he could almost fight a human immortal, but a human immortal was still a human immortal after all. He had transcended the mortal world and was a true immortal. Although Great Guardian's cultivation base had been forcibly increased by a large amount of resources, there was still a gap between him and a true human immortal. Even so, Jiang Chen couldn't deal with Great Guardian. If he couldn't advance to the 8th grade Great Saint or even the peak of the 8th grade Great Saint, he wouldn't be a match for Great Guardian. When Great Guardian saw the battlefield, he sensed the bloody chi on the battlefield and the chi of the souls that had just fallen. His anger soared instantly. What's going on? Great Guardian bellowed. Big brother, everyone is dead. Only you and I are left of the 13 guardians. There are only a few higher-ups of Desolate Palace left. They have all been killed by Jiang Chen. Second Guardian yelled hysterically. He shuddered at the thought of the battle just now. As soon as these words were spoken, a strong wave of chi surged out of Big Guardian's body. His eyes were locked on Jiang Chen like a poisonous snake. Apart from anger, there was also deep shock in his eyes, because Jiang Chen was only a 7th grade Great Saint. He couldn't imagine that a 7th grade Great Saint could do all these, but what he saw was the reality. He had never seen Jiang Chen before, and he had never thought that there would be such a monstrous genius in Saint Origin World. Jiang Chen was so monstrous that he couldn't compare with him. What should we do now? This man is very powerful. I'm afraid that Jiang Chen is no match for him. AI. The foundation of Desolate Palace is just too strong. It's impossible for us to topple Desolate Palace. Unfortunately, we can't provide any help in the face of Big Tycoon. We have to rely on Jiang Chen alone. That's right. I wonder if Jiang Chen can continue to create miracles. The experts of the 3 palaces were worried once again. The experts of Desolate Palace were getting stronger and more terrifying. They couldn't rely on anyone except Jiang Chen. They could only rely on Jiang Chen alone to turn the tide. However, everyone had an inexplicable confidence in Jiang Chen. It was as if no matter how powerful the opponents of Desolate Palace were, Jiang Chen would be able to deal with them and create miracles. Damned beast! How dare you kill so many people of Desolate Palace? I will definitely capture you and let you suffer endless pain before dying tragically. Great Guardian was infuriated. Without saying a word, he stretched out a big hand and grabbed at Jiang Chen's 5 elemental sphere. Suddenly, a mountain-like pressure came to Jiang Chen, making it hard for him to breathe. His 5 elemental sphere made cracking sounds and cracks appeared on it. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless. Immediately, he retracted his 5 elemental sphere. If it was broken, it would affect him greatly. Wah! Wah! Chapter 1040. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to let go of Second Guardian. He wouldn't let any half-step human immortal expert go, especially Second Guardian. Not to mention Big Guardian, even a powerful human immortal old ancestor wouldn't be able to rescue Second Guardian unscathed from Jiang Chen's hands. Before Second Guardian could escape, he was captured by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's giant dragon claw had him firmly trapped. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Jiang Chen, let me go! Second Guardian yelled. Do you think that's possible? A cruel smile was revealed at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Releasing the enemy had never been his style. You are Jiang Chen, right? You're going to die today. Not only you, but all the people from the 3 palaces will also die tragically. None of them will have a chance to live. If you let Second Guardian go now, I'll let you die a quick death. You won't have to suffer too much. Otherwise, you should be able to imagine the consequences. Great Guardian spoke with a domineering tone. Although Second Guardian was captured by Jiang Chen, there wasn't a trace of nervousness on his face. There was only the calmness that an expert should have. Desolate Palace has always spoken like this. It's the same in the past. Unfortunately, they didn't have a good ending and so did you. There's only one ending for going against me. Death. Jiang Chen was indifferent. As soon as his voice faded, he crushed Second Guardian's head with his dragon claw, killing him right in front of Great Guardian. A monstrous fury gushed out from Big Guardian's body. He was completely enraged. Jiang Chen had killed so many people before because he wasn't present, but now, Jiang Chen had killed second guardian in front of him. This was undoubtedly the biggest provocation to him. It was a provocation from a 7th grade great saint. How could a puny 7th grade great saint disrespect him so blatantly? This was a humiliation to him. Great guardian, Jiang Chen, is a 7th grade great saint. No matter what, he had to kill this Jiang Chen today. Not only to defend the dignity of Desolate Palace and himself, but also to avenge those who had died. Good, very good. Jiang Chen, you are the most insane person I have ever seen. What you have done has completely crossed the bottom line of Desolate Palace. Even if you have 100 lives, you still won't be able to compensate for the loss of Desolate Palace. Today, not only will you die, but everyone from Gu Palace, Demon Palace, Bin Palace will also die. Big Tycoon went berserk. He had never seen such a deranged person. Today, he had just advanced to the half-step human immortal realm. Although he had arrived just in time, he was still a step too late. This had caused immeasurable damage to Desolate Palace. He must make Jiang Chen and the other 3 palaces pay for this loss. Haha, you people of Desolate Palace always talk a lot of nonsense. Let's see what kind of powerful means the legendary Great Guardian has. Jiang Chen laughed loudly. His body was filled with monstrous combat intent. The true dragon fire and true thunder fire spread to his surroundings, forming a sea of fire. He, Jiang Chen, had never known the word fear. Even in the face of the powerful Great Guardian, he still didn't care. The faces of the people of the 3 palaces turned unsightly. They had no idea where Jiang Chen got his confidence from to confront Big Tycoon. This Great Guardian is very powerful. I'm afraid that little Chenzi is no match for him. Tyrant was a little worried. Believe in him. I think little Chenzi still has some tricks up his sleeves. Although Han Yen said so, the worry on his face couldn't be concealed. All right, I'll send you to heaven now. Big Guardian moved. He made a clawing motion at Jiang Chen. His terrifying palm pressed down like a huge palm leaf fan, crushing the void within 100 miles in an instant. Even though they weren't on the battlefield, many of them could still feel the terrifying pressure. Just the pressure from Big Guardian alone was enough to send shivers down their spine. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Jiang Chen's facial expression finally changed. He couldn't help but look solemn. Given his 7th grade Great Saint cultivation base, there was indeed a huge gap between him and Big Tycoon. I'd like to see how powerful a half-step human immortal Great Guardian is. 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen exerted all his strength and turned into a frenzied dragon. The roar of a dragon shook the heaven and earth. Jiang Chen struck out the powerful 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. Dozens of powerful dragons with different attributes were launched at the same time, rushing at Great Guardian's attack. Hung Long. The shock waves of the battle were earth-shattering. Colorful lights covered the sky. Under the attack of Great Guardian, all the dragons that Jiang Chen struck out were torn apart in an instant. The strength of a half-step human immortal Great Guardian wasn't something that Jiang Chen could resist. After the combat dragon was destroyed, the power of the powerful palm didn't diminish at all. It continued to press down on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had no choice but to use the Azure Dragon's 5 steps once again, colliding heavily with the palm. This time, Jiang Chen was sent flying a dozen miles away. Wah! Jiang Chen suffered a serious injury. He spurted out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Even the dragon scales on his body were torn. Blood kept gushing out. His chi and blood began to flow unsmoothly. His facial expression turned incomparably ugly. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. This was probably the most serious injury he had ever suffered, and it had directly affected his combat strength. Luckily, he had the wood element, and with the recovery ability of the dragon transformation skill, his injuries were healing at a rapid pace. Not good. Jiang Chen is no match for him. He's injured. It's over. It seems like we can't help him at all. Damn it. How can this Great Guardian be so powerful? I hope Jiang Chen can reverse the situation once again. Seeing that Jiang Chen was injured, the faces of the 3 palaces darkened. The Great Guardian's past life was like a heavy hammer pounding on their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. In the sky above the battlefield, Great Guardian's blade-like eyes fell on Jiang Chen. His eyes were filled with astonishment. I really didn't expect that a puny little 7th grade Great Saint, an ant that I can easily pinch to death, could be so powerful. You are able to withstand my strike without dying. I have to say, Jiang Chen, you are a miracle. If you continue to grow, I'm afraid that even I won't be a match for you. Unfortunately, you no longer have the chance to do so. Today is the day you die. After killing you, I will personally eliminate all the 3 palaces. Jiang Chen's voice was filled with killing intent as he spoke. Great Guardian spoke. His domineering aura was unparalleled, like a war god that dominated everything. In this place, he was the absolute king, high and mighty. It seems like I have to use my last move. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. His eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. Then, he moved the Zulong Tower and looked at the sealed corpses of the half-step human immortals in the Zulong Tower. Then, he raised his hand to wipe the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth. Madness. Sometimes a man would go crazy. Dong. At this time, Great Guardian struck again. This time, his attack was even more powerful than before. The entire void was filled with destructive qi. Many people exclaimed. If this attack hit Jiang Chen's body, they were afraid that Jiang Chen would be torn into pieces. The horrifying palm gradually turned blood red. With boundless killing intent, it appeared above Jiang Chen's head. At this time, Jiang Chen seemed to have turned into a completely different person. He didn't care about the palm above him at all. At this time, a roar was heard from the direction of Gu Palace. Everyone saw an incomparably majestic De Huang dog rushing out. There was a pair of golden wings on his back. His speed was extremely fast. There was a golden dragon horn on his glabella that was flickering with lightning. Master Dog will fight you. De Huang dog made his move. He couldn't just watch Jiang Chen die in the hands of Great Guardian. A magnificent totem seal appeared above De Huang dog's head. Under the envelopment of the totem seal, De Huang dog's body began to change. In an instant, he became 100 meters tall. Scales appeared on the surface of his body. His head turned into a dragon's head. This was too mystical. At this time, De Huang dog no longer looked like a dog, but a real ancient dragon horse. De Huang, leave this place. Jiang Chen roared when he saw De Huang dog making his move. This idiot. I didn't ask him to make a move. Naturally, he has his own means to deal with Great Guardian. But it was already too late. Jiang Chen was preparing for his next move. De Huang dog had already reached Great Guardian's palm. De Huang dog let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. An incomparably bright beam of light shot out from his dragon horn, colliding with Great Guardian's palm. Hung Long. The sky and earth were collapsing. At the last moment, De Huang dog ignited his bloodline, activated his ultimate talent and circulated the totem divine seal to block Great Guardian's powerful attack. Although he was only a peak 8th grade Great Saint, this attack of De Huang dog was enough to destroy Great Guardian's attack on the spot. However, despite blocking Great Guardian's attack, De Huang dog didn't have a good ending. The moment he launched the attack, he closed his eyes. His huge body reverted to its original size and fell from the sky. De Huang. Jiang Chen roared and hastily caught De Huang dog's body. He saw that De Huang dog had already closed his eyes and his qi had become incomparably weak. Fuck you. Who the fuck asked you to do this? Who the fuck asked you to do this? I can deal with this myself. What am I going to do if something bad happens to you? Jiang Chen cursed. Tears flowed down from his eyes. He could feel the weakness of De Huang dog and he knew what kind of price De Huang dog had to pay for that attack. Jiang Chen regretted that he didn't tell De Huang dog his plan in advance. Chapter 1041. Jiang Chen cursed at the top of his lungs, but unfortunately, De Huang dog couldn't hear him at all. He didn't react at all. His huge body lay motionless in Jiang Chen's arms, as if he was dead. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt as if his heart was about to be torn apart. This was the second time De Huang dog had stood in front of him without any hesitation and used his own life to defend him. He knew that De Huang dog didn't hesitate to attack him, and he didn't even think about it. Under normal circumstances, with De Huang dog's intelligence, he wouldn't have thought that Jiang Chen still had a backup plan. However, at that moment, De Huang dog couldn't care less because he had sensed the danger Jiang Chen was in. Therefore, he stepped forward bravely and released his most dazzling side, showing his hot-blooded brotherhood. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures flew out, and they were none other than Han Yen and Tyrant. They walked out of the 5 elements to Jura Grand formation without any hesitation. Even though they were facing the terrifying big tycoon, they didn't have the slightest bit of fear in their hearts. They stood up straight, and when they saw Big Yellow's condition, their eyes turned red. Bastards, what the hell are you two doing? Why didn't you stop him? When have I ever done anything that I wasn't confident in? That damned big guardian. Can he kill me? You two idiots. Jiang Chen scolded Han Yen and Tyrant once again. At the same time, he kept injecting wood element energy into Big Yellow's body. At the same time, he cut open his palm and dripped his blood into Big Yellow's mouth. Both of them lowered their heads and didn't say anything. If De Huang wanted to attack, they couldn't stop him even if they wanted to. Moreover, they also wanted to attack at that moment. What a brotherly love. It's so touching. Jiang Chen, being brothers with an animal is really lowering your status. What a good brotherly love. Big Guardian looked at the three people and a dog and said in a strange tone. He didn't continue his attack. Seeing Jiang Chen in such pain, he felt very happy in his heart. He liked this feeling. Boom, fury erupted from Jiang Chen, Han Yen, and Tyrant's bodies at the same time. Big Guardian's words had crossed their bottom line. Jiang Chen's eyes had already turned blood red. The aura on his body began to become incomparably violent. That was the prelude to his madness. De Huang won't die. You two take him back and look after him. Leave the rest to me. Jiang Chen's tone suddenly turned calm. He handed over De Huang Dog's body to Tyrant. Both of them glanced at Jiang Chen, who was at the edge of the storm. Without saying a word, they turned around and returned to Gu Palace's camp. Jiang Chen, I have to say, that dog is very powerful. He was actually able to block my attack. Unfortunately, this will not change your fate. You will still die. Big Guardian looked at Jiang Chen and said. After hearing such words, if it was before, Jiang Chen would certainly refute it. But now he didn't say a word, because saying another word would be useless. What Jiang Chen wanted to do now was to crush this bastard in front of him and kill him at all costs. The 7-story Zulong Tower emitted a buzzing sound, hovering around Jiang Chen's body. The dragon transformation skill began to circulate rapidly. The raging fire had already filled Jiang Chen's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Under the influence of this raging qi, the corpses of those half-step human immortals began to be absorbed by the Zulong Tower. This was Jiang Chen's plan. Previously, he collected these corpses just in case. This was a very dangerous and crazy move, but a man would always go crazy a few times in his life. If he had no other choice, he would do anything dangerous. Jiang Chen didn't resist Big Guardian's attack just now, not because he had given up, but because he wanted to use the Zulong Tower to resist Big Guardian's attack. A 7-story Zulong Tower shouldn't be a problem to resist Big Guardian's attack. It could also be considered as buying some time for him to devour those corpses. Unexpectedly, De Huang Dog rushed out at this time, which made Jiang Chen extremely regretful. Now, Jiang Chen was going to attack recklessly. He wanted to avenge De Huang. There was only one ending for hurting his brother: death. Pa, pa. Jiang Chen's body began to produce crackling sounds like the sound of lightning. His qi began to become incomparably tyrannical. The Zulong Tower began to circulate crazily. The 8th floor began to condense gradually. A large amount of blood qi was absorbed. Jiang Chen had also benefited greatly from it, pushing his cultivation to the 8th grade Great Saint. As Jiang Chen's energy continued to rise, his qi and blood became more and more violent. His eyes became redder and redder, like a sea of blood. The violent qi began to corrode his mind, causing him to enter a state of madness. Ha! What is this brat doing? Humph! I would like to see what kind of means he has. Big Guardian frowned. He had sensed Jiang Chen's action, but he didn't do anything to stop it. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was just like an ant. No matter how strong an ant was, it wouldn't be able to cause any big waves. Not good. There's something wrong with little Chenzi. His mind seems to have been eroded by his anger. He is in a state of extreme madness. Could it be that he has lost his mind because of what happened to De Huang? Tyrant's facial expression changed. He could clearly feel that Jiang Chen's qi was getting more and more tyrannical. It was an uncontrollable qi of slaughter. The current Jiang Chen was like a killing machine that only knew how to kill. This situation is too dangerous. If we don't stop it, little Chenzi will probably lose his mind completely and become a killing maniac. Han Yan's facial expression changed. Han Yan became worried as well. They had no idea what had happened to Jiang Chen, but they knew that Jiang Chen was in a very dangerous situation. The experts of the three palaces turned to look at Jiang Chen. The change of Jiang Chen was too scary and made them shudder. Finally, Jiang Chen let out a dragon roar towards the sky. His cultivation had broken through the 8th grade Great Saint, advancing to a more terrifying level, but the tyrannical qi didn't stop. The half-step human immortal was still being devoured by him and Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen's blood and qi began to turn violent. His mind began to only know how to kill. If it wasn't for the edifying light, Jiang Chen was afraid that he would have completely fallen into the tyrannical qi. Wang, the instant Jiang Chen advanced to the 8th grade Great Saint, the Zulong Tower began to produce a buzzing sound. The 8th floor was fully condensed and the 9th floor appeared. Jiang Chen was using the devouring ability of the Zulong Tower to forcibly increase his cultivation. At his current level, only devouring the half-step human immortals could speed up his cultivation. So, as a precaution, Jiang Chen kept all the corpses at the very beginning. However, this would make Jiang Chen more tyrannical, a wild beast and a bloodthirsty madman. Chapter 1042. No one knew what had happened to Jiang Chen. In this world, only De Huang Dog knew that Jiang Chen owned the Zulong Tower. Presently, De Huang was in a deep coma, so he couldn't pay attention to the situation on the battlefield. Jiang Chen's blood and qi were getting more and more violent. The dragon marks in his body continued to condense. Very quickly, the number of dragon marks in his body had reached 95,000, which was only 1,000 away from the 9th grade Great Saint. His combat strength continued to rise. The blood qi above his head turned into a beam of light. It was the shadow of a blood-red dragon. It was a tyrannical dragon, a dragon of slaughter. Its eyes were devoid of any emotion. Violent and bloodthirsty roars came out of Jiang Chen's mouth, shaking the heavens and earth. The entire battlefield was filled with a bloodthirsty emotion. Big Guardian was shocked. He had a feeling that the person standing in front of him was no longer a human, but an ancient barbaric beast, a monster that had no emotions at all. That's right. That's right. Not good. We can't let him continue to grow. Big Guardian finally felt the seriousness of the matter. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen could break through to the 8th grade Great Saint in an instant. Judging from his cultivation base, he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. If he was allowed to continue to grow, the consequences would be unimaginable. Go to hell, Jiang Chen. Big Guardian attacked decisively. His terrifying palm struck heavily on Jiang Chen's body, but in fact, it landed on the Zulong Tower. Hung Long. The Zulong Tower emitted a strong wave. Jiang Chen was sent flying a few dozen meters away. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. Traces of cracks appeared on the surface of the Zulong Tower, but these cracks quickly healed. Jiang Chen was still roaring like a barbaric dragon. His roar was heart-wrenching and terrifying. He didn't even try to resist Big Guardian's attack. He just let the attack land on his body and endured the terrifying energy pressure. Damn it! Why is he still fine? Big Guardian's countenance changed. He cursed and launched another attack. Rumble. Big Guardian's continuous attacks had sent Jiang Chen flying 7 or 8 times in a short period of time. Jiang Chen was beaten to the point of vomiting blood each time, but his momentum kept rising without any pause. His injuries also recovered in an instant. After advancing to the 8th grade Great Saint, Jiang Chen was no longer the same as before. Whether it was the recovery ability of his body or the sturdiness of the Zulong Tower, both of them had multiplied. It would be extremely difficult for Big Guardian to kill Jiang Chen now. The current state of Jiang Chen was really scary. It wasn't because he was continuously attacked by Big Guardian, but because he was like a bloodthirsty beast. Compared to before, he had become a completely different person. Such a situation had filled the experts of the 3 palaces with worry. Everyone on the scene was an expert. They could see the current state of Jiang Chen and knew what kind of serious consequences it would bring to Jiang Chen. Currently, Big Guardian was really depressed. He had attacked Jiang Chen so many times, but he didn't cause any damage to Jiang Chen. Or perhaps, the damage wasn't serious at all. This made Big Guardian unable to remain calm. Damn it! What happened to this bastard? How did he become like this all of a sudden? His qi is still rising. Could it be that he is going to advance to the 9th grade Great Saint? I can't let him advance any further. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even I won't be a match for him. Big Guardian cursed. His worry wasn't without reason. Immediately, he dared not show any neglect. A large black blade appeared in his hand and he lunged at Jiang Chen. He didn't want to play with fire anymore as it might put him in an irrecoverable situation. At this moment, the qi in Jiang Chen's body exploded all of a sudden. It was as if a long-suppressed qi wave had suddenly burst out. The energy that erupted was unimaginable. At this time, Jiang Chen had finally refined all the half-step human immortal corpses. The 9th level of the Zulong Tower had been fully condensed. His cultivation base had also reached the peak of the 8th grade Great Saint, only one step away from advancing to the 9th grade Great Saint. However, the price that such an impact had brought to Jiang Chen was too great. Putting aside his emotions, he was now in a completely brutal and bloodthirsty state. If it wasn't for the suppression of the edifying light, he would have completely lost his mind. Dong. The momentum of the explosion bounced Big Guardian away. Jiang Chen's chest heaved up and down. The anger and killing intent that he had been suppressing had reached a critical point. Dong. Jiang Chen's feet trembled, creating a huge hole in the void. At this moment, he had completely entered into a frenzied state. Have you had enough? It's my turn now. Jiang Chen said to Big Guardian. His voice was hoarse. It was obvious that he was fighting with the bloodthirsty qi in his body, trying to control his mind. Roar! Jiang Chen roared madly. The true dragon palm tore the void apart and grabbed at Big Guardian crazily. Under such a frenzied state, Jiang Chen's combat strength had become stronger than before. Big Guardian was trembling with fear. He could actually feel an enormous pressure from Jiang Chen. This was an incomparably ridiculous thing. One should know that he was a mighty half-step human immortal, the scariest genius in Saint Origin world. It was unimaginable that he could feel an enormous pressure from an 8th grade Great Saint. In the face of the mountain-like blood-red dragon claw, Big Guardian slashed out his saber at lightning speed. It seemed like he was going to tear Jiang Chen's dragon claw into 2 halves from the middle. Clang! A shocking scene took place. The invincible blade stopped when it collided with the blood-red dragon claw. The scene of the dragon claw being torn apart didn't happen as Big Guardian expected. Instead, his combat weapon was gripped tightly by Jiang Chen, immobilizing him. The whole scene seemed to have frozen. Many of them were dumbfounded, especially Big Guardian. This move had made him feel the gap between him and Jiang Chen. He knew better than anyone else how powerful his attack was. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, the most he could do was to bounce him away from the intense collision. It was absolutely impossible for Jiang Chen to catch his combat weapon, but now, it was caught by Jiang Chen. You can't do it anymore. Jiang Chen exerted his strength and snatched the saber back from Big Guardian's hand. He didn't care about the combat weapon, so he immediately threw it to the sky. Before Big Guardian could react, Jiang Chen's sharp claws gripped Big Guardian's shoulder. His sharp fingers pierced into Big Guardian's body, causing blood to gush out crazily. His Big Guardian shuddered. It was a heart-wrenching pain that reached deep into his soul. At this moment, he finally felt a trace of fear from Jiang Chen. He saw Jiang Chen's bloodthirsty and brutal eyes. Those weren't the eyes of a human, but a merciless creature that could annihilate the world with just a glance. Chapter 1043. The scene froze. The incomparably powerful Big Guardian was firmly restrained by Jiang Chen's dragon claw. He couldn't move at all and was about to be torn into 2 halves by Jiang Chen's bare hands. The experts of Desolate Palace exclaimed. They couldn't believe that what happened today was real. Was this Jiang Chen still a human? From Second Guardian to Big Guardian, he had continuously created miracles. Step by step, he counterattacked and succeeded. Finally, he reversed the situation of certain death. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. Even when they saw it with their own eyes, it still felt like a dream. Jiang Chen's reversal made the 3 palaces heave a sigh of relief. They admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. He was an omnipotent man, a man who was good at creating miracles. Ever since the war with Desolate Palace began, Jiang Chen had created countless miracles. Just as the old ancestor of Gu Palace had predicted, he was a huge variable that saved the fate of the 3 palaces. However, none of the higher-ups of the 3 palaces were happy at the moment because all of them were worried about Jiang Chen. Those with a little bit of eyesight could see the current state of Jiang Chen. The bloodthirsty and violent aura was constantly eroding Jiang Chen's consciousness like a scourge. Once his consciousness was completely devoured, Jiang Chen would truly lose himself and turn into a murderous devil. The final outcome would be extremely tragic. Putting aside their relationship with Jiang Chen, the fact that Jiang Chen had stepped forward to help them so much was enough to make him their savior. In their hearts, Jiang Chen occupied a supreme position. They didn't want to see their benefactor sink into such a state. One should know that given Jiang Chen's ability, he didn't need to participate in this war. He could totally stay out of it. Given his potential, it wasn't impossible for him to annihilate Desolate Palace once he reached the major stage of his cultivation. However, Jiang Chen didn't choose to run away. Instead, he stood in front of the three palaces and blocked the iron hooves of Desolate Palace, causing them to suffer the biggest loss in their history. It was an irreparable loss. To put it bluntly, the 100-year plan of Desolate Palace had been completely destroyed by Jiang Chen. On the battlefield, Big Guardian was completely enveloped by Jiang Chen's qi. He could feel the sharp claws of Jiang Chen penetrating deep into his shoulder, breaking his bones. It was a heart-wrenching pain that almost tore his soul apart. No, Big Guardian, will never be defeated by an 8th-grade great saint. Arg. Big Guardian wasn't willing to give up. He let out a loud roar and at the last moment, he unleashed all the power in his body. Layers upon layers of energy waves were like ferocious beasts, wreaking havoc on the battlefield in a radius of a few hundred miles. The void cracked inch by inch. This kind of energy was enough to destroy everything. It was an absolutely destructive attack. However, all of this was useless under the strong suppression of Jiang Chen. Currently, Jiang Chen was in a state of deep madness. Plus, his combat strength was no longer comparable to Big Guardian's. The violent qi gave him the aura of a devil king. Under this almost solidified pressure, all of Big Guardian's counterattacks were useless. He couldn't shake Jiang Chen at all. Listen carefully. In this world, there are some people that you can't touch, and there are some words that you can't say. From the moment you attacked Big Yellow and called him an animal, your fate has been decided. Jiang Chen's reverse scale isn't something that anyone can touch. Jiang Chen said with a cold voice. Jiang Chen's merciless dragon eyes stared unblinkingly at Big Guardian. His voice was devoid of any emotion. It was so cold that it could make one fall into an ice cave. His voice was incomparably hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken for 10,000 years. His emotions had always been affected by the bloodthirsty and brutal qi. The edifying light was the only thing that kept him awake. Chila! Arg! A mournful scream resounded in the sky. Jiang Chen's terrifying dragon claws grabbed Big Guardian's shoulders and tore them apart. The sound of bones breaking and flesh separating could be heard clearly. It made people's hair stand on end. Under Jiang Chen's terrifying strength, Big Guardian was torn apart by Jiang Chen. It wasn't a sudden tearing, but a slow tearing. Jiang Chen was tearing the Big Guardian apart bit by bit. It was an incomparably horrifying and bloody scene. Blood splattered all over Jiang Chen's body and face, but Jiang Chen couldn't feel anything. Arg! Big Guardian's scream was heart-wrenching. From his scream, one could hear the pain he was enduring at the moment. The pain of being torn apart by the violent energy was 100 times more painful than death by 1,000 cuts. This was probably the torture that Big Guardian wanted to use on Jiang Chen at the beginning. But now, Jiang Chen used it on him. Hiss! All the onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air, especially those from Desolate Palace's camp. Each and every one of them had a pale face. Some of them were already trembling in fear when they arrived at the stronghold. They looked at Jiang Chen and kept quiet out of fear. They had never seen such a cruel man before. In their hearts, Jiang Chen was no longer a human, but a bloodthirsty wild beast. He had lost all human emotions. Jiang Chen's face was covered with blood. Jiang Chen's face was covered with blood. Haha! Jiang Chen laughed wildly. Big Guardian's blood spurted on his face, turning him into a bloody devil. He had become the incarnation of slaughter and cruelty. He had gone completely insane. His whole being was immersed in the pleasure of slaughtering and killing. Only killing and blood could make him feel better. Jiang Chen, you crazy devil! You are not a human! Big Guardian roared. But it was useless. His fate had already been decided. He was destined to die in the hands of Jiang Chen, and he would die in the most miserable way. Hung Long. At this moment, a huge commotion was heard from the side of Desolate Palace once again. This time, the commotion was much bigger than the previous one. A huge hole appeared in the sky above the battlefield. Cold wind blew. 5 silhouettes appeared simultaneously in the sky above the battlefield. They were 5 old men with fluttering sleeves. The pressure they exuded was enough to make people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. No one didn't kneel down and worship them. They were just standing there, but they gave people a feeling of nothingness like the realm of immortals. That's right. All of them were human immortals, powerful human immortals. Although they were only early human immortals, they were supreme and irresistible to the mortals in Saint Origin world. They were the true superiors who could kill people with just a glance. My God! All of them are human immortals. Damn it! Jiang Chen was right. All the human immortals of Desolate Palace have yet to ascend to the immortal realm, and there are 5 of them. How are we going to fight them? It's over. All of them are finished. Jiang Chen is finished too. 5 human immortals. Even if Jiang Chen has heaven-defying means, he won't be a match for them. Damn it! Desolate Palace has such a big plan. None of their human immortals have ascended to the immortal world in the past 100 years. Human immortals are not supposed to fight in the mortal world because once they do, they will be drawn by the immortal world and ascend to the immortal world. However, Desolate Palace has imprisoned Ancestor Green Lotus and has the immortal mark that can block the laws of the immortal world. The 3 palaces were in a complete panic. The scene that they were most worried about had finally happened. Jiang Chen was right. All the human immortal experts of Desolate Palace were still here. This was an irresistible pressure. As soon as the 5 human immortal ancestors of Desolate Palace arrived, they saw the bloody scene of Jiang Chen tearing Big Tycoon apart. Their facial expression changed instantly. Not only that, as human immortals, they could tell what had happened just now through the aura of the scene. All the experts of Desolate Palace had been slaughtered by that mad dragon man. Now, even Big Tycoon was no match for him and was about to die a tragic death. The 100-year plan of Desolate Palace had been completely destroyed. The painstaking efforts of the 5 ancestors had gone up in smoke. How could they bear this? Even with the self-restraint of human immortals, they couldn't help but go mad on the spot. Damn it! One of the human immortal patriarchs was furious. Little bastard, I want you to release him immediately. Bah! I'll release your grandfather. Jiang Chen didn't care who the motherfucker was. He wanted to kill Big Tycoon. Not even the heavens could save Big Tycoon from his hands. The terrifying force instantly tore Big Tycoon into pieces. At the same time, the Zulong Tower sucked in Big Tycoon's body and devoured him. Don't! Tyrant yelled from afar. As a Buddhist, he knew very well about Jiang Chen's current state. Jiang Chen had gone completely mad. If he could still maintain his sanity with the help of the edifying light, he was afraid that the last of his sanity would vanish after devouring Big Tycoon. However, Jiang Chen didn't hear Tyrant's words. Just like what Tyrant said, Jiang Chen's madness had reached its peak after devouring Big Tycoon. Even the edifying light couldn't suppress it anymore. His eyes had completely turned blood red. That was the color of cruelty. At this moment, Jiang Chen had completely lost his sanity and turned into a killing machine. The devouring of Big Tycoon had once again increased his violent energy, but because he had lost his sanity, the dragon transformation skill couldn't circulate normally. Therefore, Jiang Chen couldn't break through to the 9th grade Great Saint. His cultivation base was still at the peak of the 8th grade Great Saint. If he really advanced to the 9th grade Great Saint, he might even be able to kill a human immortal. Ugh! Beast! Beast! The 100 years plan of Desolate Palace has been destroyed. This is too great a loss. I only regret that I didn't kill this brat earlier, which led to today's disaster. The human immortal patriarch yelled at the sky. During the war in Western Domain, he had deduced that Jiang Chen had gone to the Devil World. Unfortunately, he didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at that time, which led to today's disaster. Chapter 1044. The old ancestors of Desolate Palace had gone mad, but their madness wasn't the same as Jiang Chen's madness. They were driven mad by anger. It had been 100 years of great plan. They had painstakingly nurtured geniuses for 100 years just for this day. Now, their great plan was about to be completed. When Desolate Palace conquered the entire Saint Origin world, they would have nothing to yearn for anymore and would ascend to the immortal world to cultivate at a higher level. As a human immortal expert, which one of them didn't want to go to the immortal world? They wanted to cultivate in a better place and see the bigger picture. So the old ancestors of Desolate Palace didn't leave. They had been hiding for 100 years, all for this day. Their great plan was about to be completed, but someone suddenly appeared out of nowhere. All their plans were ruined by the hand of one man, Jiang Chen. The foundation of Desolate Palace and the geniuses that they had painstakingly nurtured were all dead. Not even their ashes were left. This was a heavy blow that Desolate Palace couldn't bear. Even if the old ancestors were to kill Jiang Chen and the other 3 palaces, it would take at least 100 years for Desolate Palace to regain its former glory. What was even more unacceptable was that he had already known about the existence of Jiang Chen. Desolate Emperor had specifically told him about how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen was the most monstrous genius in the heaven and earth who had created countless miracles. Unfortunately, he didn't care about it at all. He didn't put an unknown figure in his eyes, giving Jiang Chen the time and opportunity to grow. If he had acted decisively and sneaked into the devil world to kill Jiang Chen, there wouldn't be today's calamity and loss, and the unification of Desolate Palace would have been completed. As a matter of fact, if this was what made them regret, their confidence in the previous battle had made them feel even more regretful. The 5 of them were too confident. They didn't even bother to look at the battle in Saint Origin Palace, let alone asking about it. By the time they felt that something was wrong, it was already too late. Jiang Chen had already killed all of their experts. Roar. The entire sky was filled with Jiang Chen's tyrannical dragon roar. Jiang Chen, who had completely lost his mind, had completely turned into a peerless barbaric dragon. His whole body was filled with blood-red murderous aura, extremely tyrannical. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, there was only one word left in Jiang Chen's mind. Kill. Only by killing could he release the blood qi in his heart. Boundless blood qi gushed out from his body, wreaking havoc in the void. What should we do? Little Chunzi has lost herself. Han Yen clenched his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. He had never seen Jiang Chen like this before. It was strange and terrifying. This situation was just too dangerous. He wanted to help Jiang Chen, but he found out that there was nothing he could do. He has been blinded by killing. I can't help him either. Only the great compassion mantra of Buddha sect can suppress the tyrannical aura in his body. Unfortunately, this mantra has disappeared for a long time. I'm afraid that only the ancestral master has it. Now, the ancestral master has been imprisoned by the old ancestor of Desolate Palace. No one can help little Chunzi now. Tyrant's tone was full of worry and solemnity. The current Jiang Chen was no longer someone they could control and save. Even though they knew the current situation Jiang Chen was in, they couldn't help him. All they could do was to stand here and watch. It was as if their hearts were being pierced by a knife. Kill, Jiang Chen roared again. He subconsciously cast out the 5 elemental combat dragon seal, and launched an attack at the human immortal old ancestor of Desolate Palace. What an arrogant kid. You don't know what's good for you. In that case, this old man will kill you. The human immortal old ancestor was also in a state of rage. Now that he saw Jiang Chen taking the initiative to attack him, he felt that it was a provocation. The human immortal old ancestor made a grabbing motion with his big hand. A wave of qi rippled out. The power of a human immortal's attack was unimaginable. However, before the attack, he had to first create an extraterritorial battlefield. The toughness of this extraterritorial battlefield was even stronger than the world barrier. Otherwise, the attack of a human immortal was likely to destroy the laws of Saint Origin World. Even if there was an extraterritorial battlefield, a human immortal expert couldn't attack recklessly. However, this was already very terrifying. Under the wave of the human immortal old ancestor, Jiang Chen's battle dragon was destroyed in an instant. Then, the human immortal old ancestor made a grabbing motion and created an indestructible cage, trapping Jiang Chen inside. Roar, roar, roar! Jiang Chen roared furiously and kept attacking, but he couldn't shake the cage at all. Wanting to get out of it was just a fantasy. However, Jiang Chen was in a state of rage right now. He only knew how to attack without caring about anything else. Killing was the only thought in his mind, and it had taken over his mind. Not good. It's over. A human immortal expert is too strong. We are not on the same level. We can't fight him at all. Jiang Chen is dead. We are all going to die. Jiang Chen died for us. We owe him too much even if we die. The people of the 3 palaces exclaimed. They could see that Jiang Chen was completely unable to fight back this time. This old man is going to kill you now. No, I can't let you die too easily. I want you to die without a burial place. I will extract your soul and let you suffer all kinds of torture in the world. I will let you suffer the greatest torture in the world until you die. The old ancestor's eyes were red. His hatred towards Jiang Chen was as vast as the ocean. Ka-ka. As he exerted his strength, Jiang Chen's body began to produce cracking sounds. Dragon scales flew and blood splashed. In an instant, Jiang Chen had turned into a bloody man. The scene was so bloody that no one dared to look at it. Frah, frah. As for Jiang Chen, he didn't seem to be aware of his own injuries. He was completely unmoved. He only knew how to attack and kill. Hold on. At this time, another human immortal old ancestor spoke. He was the true old ancestor of Desolate Palace. He was the first ancestor, and the one who was punishing and killing Jiang Chen was the fifth ancestor. First ancestor came to the fifth ancestor's side. His eyes were fixed on the tyrannical Jiang Chen and said, "Old ancestor, this brat was able to kill Great Tycoon with his 8th grade Great Saint cultivation base. Plus, he has such a terrifying transformation technique. There must be a lot of secrets in his body. Let's not kill him for the time being. We must find a way to dig out his secrets. A monstrous genius like him only appears once every 10,000 years. If we can get his secrets, it will be very beneficial to Desolate Palace." That's right. The geniuses of Desolate Palace have withered. It will take at least 100 years for them to return to their peak. This loss is irreparable. However, this brat has a lot of secrets. I have never seen a monstrous genius who could kill a half-step human immortal when he was only an 8th grade Great Saint. If we know his cultivation technique, it will be very useful to Desolate Palace. Anyway, this little bastard is going to die. Second ancestor nodded and said. Only then did fifth ancestor recover from his anger. He couldn't wait to kill Jiang Chen right away. However, what first and second ancestor said wasn't unreasonable. An existence like Jiang Chen could be considered as a miracle in Saint Origin World. In the countless years of history of Saint Origin World, there had never been such a monstrous genius. It was absolutely impossible for such an existence to have no secrets. If they could obtain Jiang Chen's secret, it would be absolutely beneficial to Desolate Palace. If it was before, they might not care about Jiang Chen's secret, but now, Desolate Palace had suffered a great loss. Almost all of their geniuses and experts were killed. Under such circumstances, Jiang Chen's secret was particularly important to Desolate Palace. If Desolate Palace could cultivate a monstrous genius like Jiang Chen in the future, it would be a great fortune to them. All right, I will now imprison this little bastard and bring him back for research. Fifth ancestor said and kept Jiang Chen. Then, his eyes shifted to the direction of the 3 palaces. Everyone's face was ashen. Jiang Chen's fate had already been decided. They were afraid that their fates wouldn't be any better. They had resisted from the beginning and created one miracle after another, but in the end, they still couldn't avoid their tragic ending. What should we do with the people of the 3 palaces? Fourth ancestor said. It's too easy to kill them. Bring all of them back and make them our slaves for generations to come. Fifth ancestor's way of doing things was incomparably cruel. He raised his hand and struck out a ray of light that landed on the 5-elemental Tajura Grand Formation. The indestructible Grand Formation shattered in an instant. All the experts of the 3 palaces who were supporting the Grand Formation suffered a great shock and spurted out blood on the spot. Voila! The fifth ancestor struck once again, unleashing a storm. This storm was like a huge net, instantly covering the entire ancient palace. Every single living being within the ancient palace was caught in the storm. No one was spared. With a wave of fifth ancestor's hand, all the people in the ancient palace disappeared without a trace. They were taken away so easily. This was the terror of a human immortal expert. At this level, they had completely transcended the realm of mortals. A casual strike could destroy the heavens and earth. In front of a human immortal, everything was like an ant. No matter how powerful a half-step human immortal was, he or she would be captured on the spot. The experts of the 3 palaces were imprisoned. Everyone was in complete despair. They could imagine their fate. It would be 100 times worse than death. They would become the slaves of Desolate Palace. Given the hatred that Desolate Palace had for them, it was certain that they would be tortured. The earth-shattering Grand Formation had ended. The 3 palaces couldn't escape the calamity in the end. Their ending was even more miserable than Narang Palace. Jiang Chen, who had always been good at creating miracles, was also captured. If he was to be used as a research subject by the ancestors of Desolate Palace, he would only have one ending: death. Chapter 1045. Saint Origin Palace became quiet all of a sudden. The air was filled with the stench of blood. This was the first time since the establishment of Saint Origin Palace that there had been such a tragic war. None of the 8 major palaces were spared. Now, 7 palaces had become empty grounds. Everyone had been subdued by Desolate Palace. On the surface, it seemed that Desolate Palace had indeed unified the entire Saint Origin world, but in order to do so, Desolate Palace had to pay a heavy price. Desolate Palace had also paid a rather heavy price, a price that Desolate Palace couldn't afford. It was completely out of their expectation. And all of this was because of one person, the monster named Jiang Chen. At this moment, there was a huge cage in the space of Desolate Palace. The experts of the 3 palaces were imprisoned here like slaves. Many of their experts had their cultivations sealed. They were beaten, scolded and tortured by the people of Desolate Palace. Even half-step human immortals couldn't escape. Some of them couldn't stand the torture and were ready to commit suicide on the spot. Unfortunately, under the watchful eyes of the experts of Desolate Palace, they didn't even have the ability to commit suicide. Desolation and grievance were spreading among the 3 palaces. This was the sorrow of a big family. Being a slave for generations was a punishment more painful than death. Hey, the heavens want us to die. Jiang Chen is going to die. No one will be able to save our 3 palaces anymore. The end of the 3 palaces has arrived. There will be no future for us anymore. I wonder how Jiang Chen is doing now. I'm afraid that he will end up 100 times more miserable than us if he falls into the hands of those human immortals. No, Jiang Chen isn't dead yet. He may create another miracle. He will definitely be able to do it. He is a variable. There is nothing he can't do. The experts of the 3 palaces were disheartened, but there were still some who had great confidence in Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen wasn't dead yet. As long as he was still alive, there was still a chance. Although they couldn't believe it, many of them had an inexplicable confidence in Jiang Chen. He won't die. He won't die even if everyone else dies, said Han Yen coldly. Han Yen said coldly. He didn't have much confidence in others, but he had more confidence in Jiang Chen than himself. At this point, only Han Yen and Tyrant still had unwavering confidence in Jiang Chen. At the same time, in the deep spatial zone of Desolate Palace, Jiang Chen was trapped in a cage made entirely of immortal qi. He had returned to his true form, but his condition had yet to fully recover. The bloodthirsty and brutal aura had completely filled him, forming a layer of blood-red cocoon around him. Roar, rumble, roars and violent attacks continued to ring out from the cage. Jiang Chen was attacking all the time. The only thing left in his mind was the concept of killing. Whoever he saw he would kill. First, he would break the cage. However, this was a cage made by a human immortal expert. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, he wouldn't be able to break it unless he advanced to the 9th grade Great Saint. The gap between an 8th grade Great Saint and a 9th grade Great Saint was like the difference between heaven and earth. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen had lost his mind. Even his dragon transformation skill had stopped circulating. It was simply impossible for him to advance to the 9th grade Great Saint. Outside the cage, the 5 old ancestors of Desolate Palace were exerting pressure on Jiang Chen at the same time. They had fully released their divine sense and tried all kinds of means to break through the defense of Jiang Chen and explore Jiang Chen's secret, but unfortunately, they found nothing. This brat is too strange. Even with our abilities, we still can't find out his secret. 5th ancestor said gloomily, I have the soul-seizing technique. I can go deep into his soul and explore his memory. By then I will know everything. 3rd ancestor said, then used the soul-seizing technique to attack Jiang Chen. A moment later, he couldn't help but shake his head. Obviously, he didn't find anything. How is it? The other 4 asked. This kid is currently in a state of insanity and has completely lost his mind. He is in a situation where he doesn't have the slightest memory, so the soul manipulation technique is useless against him unless he can immediately regain his consciousness and suppress his tyrannical aura. In that case, I will be able to use the soul manipulation technique to make him submit. 3rd ancestor said, Impossible. I have already tried it. I don't know what kind of cultivation technique this little bastard has cultivated. The tyrannical chi in his body is too strong. I can't get rid of it. Second ancestor shook his head. This was the first time the 5 human immortals felt helpless. Jiang Chen's condition was just too strange. It was the first time they had seen something like this in their lives. If it doesn't work, just kill him. Fourth ancestor waved his hand impatiently, thinking that it was unnecessary to waste time on a madman. No, this man must have a lot of secrets. We can't just kill him. By the way, don't forget about someone. Fifth ancestor suddenly thought of a person. You mean Ancestor Green Lotus? The others also thought of the same thing. That's right. Ancestor Green Lotus is an eminent monk of Buddha sect. Rumor has it that the supreme scripture of Buddha sect is in his hands. I think he can suppress the tyrannical chi in this brat's body. Once the chi is suppressed, Jiang Chen will return to his normal state. At that time, he will be at our mercy. Fifth ancestor's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. But, will Ancestor Green Lotus help us? First ancestor frowned. Don't worry. Ancestor Green Lotus is a merciful man. In his heart, we are his enemies. Now, Jiang Chen is also our enemy. He won't just watch Jiang Chen suffer. He will definitely help him. Fifth ancestor's face was full of confidence. He knew Ancestor Green Lotus pretty well. Even if Ancestor Green Lotus wasn't willing to help Desolate Palace, he would definitely help Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, no matter how smart Fifth Ancestor was, he couldn't imagine how deep the relationship between Jiang Chen and Ancestor Green Lotus was. If he knew that Jiang Chen was the greatest saint in the past and that Jiang Chen had infiltrated Desolate Palace and met Ancestor Green Lotus, he was afraid that he would slap himself on the face for having such an idea. Desolate Palace was digging their own grave by asking Ancestor Green Lotus to help Jiang Chen. However, in order to obtain the secret of Jiang Chen, they had no other choice. In the entire Saint Origin world, only Ancestor Green Lotus could remove the tyrannical chi in Jiang Chen's body. Therefore, Desolate Palace had to do this. However, they would never have thought that this would bring them serious consequences. By that time, it would be too late for regrets. Alright, since that's the case, we'll bring this little bastard to see Ancestor Green Lotus and have him eliminate the tyrannical aura in his body. Once he recovers, we'll begin to investigate his secrets. Chapter 1046. The sealed chamber was suddenly torn apart. Ancestor Green Lotus, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, was awakened immediately. He raised his head and saw the 5 ancestors of Desolate Palace appearing at the same time. Ancestor Green Lotus was incomparably shocked. Although he had been imprisoned for 100 years, it had always been the 5 ancestors who came to look for him. The other ancestors rarely showed up. This was the first time he saw all 5 ancestors appearing at the same time. 5 of you appearing at the same time. It seems like something big has happened. Ancestor Green Lotus took the initiative to speak, but his face was calm. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear in the face of 5 mighty human immortals. As an eminent monk, Ancestor Green Lotus's temperament was incomparable to ordinary people. Moreover, he had been imprisoned for 100 years and had long disregarded life and death. So, there was no fear in this world. As a man who wasn't afraid of death, there was nothing in this world that could frighten him. Green Lotus, this man has lost his mind. His whole body is filled with tyrannical chi. He has become a mad devil who only knows how to kill. I know you must have a way to help him recover. The 5th ancestor waved his hand and released an illusory cage. Ancestor Green Lotus saw a white-robed young man roaring in the cage as he attacked frantically without stopping. Upon seeing this, Ancestor Green Lotus's facial expression changed slightly, but it wasn't obvious. He recovered in an instant. A true eminent monk should have the most basic quality of being calm in the face of danger. Although Ancestor Green Lotus looked calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. He knew the identity of Jiang Chen and the relationship between Jiang Chen and Desolate Palace. If he didn't know Jiang Chen, he would probably think that Jiang Chen was a genius disciple of Desolate Palace. The ancestor of Desolate Palace came here to seek his help, but he had seen Jiang Chen before. As enemies, the ancestor of Desolate Palace should be eager for Jiang Chen's death. But now, he wanted to save Jiang Chen. There must be something fishy going on. Then, Ancestor Green Lotus fixed his gaze on Jiang Chen. After sensing Jiang Chen's aura, he couldn't help but frown. How can there be such a strong qi of brutality? His whole body seems to be in a state of bloodlust. What exactly happened in Saint Origin Palace? Jiang Chen is a smart man. He would never do something that he wasn't confident about, let alone get himself into such a state. I have to ask him what exactly happened. Ancestor Green Lotus thought to himself. Now that Jiang Chen had fallen into the hands of Desolate Palace, the few old ancestors of Desolate Palace had asked him to rescue Jiang Chen. He didn't know what they were planning. If he didn't figure it out, he wouldn't act so easily. I don't know him. Moreover, he has already gone completely mad. Even if I were to intervene, I wouldn't be able to save him. Ancestor Green Lotus said calmly. Qing Lian, I know that you definitely have a way to save him. You're an eminent monk of the Buddhist sect. Could it be that you're willing to watch this person sink into oblivion? The fifth ancestor said. You want me to take action? Sure, but I need to know what happened to this person. Ancestor Green Lotus asked. There's no harm in telling you. This person's name is Jiang Chen. This little bastard has ruined the 100 years plan of Desolate Palace. He has killed all the half-step human immortals and 9th-grade great saints of Desolate Palace. All the geniuses that we have cultivated for 100 years have died tragically. I have no idea what kind of terrifying cultivation technique he has cultivated. He has devoured the essence of so many experts. I'm sure that he has become like this because of the influence of the essence. The fourth ancestor said bluntly. There was no need to hide such a matter. His anger towards Jiang Chen couldn't be erased. He couldn't wait to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. They had witnessed how Jiang Chen tore Big Tycoon apart and how he was devoured by Jiang Chen. What? Ancestor Green Lotus exclaimed. The news was too shocking. His eyes couldn't help but fall upon Jiang Chen again. He saw that Jiang Chen was only a peak 8th grade great saint, but he was able to kill all the experts of Desolate Palace. He was afraid that only Jiang Chen could achieve such a feat in the entire Saint Origin world. Although he didn't see the scene with his own eyes, he could imagine the madness that must have happened. The 100 years plan of Desolate Palace was destroyed in the hands of a young man. It would be strange if these 5 old men didn't go crazy. Haha, great. Desolate Palace has a great plan, but I have never thought that it would be destroyed in the hands of a young man. This is your retribution. Haha. Ancestor Green Lotus laughed heartily. He was genuinely happy. It was impossible for him to have no hatred towards Desolate Palace after being imprisoned for 100 years. The 5 old ancestors weren't surprised by Ancestor Green Lotus's reaction. If they were in Ancestor Green Lotus's position, they would be even happier. Green Lotus, cut the crap. Hurry up and do it. Fifth ancestor said impatiently. This man has killed so many people of Desolate Palace, but all of you are here to save him. This clearly shows that you are up to no good. I'm afraid that he will only end up more miserable in your hands. In that case, why should I save him? Ancestor Green Lotus said. He wasn't a fool. He had already guessed the purpose of the 5 old ancestors. Desolate Palace had lost so many geniuses. It would take at least 100 years for them to recover. As for Jiang Chen's monstrous talent, the secrets of his body had become the object of their research. However, due to Jiang Chen's current condition, it wasn't possible for them to study his secrets. That was why they came to him. This was the most reasonable explanation given Ancestor Green Lotus's wisdom. Green Lotus, you have been imprisoned by us for 100 years. Don't you yearn for freedom? We promise you that as long as you save this brat, we will grant you freedom. Fifth ancestor said. Are you serious? Ancestor Green Lotus pretended to be surprised. As a matter of fact, he knew better than anyone that Desolate Palace wouldn't let him go, even if they obtained the immortal mark. However, he had to find an excuse to cure Jiang Chen so that the 5 ancestors wouldn't be able to find anything wrong with it. Ancestor Green Lotus pretended to be surprised. That's right. Do it. First ancestor said. In that case, I will help him. This man is suffering great pain all the time in his current condition. Buddha is merciful. Let me help him. Chapter 1047. Ancestor Green Lotus was a shrewd man. The situation in front of him was obvious. If he wanted to change his fate, Jiang Chen's fate and even the fate of the entire Saint Origin world, The only person he could rely on was Jiang Chen. It had been 100 years since he accidentally obtained the immortal mark. Unfortunately, he couldn't obtain the recognition of the immortal mark, so he couldn't refine it. As for whether Jiang Chen could refine the immortal mark or not, Ancestor Green Lotus didn't know. However, it was obvious that Jiang Chen's fortune and luck were much better than his. Therefore, there was still a chance for Jiang Chen to refine the immortal mark. Given the current situation, Jiang Chen had to refine the immortal mark to improve his cultivation base so that he could fight against the 5 old ancestors of Desolate Palace. If he succeeded, everything would be fine, but if he failed, everything would be over. This was a huge gamble. From this aspect, Ancestor Green Lotus was a ruthless man. There were some things that couldn't be hesitated. Even if he didn't know the outcome, he shouldn't be afraid of the slightest thing. Otherwise he might lose everything. Inside the cell, Jiang Chen was still attacking crazily. The killing intent and bloodthirsty qi on his body was getting stronger and stronger. Ancestor Green Lotus began to worry when he saw this. Jiang Chen's condition was getting worse. If he didn't lend a hand in time, everything would be over once the bloodthirsty qi penetrated deep into his soul. At that time, even the great compassion mantra of Buddha sect wouldn't be able to save him. Green Lotus, don't waste time. Hurry up and help him. Fifth Ancestor urged. He wasn't nervous at all about letting Ancestor Green Lotus save Jiang Chen. After all, their cultivation base was too strong. They didn't put Ancestor Green Lotus and Jiang Chen in their eyes at all. Even if Ancestor Green Lotus wanted to do something, it would be impossible. It's been a long time since I made a move. Ancestor Green Lotus slowly stood up from the ground. In the blink of an eye, his body was filled with golden light. It was the purest Buddhist light in the world, without any impurities. Ancestor Green Lotus was old and swaying as he walked. He looked extremely weak, but his eyes were bright and full of vigor. In the eyes of the 5 old ancestors of Desolate Palace, Ancestor Green Lotus had lost his immortal soul and was now a half-crippled man. He had lost the brilliance he once had, turning from a young man to an old man. Put me in, Ancestor Green Lotus said. No, he will kill you. Fifth Ancestor denied it immediately. Although Jiang Chen was in a brutal state and had lost his mind, his combat strength and offensive power hadn't weakened at all. Jiang Chen, who was a peak 8th grade great saint, was already an invincible existence below the human immortal realm. Given Ancestor Green Lotus's current condition, he was afraid that he would be torn to pieces if he were to fight with Jiang Chen. It doesn't matter. I have my ways. Otherwise, I won't be able to cure him. Ancestor Green Lotus said. Just put me in. This is a secret technique of Buddha sect. You are not allowed to use your divine sense to check it. If I find out that you are using your divine sense to check, I will stop saving him immediately. Alright, let him in. First Ancestor said. Since Ancestor Green Lotus said so, he must have some means. One should know that no one in this world would joke around with their own life. As a matter of fact, Ancestor Green Lotus's purpose was to insert the immortal mark into Jiang Chen's body without alerting the 5 of them. The 5 old ancestors had been studying the immortal mark for 100 years. Once he released it, they would immediately notice it. At that time, he was afraid that the immortal mark would be snatched away by the 5 human immortals before it could be inserted into Jiang Chen's body. As for the great compassion mantra of Buddha sect, it was an extremely profound secret technique that not everyone could cultivate. It was extremely profound and difficult to understand. Even if the mantra was told to the 5 old ancestors, they wouldn't be able to cultivate it. Chila! Fifth Ancestor waved his hand and tore a hole in the cage. After putting Ancestor Green Lotus in, he closed the cage. They retracted their divine sense and watched the situation inside without blinking. The moment Ancestor Green Lotus entered the cage, Jiang Chen attacked Ancestor Green Lotus like a madman. Ancestor Green Lotus reacted very quickly. At this moment, he was no longer an old man. His body glowed with endless vitality. He immediately shouted at Jiang Chen, bang! A huge golden character rushed out and branded itself on Jiang Chen's glabella. It looked like a dazzling golden talisman. It was a talisman of Buddha sect that contained the most profound knowledge of Buddha sect. When this technique was used by Ancestor Green Lotus, the effect was completely different. That's right. Jiang Chen, who'd been on a rampage, froze on the spot as if he'd received a heavy blow. Ancestor Green Lotus exclaimed in surprise. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Although his shout just now could temporarily help Jiang Chen, it definitely wouldn't have such a good effect. However, Ancestor Green Lotus immediately understood what was going on. Haha, what a coincidence. I didn't expect him to have learned the edifying light. The edifying light of Buddha sect was originally extracted from the Great Compassion Mantra. In Jiang Chen's body, the edifying light will have a certain resonance with my Great Compassion Mantra. That's why it has such a good effect. It's really great. Ancestor Green Lotus was overjoyed. Since there was the edifying light in Jiang Chen's body, everything would be easy. Polu Jedi Shualuo Yi. Ancestor Green Lotus put his palms together and kept spitting out lines of mystical Sanskrit. An extremely abstruse incantation filled the entire cage. The Sanskrit fluttered in the sky like divine birds, then drilled into Jiang Chen's body, making him look extremely mystical. Pa! Ancestor Green Lotus suddenly stretched out his palm and patted on the top of Jiang Chen's head. The powerful Buddha nature began to drill into Jiang Chen's body. In just half a minute, Jiang Chen had regained some of his consciousness. He had recovered a little from the bloodthirsty and brutal state he had been in just now. Jiang Chen's eyes regained a trace of clarity, and he immediately noticed the scene in front of him. Green Lotus. Jiang Chen sent out a divine thought. Don't talk. I'm now operating the Great Compassion Mantra to help you clear the violent aura in your body. The 5 old guys outside are watching. Listen, I'm going to insert the immortal mark into your body now. Try to refine it. This is our last chance. As long as you can refine the immortal mark, your cultivation will skyrocket immediately. By then, I'm afraid even immortals won't be a match for you. Moreover, if you refine the immortal mark, you'll be able to truly control it. By then, you can make these 5 guys lose the protection of the immortal mark and let them ascend immediately. Ancestor Green Lotus's divine thought was transmitted to Jiang Chen's mind. Come on, all of this is within my plan. If it wasn't because of your existence, I wouldn't have been so reckless to devour those corpses. An obscure smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Jiang Chen was too shrewd. The scene in front of him was within his expectations. Although it might not be realized, he did it in the past. A man always had to gamble a few times in his life, and it seemed that he had made the right bet. Okay, I'm going to insert the immortal mark into your body now. Try to refine it. While refining the immortal mark, I'll help you clear the violent aura in your body. The 5 guys outside have agreed to my conditions and won't use their divine thoughts to check. We'll do all of this in front of them. Once we succeed, they'll regret it. Ancestor Green Lotus continued to transmit his voice. At this time, everything was ready. The next step was to see if Jiang Chen could really refine the immortal marks. Humph! If I can refine the immortal mark, I definitely won't give them the chance to ascend. Jiang Chen snorted coldly. How could there be such a good thing as collecting the immortal mark and letting the 5 guys ascend? If Jiang Chen succeeded, he would definitely not give them the chance to ascend. At that time, he would help the 5 old guys deceive the heaven's secret and kill them all. Buzz! Ancestor Green Lotus continued to activate the Great Compassion Mantra. The Buddha's light shone and Jiang Chen's state was constantly changing. The violent aura in his body was obviously reducing. Seeing this, the 5 ancestors outside also revealed a look of surprise. It seemed that they had found the right person to ask Ancestor Green Lotus for help this time. A white light shot out from Ancestor Green Lotus's palm. However, because Ancestor Green Lotus's palm was placed between Jiang Chen's eyebrows, the 5 ancestors outside did not notice it at all. That transparent light was the immortal mark. After entering Jiang Chen's body could not help but tremble. After the immortal mark entered his body, the dragon transformation skill also started to operate crazily. Jiang Chen's whole body seemed to be beginning to sublimate. Jiang Chen used the dragon transformation skill to wrap the immortal mark, wanting to refine it completely. However, the immortal mark was an object of the immortal world. It represented the law of the immortal world and was incomparably firm. It was too difficult to refine it. However, Jiang Chen did not give up. He was not a person who would give up easily. Moreover, this was their last chance. They must not fail. Once they failed, what awaited them would be eternal damnation. The immortal mark is a high-level existence. Only an existence of a higher level can suppress it. My dragon transformation skill is definitely of a higher level than the immortal mark. Suppress it for me. Jiang Chen made up his mind. He was incomparably confident in the dragon transformation skill. Roar! Suddenly, a dull dragon roar resounded from the depths of Jiang Chen's soul. It was the roar of an ancient dragon, the ancestral dragon. Only Jiang Chen could hear it. Jiang Chen saw an ancient ancestral dragon rushing out from the depths of his soul. It was an illusory dragon, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was incomparably real. This was the second time that Jiang Chen saw the ancestral dragon. It was filled with a sacred aura, inviolable, and the only one in the world. The ancestral dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the immortal mark in one gulp. Then, the ancestral dragon disappeared. The immortal mark was completely subdued and fused with the breath of Jiang Chen's soul, achieving a kind of resonance. Endless immortal qi overflowed from the immortal mark and spread to every part of Jiang Chen's body. Chapter 1048. The feeling of being flushed by the immortal mark made Jiang Chen feel very comfortable. Immediately, he let out a long roar. It was a great stimulation. Jiang Chen began to refine the immortal mark. The immortal mark was the supreme existence in the immortal world. It represented the supreme law of the immortal world. The law of the immortal world and the law of the lower world were two completely different concepts. If Jiang Chen could completely refine the immortal mark and integrate it into his body, the benefits he would get would be unimaginable. However, in the eyes of the five ancestors, it was just a resistance from Ancestor Green Lotus who was suppressing the tyrannical qi in Jiang Chen's body. They didn't have any other thoughts about it. In the five ancestors' point of view, this was a necessary process to suppress or eliminate the tyrannical qi in Jiang Chen's body. They felt that Ancestor Green Lotus was very capable. As the most powerful eminent monk of Buddha sect, he certainly deserved his reputation. As the immortal mark continued to be refined, new dragon marks began to form in his body. Jiang Chen's qi skyrocketed instantly. His cultivation base had already reached the peak of 8th grade Great Saint. Although it was extremely difficult to advance from 8th grade Great Saint to 9th grade Great Saint, Jiang Chen had a strong foundation. Now that he had the help of the immortal mark, plus the fact that he was already a peak 9th grade Great Saint in his previous life, he didn't have any bottlenecks. Therefore, it was very normal for him to advance to 9th grade Great Saint. Jiang Chen, don't panic. Suppress the energy in your body and don't break through to 9th grade Great Saint for the time being. Ancestor Green Lotus hastily transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. I understand. Jiang Chen replied. He knew all too well how dangerous the current situation was. The five old men outside were all true human immortal experts. They were exceptionally powerful, especially the first ancestor, who had already reached the peak of early human immortal realm. As long as such a figure entered the immortal world and obtained the resources there, he would immediately advance to the intermediate human immortal realm. To deal with the five ancestors of Desolate Palace, Jiang Chen's advancement to 9th grade Great Saint was certainly not enough, but the immortal mark was incomparably terrifying. It could push Jiang Chen's cultivation base to the peak of 9th grade Great Saint. At that time, killing an early human immortal expert would be a piece of cake. However, if Jiang Chen broke through to the 9th grade Great Saint now, the five human immortal ancestors would sense it and stop him immediately. So, he had to temporarily suppress the energy in his body and delay the process of breaking through to the 9th grade Great Saint. After refining the immortal mark, he would break through to the peak of the 9th grade Great Saint in one fell swoop. At that time, Jiang Chen would be able to launch the ultimate counterattack, not giving the five human immortals any chance. The history of the Saint Origin world would be completely rewritten. Buzz buzz buzz. Jiang Chen's body buzzed. It was undergoing the greatest transformation. The immortal mark had brought him endless benefits. At the same time, he had used the edifying light and the great compassion mantra of Ancestor Green Lotus to eliminate most of the violent qi in his body. It would take him at most a minute to completely remove it. Very soon, the violent qi in Jiang Chen's body was completely eliminated. Jiang Chen had completely recovered, but he still appeared to be in a half-mad state, giving the five human immortals an illusion that he was still in the process of refining the immortal mark. According to the current speed of refining the immortal mark, it would take another half an hour, but to the five human immortals, half an hour was nothing. They could even wait for 3 days. They were very interested in the secret in Jiang Chen's body. As long as Ancestor Green Lotus could wake Jiang Chen up, it would be a great success. Wang the trembling became more and more intense. It was no longer the violent chi that was causing trouble, but the immortal mark. The immortal mark had brought too much energy to Jiang Chen. It had reached the point where he couldn't suppress it any longer. He had to break through to the 9th grade Great Saint immediately. The dragon transformation skill was getting more and more terrifying. The time taken to refine the immortal mark was shorter than Jiang Chen's expectation. It only took him 20 minutes to completely refine it. The moment the immortal mark was completely refined, a vast energy surged out of Jiang Chen's body like a storm, sweeping across the entire prison. Roar! Jiang Chen let out another dragon roar. The boundless energy in his body began to transform into 96,000 dragon marks. Bang! When the number of dragon marks reached 96,000, Jiang Chen successfully advanced to the 9th grade Great Saint, but this wasn't the end. The energy was too huge and the number of dragon marks was forming too fast. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of dragon marks had been formed. According to what Jiang Chen said when he first obtained the dragon transformation skill, 100,000 dragon marks would allow him to transform into a dragon and soar into the sky, which was the human immortal realm. Jiang Chen was now a 9th grade Great Saint. He was only 4,000 dragon marks away from 100,000 dragon marks, which was the number needed to advance to the human immortal realm. However, Jiang Chen had a feeling that 100,000 dragon marks was far from the end of the dragon transformation skill. Perhaps it was just a starting point. When he really completed 100,000 dragon marks and transformed into a dragon and soared into the sky, he would usher in a brand new level of the dragon transformation skill. In just a blink of an eye, 1,000 dragon marks were formed. Ka! The indestructible prison began to shake violently, as if it couldn't bear the energy in Jiang Chen's body. Cracking sounds were heard and cracks appeared on the surface of the prison, as if it would explode at any time. What's going on? Fifth Ancestor's face turned pale with fright. He had a feeling that he was losing control of the prison. Not good. Stop them quickly. Bastard. I don't know what kind of method Green Lotus has used to allow this brat to advance to the 9th grade Great Saint. Suppress him immediately. We can't let him continue to grow, or else we will lose our chance. First Ancestor's facial expression changed dramatically. The change was too fast and too sudden. They weren't prepared for it at all. Unfortunately, during the time they reacted, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached a terrifying 99,000. At this time, Jiang Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th grade Great Saint. He was only a step away from the human immortal realm. How can it be so fast? The expressions of the 5 patriarchs changed drastically. Without any hesitation, all of them attacked at the same time, unleashing powerful restrictions toward the prison. Unfortunately, everything was over. From the moment they made the decision to let Jiang Chen meet Ancestor Green Lotus, this tragic ending was destined. The 5 human immortal ancestors were destined to be fools. Jiang Chen went completely berserk. His body exploded with a loud bang, casting his dragon form on the spot. Then, he tore a hole in the ancestral dragon pagoda. Green Lotus, come in quickly. Jiang Chen roared at Ancestor Green Lotus. Without any hesitation, Ancestor Green Lotus rushed into the Zulong Tower. Honglong. The moment Ancestor Green Lotus entered the Zulong Tower, the violent energy tore the prison apart and shattered it on the spot. At this time, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had soared to a terrifying 99,500. There were only 500 left to reach the 100,000 mark. Dang! The 5 human immortal ancestors suffered a tremendous backlash when the prison was broken. They took a few steps back before they could regain their balance. At this time, their faces were filled with astonishment. They looked at Jiang Chen as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't remember how many years it had been since they were so shocked. Even if Jiang Chen had advanced to the 9th grade Great Saint, it was still too terrifying. A mere 9th grade Great Saint was able to force the 5 of them back. What kind of monstrous genius was he? Ha! 5 old bastards of Desolate Palace. I'm going to settle the score with you. Jiang Chen clawed at the deep layer of the spatial zone, tearing it apart. A huge hole was blasted out in the void above Desolate Palace. Not only that, all the spatial zones in Desolate Palace were shattered by Jiang Chen's energy. Everyone in Desolate Palace appeared at the same time. The people of Desolate Palace, Goo Palace and Demon Palace were all imprisoned. Now that the spatial zone was shattered, all of them appeared in the sky above Desolate Palace. Everyone was horrified, not knowing what was happening. They looked up at the sky and saw an overbearing blood-red dragon man. Standing around him were the 5 human immortal ancestors of Desolate Palace. My God! What happened? Look, that's Zhang Chen. Haha. Zhang Chen isn't dead. He is still alive. Have you all seen his qi? His cultivation base has reached the peak of 9th grade Great Saint, which is even scarier than a human immortal. Miracle! He has created another miracle. Monstrous genius. I have never thought that there would be such a great turnaround. I wonder if Zhang Chen can deal with the 5 human immortal experts and turn the situation around. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, whether it was their enemies or allies, all of them had their mouths wide open. Who would have thought that there would be such a huge reversal at the last moment? No one knew what had happened to Zhang Chen, because it wasn't important. The ending was the most important. The 3 palaces that had lost all hope once again saw the light of hope. I knew it. This kid won't die so easily. Han Yen chuckled. His heart that was hanging in the air was finally at ease. High up in the sky, the human immortal old ancestors of Desolate Palace were still in shock. They had no idea what had happened to Zhang Chen. They had only asked Ancestor Green Lotus to help Zhang Chen suppress the tyrannical qi in his body. How did he become so powerful in a blink of an eye? Zhang Chen, tell us what happened. 5th ancestor asked. Haha, you 5 idiots. Let me tell you, this is all part of my plan. I've known Green Lotus for a long time. Ancestor Green Lotus put the immortal mark that you've been longing for 100 years into my body. I've already completely refined the immortal mark. Don't think that you can ascend just because you don't have the immortal mark. That's impossible. I've already used the immortal mark to deceive the heavens will hear. Chapter 1049. What? After listening to Zhang Chen's words, the 5 ancestors exclaimed. Their facial expression turned incomparably unpleasant. Given their wisdom, they naturally knew that Zhang Chen wasn't lying. As a matter of fact, this was the only explanation for the current situation. Even if Zhang Chen was a monstrous genius, it was absolutely impossible for him to advance to the peak of the 9th grade Great Saint in such a short period of time, but the immortal mark could do it. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox, you can actually refine the immortal mark? 5th ancestor's tone had changed. Apart from anger, there was also a trace of regret. That's right. A voice sounded. Then, an old and decrepit monk appeared out of thin air. It was Ancestor Green Lotus. Ancestor Green Lotus walked out of the ancestral dragon pagoda and looked at the world outside. He couldn't help but sigh. After 100 years, he was finally out. Ancestral Master. Tyrant, who was imprisoned below, saw Ancestor Green Lotus and immediately called out. This old monk in front of him was very different from the statue on Green Lotus Mountain, but they had the same charm. Therefore, Tyrant could tell that this was Ancestor Green Lotus, his ancestral master. Green Lotus, how dare you scheme against us? 5th ancestor said furiously. Amit Ba. Ancestor Green Lotus put his palms together. He did not answer the 5th ancestor. At this moment, his condition began to change dramatically. The surface of his body was full of golden light. His body, which was already in its twilight years, began to rapidly glow with vitality. Old Ancestor Green Lotus's appearance began to change. In a very short time, he turned from an old man into a middle-aged eminent monk. His body was majestic and his eyes were shining brightly. His cultivation base was already at the peak of half-step human immortal. Given a few days, he could directly ascend to the immortal world and become a true human immortal expert. I didn't expect Ancestral Master to be so handsome. Tyrant was overjoyed. When he saw Ancestor Green Lotus just now, he felt extremely distressed. Back then, the eminent monk of Buddhism had been imprisoned for 100 years. He seemed to have lost all of his former glory and became an old man who was about to reach nirvana. But now, Ancestor Green Lotus's instantaneous change was shocking. Qinglian, I didn't expect you to have been hiding all these years. However, I don't know. Your immortal spirit is already broken. How did you cultivate? 1st ancestor asked. In fact, all these years, they had been treating Ancestor Green Lotus as a half-cripple. They didn't take him seriously at all. They only kept him alive because of the immortal mark in his hand. They didn't expect that Ancestor Green Lotus had not been idle all these years. His cultivation base had already recovered. If he hadn't been imprisoned, he would have already reached the human immortal realm. This old monk's means is not something you can understand. The biggest mistake you made was letting me treat Jiang Chen, giving this old monk a chance to live. Old Ancestor Green Lotus said sarcastically. At this point, there was no need for him to hide anymore. Impossible. The immortal mark is formed by the laws of the immortal world. It's not that easy to refine. Fifth Ancestor still couldn't believe it. In this world, there are always some things that can't be judged with common sense. Some people can always create miracles. Jiang Chen is a person with great luck. Only he can refine the immortal mark. This old monk was just taking a gamble. Facts have proven that this old monk was right. Old Ancestor Green Lotus said with a smile. His eyes were very sharp. Jiang Chen was able to survive his previous life and obtain a new life. It was enough to show that he was a person with great luck. In the entire Saint Origin world, if Jiang Chen couldn't refine the immortal mark, then no one else could. It was a huge gamble, but the result was very good. How is it? Are you regretting it now? Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. These words were like a sharp thorn that pierced into the hearts of the 5 old ancestors. They were so angry that they wanted to spurt out a mouthful of blood. They would be lying if they said that they didn't regret it. Especially the 5th ancestor. He was the one who came up with this rotten idea. They wanted to pry into Jiang Chen's secret, but they didn't expect that they would end up helping Jiang Chen and old Ancestor Green Lotus. Instead, they helped Jiang Chen reverse the situation. This feeling of being caught in a cocoon of their own made the 5 old ancestors extremely sullen. Haha, Jiang Chen, we have indeed overreached ourselves. But don't be too complacent. Do you think that you can deal with us with your current strength? This is ridiculous. You don't know how powerful a human immortal is. That is a true immortal. No matter how strong you are, you won't be a match for a human immortal. You have refined the immortal mark, but you don't use it. That is equivalent to courting death. 5th ancestor laughed loudly. Even though Jiang Chen had become incomparably strong, he still didn't care. After all, he was a mighty human immortal. How could he put a 9th grade great saint in his eyes? In his opinion, no matter how strong a 9th grade great saint was, he wouldn't be a match for a human immortal. Old man, cut the crap. I only need 1 strike to kill you. A human immortal is just an ant in front of me. Now, I am using the immortal mark to deceive the heavens, not giving you the chance to ascend. All 5 of you will die today. None of you will be able to escape. Jiang Chen's qi was overwhelming. He wouldn't let the 5 old ancestors of Desolate Palace go. Given his current strength, an early human immortal expert was no longer a match for him. Green Lotus, you go down there and save the people. Then control Desolate Palace. I will deal with these 5 old men. Jiang Chen said to Ancestor Green Lotus. All right. Ancestor Green Lotus disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, he arrived at the place where the 3 palaces were imprisoned and removed the seals on all of them. The experts of the 3 palaces suddenly became as ferocious as wolves and tigers. Except for the 5 old ancestors, all of the experts of Desolate Palace had been killed by Jiang Chen. Now they were no match for the 3 palaces, not to mention the terrifying Ancestor Green Lotus. However, the 3 palaces didn't attack Desolate Palace directly. Instead, they looked up at the sky, paying close attention to the battle between Jiang Chen and the 5 old ancestors. The experts of the 3 palaces weren't fools. They knew that the final outcome would still be decided by Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen could kill the 5 old ancestors, Desolate Palace would be completely finished. If Jiang Chen wasn't a match for the 5 old ancestors and was killed by them instead, the fate of the 3 palaces wouldn't change. Do you all think that Jiang Chen can kill the 5 old ancestors? They are human immortals after all. Don't worry. I have full confidence in Jiang Chen. He has created too many miracles. Given his current cultivation base, it shouldn't be a problem for him to kill the 5 old ancestors. The fate of our 3 palaces is now in the hands of Jiang Chen. If he can kill those human immortals with his current cultivation base, he will become the #1 expert in Saint Origin world and become a part of history. Chapter 1050. In the sky above, the 5 ancestors of Desolate Palace had conjured a solid battlefield. Jiang Chen had used the immortal mark to conceal the heavenly secret, denying them the chance to ascend to the immortal world. If he kept the immortal mark now, the 5 human immortals would immediately be summoned by the law of the immortal world and ascend to the immortal world. The atmosphere in the extraterritorial battlefield was tense. The 5 human immortal old ancestors locked the chi of Jiang Chen. Their hatred for Jiang Chen was indescribable. At this time, the only thing they wanted to do was to kill Jiang Chen. As for the secret of Jiang Chen, they didn't care about it anymore. Come on, let me see how powerful a human immortal is. Jiang Chen's chi was tremendous. His whole body was filled with boundless combat intent. Fighting against a human immortal was an incomparably exciting and satisfying thing. Let me test him. He's just a mortal. Even if he has advanced to the 9th grade great saint, how powerful can he be? 5th ancestor was the first to move. His body flashed and appeared in front of Jiang Chen. He tore the void with his bare hands, sending boundless golden chi waves at Jiang Chen. It was a golden storm with strong immortal wind. Each of the waves was like a sharp blade that could cut the void, let alone a human. A human immortal is only a. Your attack is just a flowery fist without substance in front of me. Without saying a word, Jiang Chen struck out the true dragon palm. A giant dragon claw appeared in the sky and clawed towards the front. The storm unleashed by the 5th ancestor was instantly torn apart and destroyed. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's attacks were earth-shattering. The flaming wings on his back fluttered, and he appeared in front of the 5th ancestor like a ghost. He waved his hand and struck out the golden dragon seal. Violent golden dragons roared and rushed out. 3 golden dragons surrounded the 5th ancestor from 3 different directions. The 5th ancestor was completely surrounded. Incredible! 5th ancestor's facial expression changed dramatically. Before he fought with Jiang Chen, he had never thought that a 9th grade great saint could be this powerful. Just one move from Jiang Chen had brought him tremendous pressure. Heavenly Tyrant Palm. The 5th ancestor let out a loud roar and unleashed a terrifying combat skill. For a moment, the entire sky was filled with golden handprints. Each of these handprints was as big as a house. They were flying everywhere, trying to destroy the golden dragon that Jiang Chen had unleashed. Boom! Unfortunately, the 5 ancestors had underestimated the power of the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. The golden dragon seal was the most powerful seal among the 5 elemental combat dragon seals. Given Jiang Chen's current cultivation, ordinary early human immortal experts were no match for him. Rumble! The Heaven Tyrant Palm collided with the golden dragon seal. The golden dragon was too strong. The golden hands couldn't do any damage to the golden dragon. Roar roar! The golden dragon's attack power did not diminish. After destroying the 5th ancestor's heaven-dominating palm, it struck the 5th ancestor directly. That powerful attack was enough to tear everything apart. Even the powerful 5th ancestor let out a miserable scream. After the 3 golden dragons disappeared, the 5th ancestor looked very miserable. His body was covered in blood and his aura was extremely weak. He was no longer the same as when he was at his peak. Not good. 5th brother. The other 4 ancestors exclaimed. The 1st ancestor was the strongest among them. He was the first to attack Jiang Chen, wanting to save the 5th ancestor. They had underestimated Jiang Chen's combat strength. The 5th ancestor was no match for Jiang Chen. If they didn't save the 5th ancestor, they would be killed by Jiang Chen in the next moment. Humph! You want to save the 5th ancestor from my hands? You don't have the ability to do so. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. The heavenly saint's sword appeared in his hand. Immediately, he slashed out with extreme speed. Even if the 1st ancestor was standing in front of him, he wouldn't be able to save the 5th ancestor. Not only that, the 1st ancestor himself might not be able to block this attack from Jiang Chen. Puchi! The 5th ancestor let out one last scream as his body was cleaved into 2 by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen flicked his sword and picked out a golden immortal essence from the 5th ancestor's body. Immortal essence was a good item. Jiang Chen had no use for it, but De Huang Dog could. At that moment, De Huang Dog was in a coma and it would be extremely difficult for him to wake up. If he could obtain the immortal essence from the 5th ancestor, it would be much better. Be-starred. The 1st ancestor didn't have the time to save the 5th ancestor. He swore furiously and sent out an immortal light at Jiang Chen. However, it was easily shattered by Jiang Chen. Even though he was a peak early-stage human immortal expert, he was still no match for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is too scary. That's a human immortal. My God. He was killed by a single slash. I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. Amazing. This is an earth-shattering battle. Jiang Chen has once again created a miracle. An early human immortal is no longer a match for him. Not even the mighty first ancestor is a match for Jiang Chen. Desolate Palace is finished this time. Great. This is great. Our 3 palaces are finally saved. The history of Saint Origin World is going to be rewritten. Seeing the 5th ancestor being killed and the 1st ancestor being forced back, the experts of the 3 palaces cheered. Such a scene was exactly what they had been dreaming of. They had never thought that it would come true. On the contrary, the experts of Desolate Palace were completely disheartened. They had experienced too many ups and downs in the past few days. Now, their nerves had become numb. 4 of you attack together. Don't waste time. Jiang Chen pointed his sword at the 4 of them. The heavenly secret had been concealed. The 4 old ancestors had no chance of ascending to the immortal realm. The only thing they could do now was to fight to the death with Jiang Chen. If they lost, they would end up like the 5th ancestor. This kid is very powerful. He has completely grown up. Everyone, be careful. We may have a glimmer of hope if we attack together. First ancestor said solemnly. The collision with Jiang Chen had allowed him to witness Jiang Chen's strength. Given their current strength, unless the 4 of them joined forces, they would have no chance of surviving. Even he, a peak early human immortal expert, didn't have the slightest confidence in defeating Jiang Chen. Hong Hong. The 4 old ancestors of Desolate Palace were infuriated. Jiang Chen unleashed his qi to the maximum and a powerful combat weapon appeared in his hand. Their weapons were refined with immortal qi, which made them incomparable to ordinary Great Saint weapons. The lethality they could unleash was extremely powerful. Great Saint weapons. However, this kind of power was only in the eyes of others. It didn't exist in Jiang Chen's eyes. The Heavenly Saint sword that had reached the perfection stage could be called the #1 combat weapon in Saint Origin World. It could even fight against a true immortal weapon. Swoosh! Before the 4 old ancestors could attack, Jiang Chen was the first to move. His speed was too fast. With the help of the spatial shift and the flaming wings, he could appear in different places at any time. This time, his target was the 4 ancestors. Chapter 1051. Jiang Chen's movement was so fast that first ancestor's reaction was slow. Jiang Chen had already appeared not far away from 4th ancestor. The other 3 felt that there was no chance for them to rescue 4th ancestor. Be careful, 4th ancestor. First ancestor cried out in alarm and warned. Howl. However, this kind of warning didn't have the slightest effect. The Heavenly Saint sword let out a sharp whistling sound, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the 4th ancestor. The terrifying sword light interweaved into a sword net, instantly sealing the 4th ancestor inside the cage created by the Heavenly Saint sword. He. 4th ancestor yelled. He was, after all, an early human immortal expert and had great confidence in himself. He wouldn't be frightened by a 9th grade Great Saint. He channeled all the energy in his body into the combat weapon in his hand, and charged at Jiang Chen's Heavenly Saint sword. Clang! The 2 terrifying super weapons collided with each other, instantly creating a large amount of sparks. The void was crushed and shattered, instantly turning into a chaotic space. Arg! The 4th ancestor let out a blood-curdling shriek. The combat weapon in his hand flew away, and one of his arms was shattered, turning into a mist of blood. His combat strength was greatly reduced. The 4th ancestor was terrified on the spot. If he didn't fight Jiang Chen, he would never understand how terrifying Jiang Chen was. At this moment, he finally understood how the 5th ancestor died, and a strong sense of fear emerged in his heart. It was the qi of death, and qi that he had never felt before. Humph! You will die together with him. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. Without giving the 4th ancestor any time to react, he swung the Heavenly Saint sword once again. Outside the range of Jiang Chen's sword, the 4th ancestor didn't even have the chance to escape. He was slashed into half by Jiang Chen's sword and died miserably. Even the immortal soul couldn't escape from Jiang Chen's fate, and was stored away by Jiang Chen. 4th ancestor was killed in a blink of an eye. The scene was too shocking. All the onlookers were frightened. To them, such a scene was like a dream. They wouldn't even dare to imagine such a scene. Those were human immortals. True immortals. In many people's hearts, they were like gods. But now, they were killed by Jiang Chen as easily as slaughtering dogs. He has completely surpassed his previous life. The fifth ancestor of Desolate Palace is going to die today. Ancestor Green Lotus's mouth curved into a smile. He knew Jiang Chen very well. In his previous life, Jiang Chen was already a dazzling star, the greatest saint under the heavens, the #1 existence in Saint Origin world. Now, Jiang Chen had completely surpassed his previous life and reached a new peak. With just a 9th-grade great saint, he could kill mortal immortals at will. After killing 5th ancestor and 4th ancestor, the remaining 3 old ancestors of Desolate Palace were completely terrified. Even the peak early human immortal 1st ancestor was trembling in fear. We can't resist this man anymore. We have to escape immediately. Once we are out of Saint Origin Palace and beyond the range of the immortal mark, we will ascend to the immortal world. 1st ancestor made a prompt decision and said to 2nd ancestor and 3rd ancestor. Judging from the way Jiang Chen killed 4th and 5th ancestor, he was no longer someone they could fight. Unless he advanced to the intermediate human immortal realm, he wouldn't be able to kill Jiang Chen. However, it was undoubtedly a fantasy to rely on the heaven and earth Yuan Qi of Saint Origin world to advance to the intermediate human immortal realm. Therefore, the best way to save their lives was to ascend to the immortal world. To them, the entire Saint Origin Palace had been affected by the immortal mark, obscuring the heaven's secret. They couldn't sense the laws of the immortal world and couldn't ascend to the immortal world. Only by leaving Saint Origin Palace would they be able to sense the pull of the immortal world. Voila! Before 1st ancestor's voice faded, Jiang Chen's 5 elemental sphere spread out with a swoosh, turning into an invisible net that enshrouded the 3 ancestors. This was no joke. How could he give them the chance to escape at this moment? All of you listen carefully. If you choose to run away, I will slaughter every single one of you in Desolate Palace and annihilate every single one of you. Plus, you won't be able to run away once you've fallen into my hands, said Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's chi soared up to the sky. His words were incomparably fierce, shocking the 3 ancestors to the point that they didn't dare to move. Putting aside whether they could escape from Jiang Chen's hands or not, Jiang Chen's chi alone was enough to deter them from thinking of escaping. As the ancestors of Desolate Palace, abandoning their clansmen and escaping alone was already humiliating enough. If Desolate Palace was destroyed because of their escape, they would have to live in the shadow for the rest of their lives, unable to extricate themselves. Jiang Chen, you are being too ruthless. If worst comes to worst, Desolate Palace will surrender and you will let us go and ascend to the immortal world. From then on, Saint Origin world will be completely under your control. Don't go too far. 1st ancestor spoke. Given his status, only God knew how uncomfortable he was feeling to say such words at this moment. The 3 ancestors were afraid that they were going to vomit blood. Desolate Palace's 100-year plan was ruined in the hands of a single person. That kind of blow couldn't be described with just the word heavy. At this moment, the biggest thought in the minds of the 3 ancestors was regret. They regretted not killing Jiang Chen earlier. If they had killed Jiang Chen before he had the chance to grow, they wouldn't have to face today's disaster. Even if they didn't kill Jiang Chen in the cradle, as long as they didn't allow Jiang Chen to meet Ancestor Green Lotus, nothing would have happened. Desolate Palace would still be able to rule the entire Saint Origin world. At most, they would need to spend another 100 years to strengthen their foundation. To a human immortal expert, 100 years was nothing. Unfortunately, it was too late. There were plenty of medicines in this world. There were all kinds of divine pills and even immortal pills that could bring the dead back to life, but there was no medicine for regret. There was a kind of medicine that couldn't be obtained no matter how much money was spent. Cut the crap. Dang. Jiang Chen didn't want to talk nonsense with the 3 ancestors. He held the Heavenly Saint's sword and lunged at 3rd ancestor. The combination of the flaming wings and the spatial shift had created the most perfect agility skill in this world. In addition to that, Jiang Chen's current cultivation base had reached the limit. The 5 ancestors of Desolate Palace were no match for him. Arg! 3rd ancestor, who was already in a panic, had no desire to fight anymore. Under such circumstances, it was even more impossible for him to be a match for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's sword pierced through 3rd ancestor's head. 3rd ancestor didn't even have the time to resist and died on the spot. Both the immortal soul and combat weapon were snatched away by Jiang Chen. Swoosh! After killing the 3rd ancestor, Jiang Chen appeared in front of the second ancestor like a ghost. The terrifying heavenly saint sword glinted with countless sword lights, like a sea of dazzling swords, instantly enshrouding the second ancestor. The second ancestor was already trapped in the 5-elemental sphere, and could only wait for Jiang Chen to slaughter him. Puchi! The heavenly saint's sword was invincible and too sharp. It slashed second ancestor in half and took away his immortal soul and combat weapon. After killing third ancestor and second ancestor, the only one left in the 5-elemental sphere was the first ancestor. Of course, this terror was only relative to the others. In front of Jiang Chen, this terror immediately became fragile and vulnerable. Seeing that Jiang Chen had appeared in front of him, the first ancestor's face turned completely pale. Facing Jiang Chen, he felt as if he was facing the god of death. After witnessing the 4 ancestors die in Jiang Chen's hands, the regret in the first ancestor's heart gushed out like a vast ocean. If the 5th ancestor was still alive, he would have cursed out loud. Before this, everything in Desolate Palace was managed by the 5th ancestor. Although the 5th ancestor knew about the monstrous existence of Jiang Chen in advance, he didn't put him in his eyes at all and gave him the opportunity to grow. That wasn't the big deal. The one who wanted to explore Jiang Chen's secret and proposed to let Jiang Chen meet Ancestor Green Lotus was also the 5th ancestor. If it wasn't for the 5th ancestor, Jiang Chen would have been dead by now. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Jiang Chen had completely grown to the point where they couldn't compete with him and could only look up to him. Haha. Jiang Chen, I never thought that a monstrous existence like you would appear in Saint Origin World. Desolate Palace's 100-year plan has been ruined in your hands. Sad, sad. First ancestor burst into laughter. His laughter was filled with desolation. There are still many things that you haven't thought of. Your desolate palace could have lived a peaceful life, but you just had to provoke me. Jiang Chen said plainly. Jiang Chen, I know that I will die today. You won't let me go. Before I die, I beg you one thing. First ancestor said. It seemed that he had completely given up resisting. He was a smart man. He knew that it was useless to resist at this moment. He would die either way. In front of Jiang Chen, there was no chance for him to escape even if he wanted to. Although I can't promise you, I will give you a chance to say it. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Chen, I know that you are cruel and merciless, but you are not a bloodthirsty devil. I hope that you can let the people of Desolate Palace go after my death. First ancestor said. His tone had turned into a pleading one. His fate could no longer be changed. As the ancestor of Desolate Palace, he had to fight for a slim chance of survival for his descendants. Otherwise, he would die with everlasting regret. I will decide how to deal with Desolate Palace. No one can control what I, Jiang Chen, want to do. Jiang Chen said. His killing intent fluctuated. His long sword swung out and landed on first ancestor's head, killing him in one strike. Ancestor. All 5 ancestors of Desolate Palace had died under Jiang Chen's sword. Miserable wails were heard from every corner of Desolate Palace. Sorrow was spreading rapidly. It was over. Desolate Palace was completely finished. After this battle, the Desolate Palace that had dominated Saint Origin World for a long time would disappear completely. Even if Jiang Chen didn't kill them, he wouldn't allow Desolate Palace to continue expanding. From now on, Jiang Chen would be the #1 expert in Saint Origin World. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.